I can't wait, because mine and Carmen Carrion's new book, Freaky Folklore, Terrifying Tales of the World's Most Elusive Monsters and Enigmatic Cryptids, is coming July 16th, featuring the history and lore of terrifying folklore creatures from across the globe, alongside some cool and creepy illustrations. Pre-order today on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, or your favorite bookstore, or go to eeriecast.com/freak. The next 1,000 verified pre-orders will get a Freaky Folklore decal and a 3-month subscription code to EerieCast Plus, and all entrants will get a free PDF sneak peek of the Freaky Folklore book. To verify and for more info, go to eeriecast.com/freak. Send your scariest workplace stories to us at eeriecast.com/submit, and rate and review Tales from the Break Room on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. Thanks. Oh, my friends, you're about to rethink your desire for a job with fresh air and a nice view. All these deliciously terrifying stories today feature things encountered or seen outside. Whether it be by roads, in the woods, or in the dark away from the safety of lights. Buckle up, kiddos. If you survive this one, I'll give you a discount on a bag of our darkness roast coffee beans. These are Tales from the Break Room. He never came back. From Darter 10. I worked as a Border Patrol agent for several years before taking a desk job instead. It was a tough job. Long hours and often unforgiving conditions. Not to mention, it seems like nobody likes you for what you do. You also saw a lot of things out there in the desert. Things that can shake even the most seasoned agent. But there was one series of events, one particular partner, that I'll never forget. It's a story I don't tell often, but when I do, people tend to look at me a little differently afterwards. The ones that believe me look at the desert a little differently too. About 5 years ago, I was stationed down near the border in one of the most remote stretches of our patrol area. It was the kind of place where the night sky is so clear, you feel like you can reach out and touch the stars. But that kind of clarity also brings a sort of emptiness with it. I just feel like it can play tricks on your mind, make you see and hear things that aren't there. Or maybe they are there, maybe we're just not equipped to understand it. My partner at the time was a guy I'll call Mike. He was a few years younger than me, still relatively new to the job. But Mike was sharp, and he had good instincts. We got along well too, which meant a lot for this job. We passed the long nights with idle chatter and some bad jokes. It was on one of those night patrols that things started to get strange. We were driving along the border fence, scanning the darkness with our spotlight, when Mike suddenly went rigid. "Did you hear that?" he asked, his voice tense. I turned down the crackly radio. Hear what?" "That whistling. It sounded close, like it was coming from just on the other side of the fence." I listened hard, but all I could hear was the hum of the engine and the wind whistling past our SUV. "I don't hear a thing. Maybe you heard the wind." Mike shook his head. "No, it was different. It sounded, I don't know, human." We sat in silence for a few minutes, straining our ears. But the night remained quiet beyond our vehicle, undisturbed. Finally, Mike sighed and leaned back in his seat. Maybe you're right. Things just feel weird out here sometimes." A few nights later, it happened again. This time we were out on foot, checking a sensor which had been tripped near a known smuggling route. As we hiked through the scrubby brush, I heard it. A clear, melodic whistle. Reminded me of a bird call, but not quite. It was coming from a stand of trees about 50 yards to our left. I glanced at Mike and saw him frozen there, his hand on his sidearm. He met my eyes, and I could see the same unease that I felt reflected back at me. Without a word, we changed course, moving cautiously towards this sound. As we got closer, the whistling stopped. The night was suddenly eerily silent. Even the usual chorus of insects and night birds had gone quiet. We switched on our flashlights, sweeping the beams over the gnarled trunks and spiny undergrowth. We then saw something. Just for a second, at the very edge of the light, a figure, pale and unnaturally thin, darting between the trees. Whatever it was, whoever it was, they were there and gone so fast, I nearly convinced myself I had imagined it. But then I heard Mike's sharp intake of breath. "Did you see that?" His voice was barely above a whisper. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak yet. We pressed forward, more urgently now. But no matter how quickly we moved, the figure and its noises seemed to stay just ahead of us, its form flitting in and out of sight, like some sort of ghost. The whole time that eerie whistling wound through the trees, also always seeming to come from just ahead of us. Eventually, we burst into a small clearing and stopped dead. There in the center of the open space was a perfect circle of stones. They had been arranged way too neatly to be natural, each one placed with obvious intention. In the center of that circle, the dirt had been disturbed, like something had been buried there. We looked at one another, the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. Neither of us were superstitious men, but there was definitely something about that circle, about the whole night even, that felt wrong. To me, it was like we had intruded on something we weren't supposed to see. Without a word, we backed out of the clearing and returned to the SUV. We didn't talk about what we'd seen. Not on the drive back, not in the locker room as we changed out of our uniforms. But I could tell it was weighing on Mike. He was quieter on our patrols after that, his eyes constantly scanning the shadows. A few weeks went by without incident. We started to relax, convincing ourselves it had just been a weird night, a trick of the light and the mind. But then we got a call. A sensor had been tripped out in the desert. It wasn't far from where we'd seen the stone circle. That shift, when the sensors were nearby, we were taking turns going to check it out alone, because most of the sensors there didn't allow travel by SUV, not unless you wanted to risk tearing up the vehicle and getting written up for it. So it was Mike's turn to check it out. He gave me a long look as he climbed out of the SUV, like he wanted to say something, but in the end, he just shook his head and trudged off into the night, his flashlight bobbing in the darkness. I waited for him to come back. 5 minutes, 10, 15. The radio stayed silent. A feeling of anxiety began to grow in my gut. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed my gear and set off in the direction Mike had gone. When I couldn't find him, I began to call out his name into the night. I found his flashlight first. It was lying in the dirt, still switched on. A few feet away was his radio, followed by his hat. But no sign of Mike. It was like he had simply vanished into the desert. I ran back and called it in, my voice shaking. Within an hour, the area was swarming with agents, search dogs, helicopters. But as the night wore on and the sun rose, there was still no trace of Mike. It was like the desert swallowed him whole. The official report said that he must have gotten disoriented, that he wandered off, got lost. But I knew Mike. I knew he wasn't the type to just wander off, and I couldn't shake the memory of that pale figure we'd seen in the trees and that perfect circle of stones. It wasn't until a few days later that they found it. Mike's belt, coiled neatly on a rock about a mile from where he disappeared. And sitting on top of it, glinting in the sun, were two small metal objects. I saw the pictures. Took me a moment to recognize them. Tooth fillings. Both of Mike's tooth fillings. I knew for sure then Mike hadn't simply disappeared. He was taken. And a feeling deep inside of me, one that I couldn't talk about, said that Mike had been taken by something not so human, possibly the same thing responsible for the circle of stones. A normal animal wouldn't just pluck the fillings from a man's teeth and neatly arrange his belt around a rock. This was something else, something that I can't explain, can't understand. It didn't take me long after that to transfer out of the sector. I took a desk job instead, spent more time with my family, but I've never forgotten that night, and I never did stop wondering what really happened to Mike out there in the desert. It kills me inside, thinking that Mike is now just another ghost story, a real man with real feelings, his own family, now just a legend that agents tell each other about the worst that can happen out there. If you live close to the border, or heck, you work at the border like I used to, be mindful of your eyes and ears, and don't go chasing ghosts in the dark, especially alone. Border Patrol Ghost Story from A Line at a Time. It was another long night shift at the border. I remember sitting in the state-issued SUV with two other officers. I'll call them Jim and Terry. We were parked on a remote stretch of the border, miles from the nearest town, watching and waiting, which is what we do most nights, sitting for hours, scanning the darkness with night vision goggles, looking for any signs of movement. Jim and Terry were good guys, easy to work with. Jim was about my age, mid-30s, with a wife and two young kids at home. Terry was an older dude, in his late 50s. He'd been on the job longer than Jim and I combined. We often passed the time on these long nights by swapping stories. It was the typical stuff most of the time. Funny arrests, crazy chases, bureaucratic nonsense. But on that night, Terry was quiet. He seemed lost in thought. He was just staring out into the dark. "You all right there, Terry?" Jim asked, noticing the man's silence. Terry snapped to attention. He looked at me and then to Jim, like he was about to say something. "You boys ever hear any strange stories about this stretch of the border?" he asked, his voice serious. Jim and I exchanged a look. We had heard the usual rumors and urban legends that circulate among Border Patrol agents. Tales of drug runners and human traffickers and the occasional ghost story. But something in Terry's tone suggested this was different. "What kind of stories do you mean?" I asked, my curiosity piqued. Terry was quiet for a moment. Then with a heavy sigh, he started to speak. "This was about 20 years ago when I was a rookie agent. I was paired up with this older officer, Garcia. Tough as nails he was, didn't say much. He'd been on the job for decades, I think, had seen it all. We were out on patrol one night, not far from here. It was a night just like this. Quiet, dark, not a soul around. We had been sitting for hours and I was starting to nod off. And that's when Garcia suddenly sat up straight, grabbing his goggles. "You see that?" he asked me, his voice all tense. I looked where he was pointing, but I didn't see anything. It was just empty desert. But Garcia insisted. He said he saw a figure, a man walking out there in the dark. He got out of the SUV, began to walk out into the desert. I called after him, but he ignored me and kept going. So I had no choice but to follow him. We walked together for maybe 10 minutes, but Garcia was always a few steps ahead of me. I kept asking him what he saw, but he just wouldn't answer. And then, all of a sudden, he stopped. Dead still, like he'd hit an invisible wall. I caught up to him, and that's when I saw it too. About 50 yards ahead of us, there was a man. At least I think it was a man. It was hard to tell. He was tall and thin, wearing what looked to be an old-fashioned suit, like something out of the 1800s. And he just stood there, in the middle of the desert, not moving. I began to call out to him, but Garcia grabbed me by the arm. His grip was like iron. "Don't," he said. And there was real fear in that voice. I'd never heard him sound like that before. Then the figure started to move. And I'm not saying he walked, he glided across the ground. And he was coming straight for us. I could feel the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Every instinct in me was telling me to run, but I was frozen. The figure got closer and closer, and I could see its face now. Decrepit, old, older than any man should be. Garcia was the first to move, and when he finally unfroze, that thing was only a few feet away from us. He yanked me by the arm hard, pulling me back the way we came. We ran, stumbling through the dark, not looking back. We didn't stop until we made it back to the SUV. Garcia was shaken as he started the engine. I remember that part. We didn't speak the whole drive back to the station, but just before we got out of the SUV, Garcia turned to me. "You didn't see anything out here tonight," he said. It wasn't a question, it was an order. "We didn't see anything. Understand?" I nodded, too shaken to argue, and that was the last we ever spoke of it. Garcia retired a year later. Unrelated, I think, just health issues, but it did make me wonder. I tried to put it out of my mind, convincing myself it was a trick of the light, maybe even fatigue or tiredness, but I never quite could. Not fully. And over the years, I've heard other stories too. Other agents having similar experiences out here, always at night, always the same stretch of desert. They say it's a ghost, the spirit of some poor soul who died out here a long time back. Maybe a migrant, maybe a settler, who knows, but something keeps it here, making it wander these sands. And sometimes, just sometimes when the night is dark and the desert is quiet, it appears to the unlucky few who happen to cross it. Terry fell silent, his story finished. Jim and I sat there, not quite knowing what to say about it. The desert outside the vehicle suddenly seemed a lot darker, a lot more threatening. "Terry, are you just trying to freak us out? Did you really see something like that?" Jim asked. Terry just nodded. "As clear as I see you now, and I pray every night I never see it again." We didn't talk much after that. Each of us were lost in our own thoughts, just staring out into the night with a new sense of fear, thanks to Terry. I've been on countless patrols since that night, but every time I'm out there in this particular stretch of border, I can't help but think about Terry's story. I do find myself looking out into the dark a little more intently, my heart beating a little faster when I do see some shadows or hear an unexpected sound. I can't help but think about Terry's story. A part of me hopes I never will, but there is another part of me that wonders how true his story was and how many of the other agents have similar tales. Out here after dark in the desert, feels like anything could happen at any time. What happens along Canada? From Cooper Trooper. The life of a Border Patrol agent can be pretty lonely, especially when you're stationed along the US-Canadian border. The job requires you to be alert, patient, and okay with being alone for long whiles. But even for those of us who are used to the long stretches of quiet, there are moments that really shake us up, the kind of stuff that makes you question what's real and what's not. You can call me Alex, and as you could probably guess by now, I work as a Border Patrol agent. I'm stationed at a rather remote outpost in the dense forests of northern Minnesota, right next to the Canadian border. It's a beautiful location, with tall pines, clear lakes, and lots of wildlife. But it's also a place where the line between natural and supernatural apparently can get pretty blurry, and this story will tell you why I think that. Before this, I've always been skeptical about paranormal stuff. I've heard a story here and there from some of the other guys about strange lights in the sky or weird noises at night. Heck, I've even heard of Sasquatch sightings up here. But I always thought they were just people's imaginations running wild in the dark. Anyway, this happened October 13th of 2023. It was a crisp autumn evening. I was halfway through my usual 12-hour shift. That night was moonless, if I recall correctly. The stars were hidden by thick clouds anyway. I was driving along a lonely stretch of road, headlights cutting through the darkness as I looked for signs of activity along the tree line. To pass the time, I would occasionally chat with my friend Tom over the radio, who was hardly at work back at the station. He was about 20 miles east of me. We would often swap stories to keep each other awake during the long, boring hours.
Yo, Alex, did you hear about that strange light they spotted near Eli last week?
His voice crackled over the radio. I laughed. Hey Tom, let me guess. A UFO sighting.
Maybe, but no, this one was a bit different. From what I heard, it was a huge pulsing ball of light that just hovered over the trees for a few minutes before disappearing. They say some hikers got it on video, but I haven't seen it yet.
Sounds like a weather balloon to me, I said. There's my old skepticism kicking in.
Yeah, probably,
Tom agreed, but I don't think he sounded totally convinced. We were quiet for a while after that. Each of us focused on our own tasks. I kinda felt guilty, thinking maybe I was a buzzkill with my instant explanation to the supposed paranormal phenomenon. That night seemed to drag on forever. After Tom went quiet, I quickly became bored. I remember just thinking about plans for the next week when something happened. It started with a low, throbbing hum that seemed to come from the ground itself. At first, I thought it was my vehicle's engine acting up. But as the sound grew louder and more intense, I realized it was coming from somewhere else. I slowed to a stop, my heart racing as I scanned the trees for any movement. But the humming was getting louder now, and I didn't see any source. At that point, I could feel it vibrating in my bones, making my teeth chatter. And then, in an instant, the night exploded into blinding, searing light. It was like someone had flipped a switch, turning the dark night into a harsh, unforgiving whiteness that seemed to burn right through my eyes. I even threw my arm up to shield my face, squinting against the glare. My mind was racing, trying to explain what was happening. The light was coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. A pulsing, throbbing brilliance. But it didn't seem to have a source. Let me just drill this home. It was the middle of the night, and bright as the midday sun. Weirder yet, it didn't cast any shadows. The trees, the road, even the sky itself seemed to have been bleached of all their color, turned into a flat, featureless void. I then fumbled for the radio, my hands shaking as I tried to reach Tom. Hey Tom, do you copy? Are you seeing this? But my voice seemed small and far away, drowned out by the constant thrum of the light. I didn't get a response. There was only hissing static that seemed to get louder with each passing second. I felt a panic in my chest. I was then reminded I was completely alone, and the calm night had suddenly gone crazy. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the light vanished. It just flicked right off. I was plunged instantly back into darkness. The sudden absence of the light left me temporarily blinded. I blinked rapidly, and eventually my eyes adjusted again. I sat there so confused. What in the world just happened? The humming was gone too, replaced by a very complete silence, which was almost deafening. Besides that, the night had returned to its natural state. The stars were visible again through the gaps in the clouds. But something was different. I could tell, and I don't think it was my remaining panic or paranoia. The air felt electric, as if that phenomenon had affected the very air around me. As I sat there, I tried to calm my racing heart, but I couldn't shake the feeling I had just witnessed something truly incredible. Something that I still could not explain. Still shaking, I reached for the radio, and I tried Tom again. "Tom, are you there? Did you see that?" Still no response. More crackling static, and just my own heavy breathing. So I sat still for a while, trying to make sense of it and wondering what in the world I should do next. But then I began to hear something else. This was a deep, low rumble, like if the earth itself had become a sleeping beast. It was coming from the depths of the forest. It seemed to vibrate everything around me and everything in me. My teeth, my spine, my brain. For a moment, I hesitated. I wanted to kick it into gear and drive away, get away from that place. But also, I wanted to investigate. I was Border Patrol, and it was my job to confront any potential threats, no matter how strange or unexpected. But something about that sound filled me with a sense of dread. I was scared, and I couldn't quite explain it. Still, I knew I couldn't just sit there. I had to make a choice. One more time I reached for the radio, the shake in my voice increasing. "Dispatch, this is Alex. I'm hearing a strange noise coming from the woods, about a mile north of my current location. I'm gonna go check it out. Might need backup." Of course, no response. I then stepped out of my vehicle, my hand resting on my gun just in case. The night was very cold, very damp. The smell of pine and earth was very thick. I clicked on my flashlight. Step by step, I made my way into the forest, the rumbling sound growing louder and louder each passing moment. But I could tell it was coming from somewhere up ahead, deep within that tangled maze of trees and undergrowth that I could see. As I walked, I noticed something else, a pulsating light. Something in the distance was flickering, like a strobe. It was this sickly greenish-yellow color. The closer I got, the more intense it became, until it seemed to fill the entire forest with an eerie glow. And then a smell hit me. A sharp, acrid odor, like sulfur mixed with something else, something rotten and decaying. It filled my nose and mouth, making me gag and cough. I had to pull my shirt up over my nose, trying to block it out, but it seemed to seep into my pores, clinging to my skin. This morbid curiosity kept me going. The rumbling was deafening now, the light blinding. I was just about to break through the tree line, into what appeared to be a clearing where the light might be coming from, when it happened. There was a sudden, searing pain exploding in my head, like a white-hot knife being driven right into my skull. I remember clearly screaming at the top of my lungs and falling to my knees in agony. I kid you not, this was the worst pain I've ever felt. Like, imagine your brain being ripped apart from the inside. But then, I just remember waking up. I had apparently passed out. But when I came to, I was by my vehicle again. How I'd gotten there, unconsciously, I have no idea. My vision was a bit blurry as I tried to get up. The rumbling sound had stopped. There was no more pulsating light. Everything was silent, except for the distant hooting of an owl. My headache was completely gone, too. I looked around. When I first saw that I was next to my vehicle, my blood ran cold. I could hear from the ground outside. The radio was going crazy, a jumble of voices and static blaring from my speakers.
Alex, do you copy? What's your status? Need backup at the northern perimeter. Strange lights reported in.
I staggered to my feet. How did I get here? I thought. What even happened in the woods? I then felt something warm and sticky on my upper lip. I reached up, and my fingers touched it. When I pulled them away, I saw that they were covered with blood. Blood that had poured from my nose all over my uniform. I fumbled for my phone, intending to call for help, but when I pulled it out of my pocket, I was even more confused and shocked. The screen was flashing. My phone was factory resetting itself. All my data, my contacts, my photos, everything had been gone. Who did that? How did that happen? Am I crazy? Have any of you ever had your phone just factory reset out of nowhere? I stood there just so freaked out. I didn't know what to do. In the end, I did the only thing I could do. I stumbled back into the vehicle, my hands trembling, and I took a deep breath. I tried to calm myself, and I pulled away, driving back to the nearest station, where I made a report of what I saw and got medical care. Luckily, X-rays and CT scans didn't find anything wrong with me. Tom believed my story, but I can't say the same about my other coworkers. I did take a day off, so that was nice, but it was hard to enjoy after experiencing something like that. So, in the end, what do you think it was? Some sort of weird UFO event? Maybe an asteroid or meteor with some sort of EMF that was strong enough to mess up my brain? And my phone? And what? Did it get up and carry me back to my vehicle? I don't know. I just don't know. Old Dog Man Tales from West Goodland. Let me tell you some stories from back in my days with the CBSA, the Canada Border Services Agency. I personally spent most of my career either behind a desk, going through reports, or patrolling the forests along the border, keeping an eye out for drug mules and whatnot. It was a pretty quiet job most of the time, but every now and then, you would hear some stories that might make your skin crawl. This set of stories in particular regards a certain type of that my coworkers cited on multiple occasions. I remember one time sitting around the office with some of the other agents. We were shooting the breeze near the end of the day. One of the older guys, named Lewis, starts telling us about this weird thing he saw out in the woods. He said he'd been hearing stories about this creature for years, but he never really believed them. Not until he saw it himself. Here's how it went down according to him. Lewis was out on patrol in his vehicle one night, driving along a road that runs parallel to the border for several miles. It was pretty late, and he wasn't expecting to see anyone out there. But then, up ahead, he spots this van parked on the side of the road. He drives by it real slow, takes a look at it. He can see the tops of a couple of heads. Looks like a couple of folks either hiding or sleeping. Lewis wasn't sure if he wanted to investigate this. If it was just some people sleeping, it was a pretty common sight, especially for those who got lost on the road. Mainly tourists and such. About 50 yards away from the van, he stops, pulls over, and decides he should check it out, just to be safe. He walks down to the van, enjoying the walk because he said the breeze felt nice. As he walks up to the driver's side window, he gets a better look at the inside. There is a couple in there, but they're not hiding. They both seem to be sleeping. Even so, he taps on the window. The guy inside wakes up startled. The man shifts around to get up, waking up the woman he's with. The guy rolls down the window, and Lewis asks, "Border Service, everything all right here?" The guy starts to explain they've been driving for hours, and they were just too tired to keep going. Apparently, they were from Michigan, on a little romantic road trip, but they were having trouble reading their map. They didn't know where the nearest gas station actually was, nor any motels. So they figured they would just pull over and catch a few winks. Now, Lewis is a pretty understanding guy. He tells them that's no problem, but they shouldn't be parking out here like this. He begins to explain some directions for them to the nearest town, when all of a sudden, he hears this loud snap behind him. The couple in the van look right past him, eyes wide and freaked out, so Lewis spins around to take a look. There on the other side of the road, he sees this thing standing there. At first, he thinks it's a bear or something, but then he realizes it's standing on two legs, and it's much leaner than a bear, and it's tall, like really tall, maybe 7 or 8 feet at least. The thing is just standing there perfectly still, like it's watching them. But Lewis can see it breathing. Lewis says at that point his heart was beating like it never had before. He was trying to figure out what the heck he was even looking at. He can see it was covered in fur, but it was not like any animal he'd ever seen. It had these yellow eyes, and Lewis swears the thing was just boring into his soul with the way it was staring. Lewis just stood there, and the couple kept staring. Nobody moved, nobody said a word. Then, as quickly as they saw it, the thing turns and bounds off into the forest. Lewis says at this part of the story, he had never seen a living creature move that fast in his life. It was like it was there 1 second and gone the next, in these huge strides. As you could probably guess, Lewis was really shaken up by then. The couple in the van could tell, and when Lewis turns around to face them again, the guy asks if he'd like a ride back to his vehicle before they head off. Now, it was only 50 yards or so, but Lewis was not too keen on walking back there alone after seeing that. So he takes them up on their offer, even though it's probably against some protocol, and he hops in the van. They drive him back to his vehicle. Lewis thanks them for the help, giving them a quick refresher about his directions, and they part ways. Lewis gets in his car and drives back to the office. When Lewis told us this story the first time, we were all pretty skeptical. I mean, a giant furry creature, walking on 2 legs. Sounds like a scary movie. But then a few of the other guys started to chime in, saying that they've heard similar stories over the years. That was the day that I realized this thing had been spotted all over the forests here, always at night too. Some folks called it a dogman, saying it was similar to the thing people claim to see in Michigan, in the US. Others say it's a wendigo. But really, nobody knew for sure what it was. All I knew was, after hearing Lewis's story, I started to pay more attention when I was out on patrol. I'd be lying to you if I said I didn't get a little jumpy every time I heard a twig snap or saw a shadow move in the trees. But that was part of my job, I guess. When you spend as much time in the woods as we did, you're bound to see some strange things out there, or at least hear them. And from the sounds of it, sounds like there's nothing quite as strange as coming face to face with a creature that's not meant to exist. That's just one of my stories from my time with the CBSA, one of the ones that stuck with me, probably because it was the first time I really began to believe that maybe there was something out there, something that we can't explain. Fast forward a few years from that, I was sitting in the break room with some of the newer recruits. We were swapping stories about the weird things we've seen out in the woods. One of the guys, not one of the new ones, Gene, starts telling us about this encounter he had only a few months ago. Gene was out on patrol one night. He gets a call about some underage kids who got caught trying to smuggle cases of booze across the border. He catches up to them, pulls them over, and sure enough, the car is full of beer and liquor, and they were years away from being legal. So he loads the kids into the back of his cruiser. He starts to head back to the station, He's giving them the usual lecture about how this is going to go on their permanent record and how they're lucky they didn't get caught by the American side, which is said to be much harsher. Then, all of a sudden, the kids start to scream bloody murder from the back seat. Gene, who had been glancing on and off at the rearview mirror as he talked, slammed on the brakes, startled. He looks up just in time to see this massive, hairy figure taking a step off the road and into the trees. He says it had to be about 8 feet tall, maybe taller. It was walking on 2 legs like a person. For a second, Gene just sits there, wondering what in the world he just saw. He could hear the kids in the back, cursing, freaked out, and also excited, saying things like, "Dude, no way that was real." Gene couldn't agree with the kid, because he knew what he just saw, and he was beyond scared. Gene was just about to pull away when the back end of his cruiser suddenly dipped down. It was like something heavy just sat on the trunk. The kids start to scream again. Gene whips around to take a look at what's going on. There, pressed up against the back window, are these 2 glowing yellow eyes staring right at them. Gene says the thing had the snout of a dog, but it was far too big to be any kind of dog he'd ever seen. It had pointed ears like a wolf or something. But the really scary part was that it wasn't alone. As Gene's just sitting there, frozen in fear, he sees another set of eyes, just behind the first one. There were 2 of these things behind his car. Whatever they were both just looking at them, as if curious, or maybe wanting to get inside. He says he didn't know what to do. I don't think anyone knows what to do in that situation. He was armed, of course, but he wasn't about to start shooting at these things from the inside of the vehicle, not with the kids in the back. So he did the only thing he could think to do. He floored it. Says he must have went about 100 miles an hour, tearing down that dark, empty road, the idea of those things chasing after him in his head, though he doubts they actually were. The kids were screaming, not really sure if they were thrilled or terrified at his driving. He was really just praying that he could make it back to the station and not have to see anything else like that for the remainder of the night. Eventually, he sees the lights of the station up ahead. He pulls into the parking lot, tires squealing, and jumps out of the car, quickly getting those teenagers out and into the building. As he looked back right before going inside, he saw that the road was empty and the woods were quiet, as they should be. Gene says he didn't tell anyone what happened at first. He was way too creeped out and confused. A couple years later, he heard another story from a different agent, a similar one, and he decided to finally share his. It really helps you open up when you realize you may not be as crazy as you once thought. When Gene shared that story, the whole break room went quiet, but then more people began to open up. The more we talked, the more stories began to come out of the woodwork. Not every agent saw something like this, but they did have eerie things that they couldn't explain happen. For example, some of those guys claimed they'd seen things running alongside their cars, keeping pace at high speeds. Others said they'd found weird footprints in the snow, tracks that looked about 2 to 3 times bigger than a wolf's. Then there were the really wild stories, the ones that made the hair on the back of your neck stand up. Well, either that or made you laugh. Those were the ones I have trouble believing. Like the one from the agent who swore he saw these things rip a deer apart with their bare claws. Or the guy who claimed he'd been chased through the woods by a whole pack of them. Now, I definitely don't believe every one of these stories, especially the crazier ones like those. After all, there are some guys who just want to be a part of the crowd. But I'm not the end-all be-all of the truth. For all I know, all those stories were true in some way. This brings me to one more story that I've got for you. This one might be the creepiest of them all. It happened to a friend of mine, an agent who was working at one of those remote border stations, the kind that's miles away from anywhere and only staffed by a handful of people. It was late one night when my friend, Cheyenne, was working the graveyard shift with just one other lady. They were both sitting in the office just catching up on paperwork, trying to stay awake too, downing way too much coffee, as you do on those kinds of nights. That's when Cheyenne begins to hear these strange noises coming from outside. At first, she thinks it's the wind, maybe a raccoon or something. But as she listens closer, she realizes it sounds more like sniffing, like something is literally pressing its nose up against the walls of the building outside, taking deep breaths. She tries to ignore it and focus on her work, but the noises are getting louder and more persistent. After about 20 minutes of this, they stop altogether. She breathes a sigh of relief, then goes back to her paperwork, figuring whatever it was must have lost interest and wandered off. But then, about half an hour later, all hell breaks loose. Out of nowhere, this blood-curdling howl erupts from just outside the building. It was so loud somehow, so close, it makes the windows rattle. Cheyenne jumps out of her chair, covers her ears, and looks over at her coworker, who was white as a sheet. And then, before either of them could say a word, 2 more howls answered the first, coming from the opposite side of the office. It was like they were surrounded, like whatever was out there had them completely boxed in. Cheyenne's mind was racing, trying her best to figure out what in the world was making those sounds. She knew that there were wolves in the area, but this was something different. It sounded bigger, stronger than any wolf she had heard. And that's when things got really weird. She began to hear this scratching sound like claws on metal coming from the wall behind her desk. She turned around slowly, her eyes wide with fear. Because here's the thing. These clawing sounds were coming about 8 feet off the ground, way higher than any normal animal around these parts could reach. Sure, it could be a bear, but bears don't howl. For the next 20 minutes or so, Cheyenne and her coworkers sat there in terror, listening to the scratching, the sniffing, the howls, wondering what in God's name was out there with them and what they wanted. After what felt like forever, the noises began to fade away. She guessed whatever it was had finally given up and moved on. She and her coworkers sat there for a while, wordlessly. They were seriously too scared to move. She says it felt like if she moved or made too much noise, those things might come back. Think about that. Has anything scared you enough to instill prey-like thoughts in your head? When the next shift arrived, she went out to take a look. There were these deep claw marks gouged into the walls of the building on the outside. Marks that no coyote or wolf could have made. They were a bit too deep, too broad, too high up off the ground. The clincher, though. Cheyenne swears she could even smell the things that had been out there. There was this heavy, musky odor, a sort of stench she had never encountered around these parts before. And there you have it. The best 3 stories I've heard about the dog man cited by the CBSA. It's just so crazy that I feel like I'm just scratching the surface here about all the weird and unexplainable things that some of the agents have seen along the Canadian border. As for those dog-man creatures, I wonder what they are. Mutated wolves? The missing link? Could be something even weirder, like some sort of furry alien. Truth is, I've got no idea. But after 30 years on the job, I've learned to keep an open mind. And at this point, I think I do believe that there's some sort of werewolf, dogman type thing out there. Or at least something that looks like one. But hey, that's just one old agent's opinion. Take it for what it's worth. The Immigrant's Story. From Stuff Joseph Says. It was a scorching hot day out in the desert, the kind of heat that makes the air shimmer and dance like it's alive. I was doing my routes along the border when I run up on what appears to be an illegal immigrant with an injured leg. He's limping his way along and frowns when he sees me. He's in rough shape, his leg all twisted at a weird angle, his face pale with pain too. Looks like he had come a long way. I radio for help, and I carefully pull over and make my way out to him. The gravel there was pretty loose, and I try not to lose my footing. I ask him some questions. He was luckily bilingual, and admits he had crossed the border, stating that he's a Mexican citizen. I asked him where he thought he was going, and he said that he had some family out in New Mexico. He didn't have any papers, but I wasn't too worried about that just yet. Illegal or not, this guy needed some medical attention, and part of my job was to make sure he got it. I help him, half carrying, half dragging him back to my vehicle. It was slow going, but eventually we made it. I got him settled in the back seat and propped his torn up leg on a blanket. I started the long drive back to the nearest border patrol station. M was quiet at first, likely disappointed and scared. When you cross the border illegally and an agent finds you, guys like this are usually thinking when they're going to be sent back and whether or not they're going to make that long journey again, just to be sent back once more. Now, in all honesty, that's not the case for everyone. These days, many of these folks are just let in and given court dates, and as long as they show back up for court, they're often able to stay here for long periods of time until they get citizenship. After a while, he starts to relax a bit. The two of us get to talking. I ask him about his family in New Mexico. He says that's all the family he has left. His wife had just passed away, and he had nothing to his name. He had some kids, but they died in childhood, sadly. We keep driving for several more minutes. Eventually, the conversation turns to how the journey was, how tough it might have been, the things he saw out there. Then I see him smile, and he begins to open up with a story. I've heard my fair share of weird stories over the years, but what M tells me next sends a chill down my spine and a smile across my face. It was both eerie and a bit wholesome. M said that a few nights back, he was trying to sleep out in the open, covered only by a tarp he'd brought with him. That's when a man suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The guy came right up and just sat down on a nearby rock. He was a gringo, M says, wearing old worn-out clothes with a big bushy beard. At first, the man just sat there, sipping at a dark brown bottle, which M assumed was alcohol. He sat up, eyeing the man warily, wondering what he wanted and how he had managed to sneak up on him like that. The gringo spoke. He asked him where he was going. His voice was low and gravelly. M hesitated for a moment, not sure if he should answer at all. But something about the man's calm, steady gaze made him feel like he could trust him. "To my family," M said, "in New Mexico." The man smiled at him, then took another swig from his bottle. He cleared his throat, and when he started to speak again, he went straight away giving M directions. And M says the man's voice took on a strange, almost hypnotic quality. He told the immigrant exactly where to go, which paths to take, which ones to avoid. Then, almost as an afterthought, he warned M about the pit, a deep and treacherous drop-off in the ground that he needed to steer clear of at all costs. M listened carefully, committing the man's words to memory. And just as suddenly as he'd appeared, the man stood up, walked off into the distance, and as his figure grew smaller and smaller, M blinked and he vanished. M really focused on this part, describing that the man didn't just fade away in the distance. Rather, his figure was gone in the blink of an eye, and yet there was nothing nearby the man for him to hide behind to disappear like that. There was just no sign of him anymore. This weirded him out, but he went back to sleep, needing the energy for the rest of the journey. Come morning, he packed up his tarp and his water and set out again, following the directions the man had given him, because otherwise he really had nothing to go on. Then the strangeness of the night turned into a miracle, because the path the man gave him led him straight to a gap in the border fence, a narrow opening that he never would have found on his own. M squeezed through, more excited than ever. He started to make his way across the desert on the other side. But then, just as he was starting to think he might actually make it, he hit a patch of loose gravel and lost his footing. He tumbled down into a ditch, his leg twisting underneath him with a sickening crunch. M explains he was actually lucky. It could have been much worse. I glanced back at him and asked how. Well, supposedly, just a few feet away from where he'd fallen, there was a steep, jagged drop-off, so deep and sudden, he never would have seen it coming. If he had taken just a few more steps over, he would have gone tumbling over that edge, and that would have been the end of him. As I listened to his story, I got goosebumps. I'd heard plenty of strange stories over the years, yeah, but this was different. It was like the man had known what was going to happen, like he'd been looking out for M somehow. Makes me wonder, who was that guy? Just some random gringo, out wandering the desert for kicks? Or was he something more than that? I emptied my thoughts and just focused on driving back to the station. M got the medical attention he needed. And as far as I know after that, M actually made it to his family in New Mexico, and he's well on his way to citizenship. All of this just goes to show you, the desert is one weird place. $5 Chuck from Tofu Joe. I thought I'd submit this creepy encounter I had at my old job as a shuttle driver, as recently I told the story around a campfire to some friends, and they really enjoyed hearing it. So during the worst part of the pandemic, I worked as a shuttle driver / hostel manager for a hostel in Glasgow, Virginia that catered to Appalachian Trail hikers passing through that part of the Blue Ridge Mountains. I'd been working here for several months while attending online classes for my first semester of grad school in the fall of 2020. On one Tuesday morning, I woke up early as I always did to start my chores for the day, cleaning bed sheets, doing inventory on our supplies, checking the shuttle vehicles before the start of the day. After I finished my chores for the morning, my work phone rang, and when I answered, Charlie, our dispatcher and shuttle coordinator, greeted me.
"Morning,"
he said.
"How's everything going down there?"
"Morning, Charlie," I said, before filling him in on the guest count and inventory item counts for the morning. Charlie took note of the hikers currently staying at the hostel and the items that he needed to bring me from our main location in the next town over, where he was calling me from, before giving me the rundown of that day's shuttle rides.
"Let's see. This morning I've got you driving up to Humpback Trailhead to pick up a customer at 11:45.
I checked the clock on the wall, and I saw it was about 9. "Okay," I said. "If I leave now, I can make it by 11:45 easy." After that, I hung up the phone and got ready to head out. A few other customers had stayed at the hostel the night before, and were now lounging around in the comfy deck chairs that we had set up around the campfire pit the night before. I didn't know the real names of any of the customers that came through the hostel. Most hikers on the Appalachian Trail are given nicknames by their friends, or people that they encounter on the trail, and a lot of them choose to go by their nicknames rather than their real first names. The nicknames are always meant to be ironic or make fun of the person in some way. I walked out onto the front porch and past the circle of lawn chairs, where Hats Off, Rescue, Pilgrim, Mischief, and our friend Six String were all chatting, having their morning coffee. I waved at them and told them I'd be back later in the day after I picked up our new customer, who went by the nickname $5 Chuck. I pulled out of the short driveway and headed down the road toward the Blue Ridge Parkway, which would take me north toward the trailhead, where I was supposed to meet 5 Chuck. A few hours later, I arrived, and I sat waiting in my shuttle since I'd gotten there a few minutes early. No cell service meant I couldn't contact the customer, so there was nothing I could do but sit back and hope he showed up at the appointed time. That wasn't always a guarantee with some of these hikers. After a few minutes of waiting, I saw the top of someone's head pop up from behind a low wall on the other side of the parking area. I don't remember many details about 5 Chuck, or any of the customers I've met when I worked at the hostel, but his head topped with a bright green baseball cap really sticks out in my memory. As he climbed up the steep hill leading to the parking area, I could see more of him and assumed he was the guy that I was supposed to meet. I stepped out of the shuttle vehicle and waved at him. I caught his attention, and as the hiker in the green hat crossed the dirt parking lot towards me, I noticed he was walking with a limp. As he approached, I called out to him. "Good morning. Are you 5 Chuck?" The hiker replied, "Yes, sir. Are you the guy from the hostel?" I replied, "Yep," and offered to help him load his pack into the back of the shuttle. Once he and his gear were loaded up, I started the engine and began the drive back to Glasgow. Most of the hikers I picked up liked to talk a lot. Many of them were coming into town after days in the wilderness and would excitedly tell me about all the cool adventures they'd had since they'd last stepped foot into a town. 5 Chuck was different, though. He seemed tired, but I thought I'd try to strike up a conversation anyway, to see if he felt like discussing something. "So, what brings you into town?" I asked, briefly glancing back at 5 Chuck and his green baseball cap through the rearview mirror of the shuttle. Just need to rest a bit and resupply," he said. "I banged up my leg last week and I wouldn't mind giving it a few days to recover before I keep hiking south." "Sorry to hear that," I replied. "I know we've got some wraps and icy hot packs back at the hostel, and you're welcome to use them once we get back." "Thanks," he said, before telling me a little bit more about what had happened to him. He said that he'd been staying at another hostel in a town north of us, and when he'd left that hostel, rather than taking the shuttle back to the trail, he had decided to walk back to the trailhead instead. And as he had been crossing the Blue Ridge Parkway, a pickup truck hit him in the crosswalk. He had spent a few days in the hospital, recovering, before continuing down the trail. That was pretty much our whole conversation as we drove back into town. After I offered him some words of sympathy, he told me, "Thanks," and for the rest of the drive we were both silent. Most of the time, hikers fall asleep during the ride back into town, and I figured that 5 Chuck was probably just passed out in the back seat. When we returned to the hostel, I was in a hurry. It was 2:08, and I was late for my 2 o'clock online class. I told Chuck that I needed to take care of something, and that I would help him settle in once I was done. I didn't wait for a reply before hurrying inside and logging into my class. An hour or so later, I logged out. I closed my laptop and stood up. I decided to check and see if Chuck needed any help getting settled in. I looked for him in every room of the hostel, but I didn't find him in any of the bunk rooms, and I didn't hear the shower running. I wondered if he was outside, hanging around the campfire pit with Hats Off, Rescue, and the others. I stepped out into the yard, and I saw that the hikers who had stayed the night before were all still sitting around in their chairs, chatting away. However, I didn't see Chuck anywhere, and when I asked if anyone knew where the guy was, the one I dropped off earlier, Hats Off responded, saying that I hadn't dropped anyone off, and no one had gotten out of the car after I rushed into the house. My first thought was that they were messing with me, as this group was known to do, and so I looked all around the outside of the house to see if he was hanging about anywhere, but I couldn't find him. So, frustrated, I returned to the shuttle vehicle and searched the back seat. The car was empty, and Chuck's gear was gone too, from the cargo compartment. The only thing I found in that car was a wadded-up $5 bill that had been wedged between the back seat cushions, and with that, I figured that Chuck had run off without paying, and that I'd been ripped off. In 2022, I graduated with my master's degree, and I returned to the Blue Ridge Mountains. This time, I worked as the leader of a trail maintenance crew, laboring in Shenandoah National Park. One day, when my crew needed to stop in one of the nearby towns to resupply, we decided to stop in at one of the nearby hostels, just for the heck of it. When we arrived at the hostel, I started flipping through the logbook, which they kept in the kitchen. The signatures of all the hikers who had stayed there lined the pager, and I was looking to see if there was anyone that I knew. On the page from October 2020, I found the signatures of Hats Off, Rescue, Six String, and Pilgrim, and I chuckled to myself, remembering the hikers I'd met 2 years back. As I turned the page to September 2020, I saw $5 Chuck's signature and remembered the whole incident that I had forgotten about until that moment. I picked up the book and brought it over to the sweet old lady who managed the hostel and asked if she remembered the guy who'd skipped out on me 2 years before. She looked at his name in the logbook, and a knowing expression came over her face. The woman managing the hostel said that he had stayed at her hostel 2 years earlier for 3 nights, and when he left, he got hit by a pickup truck while crossing the road. Apparently, another hiker had seen the whole thing and called an ambulance after the truck driver decided to hit and run. $5 Chuck had been taken to the hospital, but the thing is, he passed away due to his injuries that night. "You've got to be kidding me," I said, which seemed to surprise her. I then told her about my encounter with Chuck 2 weeks after the hit and run, and we both looked at each other. We could not believe how weird the whole situation was, but we decided that the best thing we could do would be to honor Chuck's memory. That night, my crew and I stuck around the hostel, which was much larger than the one I'd worked at 2 years before. My crew and all the hikers toasted to $5 Chuck. We all drank our beers and hoped that Chuck's ghost had made it all the way to Georgia, the end of the trail if you're hiking south, which he had been doing. Wherever Chuck is, I hope he's well, and I hope that he found peace after his long journey. I can't help but admire him for his utter determination, that even death could not keep him from finishing the trail. Today I'm saving up some money and working to eventually hike the Appalachian Trail myself. Thanks, Chuck, for being an inspiration, and also for being the only customer to leave me a tip at my hostel job. It wasn't a bear. From Knowlton. It was late October, a few years back, when I had the most terrifying experience of my life. I was working as a ranger at a remote state park in the mountains. I won't be specific for the sake of privacy. The park was officially closed for the season, but we kept a skeleton crew on to do maintenance, look after the equipment, and keep an eye out for trespassers, which the place got a lot of. I drew the short straw and was put on the night shift, alone at the main ranger station. Most nights were dead quiet, though, with only the sound of the wind in the pines and an occasional car passing on the highway a few miles away. To pass the time, I'd watch movies, read books, and whittle little wood carvings. Anything to stay awake and not let the eerie stillness get to me, as it often does. This one night, around 2 a.m., I was in the back room making a cup of coffee when I heard a thud against the side of the building. Probably just a pine cone falling on the roof, I thought. Then I heard it again. A thud. And again, a louder thud. I froze. The thuds continued, moving along the wall. It sounded like heavy, deliberate footsteps. But that was impossible. I was the only one out here. The thuds reached the corner of the building, heading towards the front door. My heart pounded as I crept towards the front room. I peered out the window. The floodlight illuminated the gravel driveway and the edge of the forest. I didn't see anything, but the footsteps were getting closer, crunching on the gravel now. Something was out there, circling the building, doing something against the wall, now approaching the door. Whatever it was big. I backed away from the window, my hand shaking as I unclipped the holster of my sidearm. Then the footsteps stopped, right outside the door. Suddenly, wham! The door shuddered as something slammed into it, rattling the frame. I jumped back, drawing my gun and aiming it at the door with trembling hands. Another wham! The door buckled from another impact. The lock and deadbolt strained to hold. Then there was a crash. The door frame splintered as the door burst open. A dark shape loomed in the doorway. I screamed and fired. When the hulking figure only staggered but kept coming forwards, I turned to run. Behind me, a deep and raspy breathing came. I sprinted to the back room and slammed the door shut. Fumbling with my keys, I managed to lock it. I grabbed the desk and shoved it against the door as a barricade. Then bam, that thing rammed against the door. The desk shuddered, but held. I could hear it walking around outside, its heavy breathing snuffling around the door. I backed into the corner and sank down, gun trained on the door. My radio crackled alive, startling me.
Dave, come in, over.
It was Mike, my supervisor, doing the regular check-in from the ranger station on the other side of the park. Mike, I need help. There's something trying to get in here. It broke down the front door. I'm trapped in the back room. Get help. Hurry. I hissed into the radio.
Whoa, slow down. What's going on? What do you mean something's trying to get in?
I don't know. A bear, maybe? I don't really know what it is. Just get help.
All right, sit tight. I'm calling for backup. Just stay calm and don't do anything stupid.
The radio went silent. The thing outside the door had gone quiet too. Was it listening to us? For a moment, all I could hear was the blood pounding in my ears. Then there was a clatter from the front room that made me flinch. It sounded like furniture being knocked over. There was a pause, then more clattering, moving further away. After a few moments, I couldn't hear anything, but my heart was still racing. I crept to the door and put my ear against it. Silence. Even so, I didn't dare open it. Hours passed as I crouched behind that desk, gun ready in my trembling hands. Finally, I began to hear vehicles pulling up outside. Shouts, radio squawking, beams of flashlights sweeping through the windows. Dave? Dave, you in there? Mike's muffled voice called from the other side of the door. I wanted to cry in relief. I pushed aside the desk and opened it up. The front room was trashed. Chairs overturned, maps and papers scattered everywhere. The front door hanging off its hinges, but no sign of my intruder. What the heck happened here? Mike asked, surveying the damage. Something tried to break in. It got in the front room, obviously, but it didn't get to the back. I shot at it too. The thing just kept coming. It cornered me back there, thought it was going to get through the door. What was it? Did you get a good look? He picked up a shell casing and frowned. Looks like you aren't lying. Mike, I don't know what it was. It was dark. I couldn't really see. It was big, though. Not like any bear I've seen. I could barely get those words out. My throat was tight with fear. Well, it's gone now. Took off into the woods, looks like. He nodded at the muddy tracks leading away from the porch. Let's get this cleaned up. You can write up a report in the morning. I didn't sleep a wink that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that dark shape filling the doorway. I turned in my report, but I couldn't give a clear description of what it was. Obviously, the department seemed skeptical of my story, but they couldn't deny the damage to the ranger station. They brought in a wildlife expert to examine the tracks, but even he couldn't definitively say what had made them.
"Could be a bear," he said, scratching his head. "But I've never seen bear tracks quite like this."
In the following weeks, I tried to put the incident out of my mind, focusing on my work. Every night shift filled me with dread, though. I jumped at every noise, every shadow. I started to carry a higher caliber weapon, and I was very particular about keeping the doors and windows shut and locked. My colleagues noticed the change in me. They'd give me concerned looks when they thought I wasn't watching, whispering behind my back. I knew they thought I was probably losing it. Maybe I was. About a month after the attack, I was out on a routine patrol of the hiking trails. It was a crisp, clear day, and the forest was peaceful. I almost felt at ease. As I rounded a bend in the trail, I spotted something on the ground ahead. I approached cautiously. It was a deer, or what was left of one. The carcass had been brutally mauled, flesh torn, bones crushed. The surrounding foliage had been trampled and splattered with blood. Quite clearly the work of a predator, but far more vicious than your average mountain lion or coyote. A chill ran down my spine as I remembered that thing that had come after me that night. Could it have done this? I looked around warily, suddenly feeling very exposed out there in the woods. I radioed it in, and soon the site was crawling with rangers and wildlife officers. They took samples, snapped photos, looked for tracks. But just like at the ranger station, they could not find any definitive evidence of what had killed the deer. Over the next few months, more animal mutilations turned up in the park. Deer, elk, one of them was even a black bear. Each one was more gruesome than the last, and always no clear tracks, no viable evidence of the killer. Rumors began to spread among the park staff. Some thought it was a rogue cougar or a wolf pack. Others whispered about something unnatural, a creature that defied explanation. I knew they were all dancing around what I'd seen that night, but no one wanted to say it outright. As the attacks continued and grew closer to the hiking trails and campgrounds, the park superintendent grew increasingly concerned. He brought in a team of experienced hunters to try to track and kill the creature, whatever it was. I was assigned to guide the hunters through the back country. As much as the thought of confronting the thing terrified me, I also desperately wanted answers and a resolution. For days we trekked through the rugged terrain, following faint trails and signs of the supposed creature's passing. We did find more grisly kills, but the beast itself remained elusive. It seemed to be toying with us, always one step ahead, wanting us to find those brutal remains. One evening, as we were setting up camp in a dense patch of forest, a blood-curdling scream pierced the night. It sounded almost human, but distorted, feral. The hunters grabbed their weapons, and we ran towards the sound. One of the hunters ahead of us crouched down at a small clearing, laying his rifle on the ground beside him. He was staring into the trees, his face white with shock. "I saw it," he whispered as we approached. It looked right at me." "What was it? What did you see?" I asked, my heart pounding. He shook his head, unable to find the words. Not natural. Those eyes." He trailed off, shuddering. A twig snapped in the forest behind us. We spun around, rifles raised. Something large was moving around through the underbrush, circling us. We could hear its heavy breathing, the crunching of its footsteps. Then it emerged from the trees, and I felt my blood turn to ice. It was just as I remembered. That hulking, shadowy figure, vaguely humanoid, but far too large. Its eyes glinted in the fading light, filled with a feral, predatory intelligence. The hunters, now sure it was not a person, aimed and fired together. Whatever it was, roared a grumbling roar, a sound that seemed to shake the very ground beneath us. Then it did something we didn't expect a creature, who had just taken a full barrage of bullets, to do. It charged at us. The entire group scattered. I heard screaming behind me, but I ignored it, just running, blindly crashing through the forest. My only thought was to get away, to stay alive. I don't know how long or far I ran. Eventually, I stumbled into a small stream and fell to my knees, gasping for breath. The forest had gone quiet again. No sign of the hunters, and thankfully no sign of the creature. It was deep into the night by the time I found my way back to the main park roads. I staggered into the ranger station, covered in scratches and bruises, my clothes torn. The superintendent was there, along with a group of grim-faced park police and the hunters who had been attacked. Well, except for one. All but one of the hunters had made it back. The official story was it had been a bear attack. The park was closed for some time, and a massive search began for the missing man. But I knew how it would end. Maybe I was scared and paranoid and pessimistic, but I knew what the results would be. Because whatever it was out there, it was beyond our understanding, and I don't think it liked to leave things alive. In the months that followed, I retreated into myself. I couldn't shake the memory of that night in the forest, the sheer terror of coming face to face with it not once, but twice. I would never feel safe in the woods again. But more than that, I was haunted by the idea it was still out there. So, obviously, I don't work at the park anymore. And now every interest and passion I had in the outdoors is dead. Because every time I'm out in the trees, I can't stop thinking what I might see around the bend, or what might see me. God help anyone who stands in that thing's way when they sadly encounter it out in the forest. Help Me, from L. Laurie's story. For a few years, I worked at Adirondack Park as a park ranger. It's a huge park, covering over 6 million acres in upstate New York. It's got everything. Mountains, forests, lakes, rivers. It's beautiful. But it can also be pretty wild and remote in places. I was stationed at one of the more isolated ranger outposts, near the western edge of the park. It's a small cabin, really only used by rangers and the occasional backpacker or hunter who ventures out this far. It's a quiet posting, which suits me just fine. I like the solitude, being out in nature. But it can be a little spooky at times, especially at night. There's a lot of history in these woods. The Adirondacks were home to Native American tribes for centuries before European settlers arrived. There were a lot of conflicts, a lot of bloodshed as the land changed hands. Then there were the logging and mining operations in the late 1800s and early 1900s. The park is dotted with the remains of old logging camps and mining towns, just crumbling foundations and rusting equipment left behind when the industries died out. Some of the other rangers, the ones who have been here longer, they talk about strange things they've seen or heard out in the woods. Lights in the night sky, sounds that just don't belong, those sort of things. I always took it with a grain of salt. You spend enough time out in the wilderness, your mind can start to play tricks on you. But then, a couple of months ago, I started to experience some weird things myself. It started with small stuff. I'd be out on a trail and get this feeling like I was being watched. I would turn around, expecting to see another hiker, maybe a deer, but there would be nothing there. Then I began to hear noises at night when I was alone in my cabin. Footsteps on the porch, the creak of the old rocking chair outside. Whenever I'd get up to check, there was never anyone there. I tried to brush it off, telling myself it was just the isolation getting to me. But it kept happening, and it started to feel more and more sinister. One night I woke up to the sound of whispering. It sounded like it was coming from right outside my window. I couldn't make out the words, but the tone sent a chill down my spine. It sounded angry, almost threatening. I lay there in my bunk, my heart pounding, trying to convince myself I was just dreaming. But then I heard the doorknob rattle, like someone wanted to get inside. I jumped up, grabbed my flashlight and my gun. But when I got to the door, there was no one there. The night was quiet, still. After that, things began to escalate. I would find strange symbols carved into trees, arranged rocks and sticks in patterns that did not look natural. Once, on a remote trail, I found the remains of what looked like some kind of ritual site. A circle of stones, charred animal bones in the center. I reported this, of course, but there wasn't much the park authorities could really do. There was no evidence of who had done it, or why. I started to do some research into the history of the area, trying to find some explanation for what was happening. That's when I came across the stories about an asylum. Now, bear in mind, I don't know how true this is, but according to the article I read back then, back in the 1920s, there was a small mental hospital built on what is now park land. It was meant to be a place of healing, using the fresh mountain air and natural surroundings to help treat patients. But the stories about the place were quite dark. Rumors of patient mistreatment, of experimental treatments that crossed ethical lines. There were even tales of patients who went missing, never to be seen again. The supposed asylum closed down in the 1950s, and the building was demolished not long after. But some of the rangers say the site is still haunted by the spirits of the patients who suffered there. If another ranger or two confirmed this story, maybe it was true. But I personally couldn't find much more info about the asylum that was supposed to be there. Now, I didn't put much stock into ghost stories, but I couldn't deny that something strange was going on. These incidents kept happening, getting more and more disturbing. It all came to a head one night. I was alone in the cabin as usual. It was a dark and moonless night, the kind where the forest seems to press in around you. I was just getting ready for bed when I heard it, a scream, coming from somewhere out in the woods. It made my blood run cold. It sounded like a woman, and she was terrified. I grabbed my gear and ran out into the night, my flashlight bouncing off the trees. The scream came again, fainter this time, like it was moving away. I followed the sound deeper into the forest, my heart pounding in my ears. I knew I was breaking protocol, that I should radio for backup. But there was no time for that. Someone might be in trouble, I thought. The trail led me to a small clearing. That's when I saw it. There was something in the center of that clearing, something dark and unnatural. As I drew closer, I could make out more details, and what I saw made my stomach turn. It was, well, I'm still not sure exactly what it was, but it was terrifying. Give me a moment, I'll get there. That's when things took a turn for the worse. As I stepped into the clearing, the beam of my flashlight fell upon the sight that had made my blood run cold. In the center of the open space was this figure, hunched, unmoving. At first, I thought it might be the woman I'd heard scream, but as I drew closer, I realized it was something else entirely. It was humanoid in shape, but there was something wrong about its proportions. Its limbs were too long, body too thin, and the way it was crouched, with its head bent at an unnatural angle. It just didn't look human. Even so, I called out, my voice shaky. "Hello? Are you all right?" The figure did not respond. It didn't even move. I took another step closer, my hand tightening on my flashlight. And then, suddenly, its head snapped up. I stumbled back, a scream lodged in my throat. Where there should have been a face, I saw nothing, just a smooth, featureless expanse of pale skin. The thing rose to its feet, unfolding itself like a marionette pulled by invisible strings, and it towered over me, well over 7 feet tall. I turned to run, but my feet would not move. It was like I was frozen there, my muscles locked into place with terror. The creature took a step closer, then another. Its movements were jerky and unnatural, like it wasn't quite used to its own body. I finally managed to break out of my paralysis. I ran then, crashing through the underbrush, branches tearing at my face and arms. But I could hear it behind me, moving through the forest with a terrifying speed. It didn't seem at all hindered by the dense growth at all. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs felt like they were going to give out. And then I burst from the trees and found myself at what appeared to be an old asylum site. I never even realized where I was going, but there I was, standing in front of a crumbling foundation, the rusted remains of old metal beds and medical equipment scattered about. So it was real. I spun around, expecting to see the creature burst from the trees behind me, but there was nothing. The forest was silent. I stood there for a long moment, trying to catch my breath, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. That's when I heard it. A whisper coming from the ruins of the old hospital. "Help me, help me." It was a woman's voice. I think it was the same one I'd heard screaming from the woods. But there was something else in the voice now, something that made my skin crawl. It sounded not quite human. Against my better judgment, I moved towards the ruins. I picked my way through debris, shining my light into the shadows. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding so small in the darkness. "Is someone here?" I heard a sound off to my right, a shuffling noise. I turned, and my light fell upon a figure huddled in the corner of the ruins. If I had to guess, that may have been a patient's room at one point. There was a woman, dressed in a tattered hospital gown. Her hair was long and matted, her skin pale and waxy. She looked up at me, and I saw her eyes that were nothing but dark, empty sockets. "Help me," she whispered again, her voice dry and rasping. Please. I took a step back. This couldn't be real. I was having some kind of hallucination, a trick of my exhausted and scared mind out here in the dark. But then, the woman began to change. Her body shifted, twisted, her limbs growing longer, her face melting away into that same blank, featureless mask that I'd seen in the woods. I ran, stumbling back out into the night. I could hear that thing behind me, could hear its footsteps crunching on the dead leaves and twigs. I don't know how I made it back to the cabin. I must have run for miles, fueled by pure adrenaline. I burst through the door, slammed it shut behind me, and collapsed on the floor. I spent the rest of the night huddled in the corner, my gun in my hands, jumping at every single noise. I kept expecting to hear that whispering voice again, or to see that pale, featureless face in the window. But nothing happened. The night passed, and the sun rose, and I was still alive. I radioed for help as soon as I could, but I told them something. Not the full story, not all the details. I knew how it would sound. I just said that someone was in those woods, and I'd heard them screaming. The rest I simply couldn't explain. A couple of rangers were sent to investigate, but nothing was found. There was no trace of the creature, and in fact, they found no evidence of an old asylum site. It was like it all never happened. But I know what I saw. I know it was real, and I know it's out there somewhere in the vast wilderness of the Adirondacks. After that event, I requested a transfer to a different posting, somewhere far away from there, and a few months after the transfer, I found a different career entirely. A part of me still wonders, was it just a coincidence that it appeared to me? Or was I chosen, singled out for some reason I'll never know? What I do know, though, is I'll never see the woods the same way again. There are things out there, I know that now, things we can't explain. And sometimes when the night is dark and the forest is silent, you might just hear a whisper, a pleading voice echoing in your mind, saying, "Help me, help me." Interloper. From 883 Grix. I've been working as a park ranger at a state park in the Midwest for about 3 years now. It's a great job. Funnest and most fulfilling one I've had. I mean, who doesn't like spending their days in nature? Really, all I do is make sure the park is safe and well maintained for visitors. Keep track of wildlife here and there too. Sometimes though, when I'm on the night shift, things get a little eerie. Might just be human nature, but when the woods get dark, you start to feel a little creeped out sometimes. This happened on a typical evening in early September. The summer crowds had thinned out by then, but we still had a decent number of campers scattered throughout the park. I was doing my usual rounds, checking the trails and campsites, making sure everything was in order. I had just finished inspecting the campground at a place we called the Meadows, and I was heading down a mountainous trail when I noticed a light flickering through the trees. It was coming from one of the backcountry campsites, a small clearing about a quarter mile off the main trail. That struck me as odd. These sites are primitive. No electricity, no running water. Campers out there usually rely on lanterns or campfires for light. But this light was different. There was an artificial quality to it, maybe a flashlight or a headlamp. As I got closer, I could make out a tent set up in the clearing. The light was coming from inside. I approached cautiously, not wanting to startle whoever was in there. I was about 20 yards away when I saw movement going towards the tent. A man, who didn't see me yet, looked around, then crawled oddly, quietly inside. Once inside, he let out this weird, stifled moan. It was almost pained. Then I watched the tent flap begin to shuffle about as the man crawled back out. He moved so oddly, almost slithering on his belly before rising to his feet. He straightened up, then looked right at me. That's when the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Something wasn't quite right here, and I wasn't sure what it was. Having been caught, I stepped out of the shadows, shining my flashlight towards the man. "Evening," I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "Everything all right over here?" The man's eyes grew wide, as if somehow he'd been startled despite having seen me already. He looked to be in his late 30s. He had a thin, wiry build and unkempt hair. He wore a dark hoodie and jeans. "Oh, hi, Ranger," he said, his voice a bit shaky. "Yeah, everything's fine. I haven't been feeling well, that's all." He gestured vaguely towards the tent, trying to explain the moan I'd heard, I guess. I kept my light trained on him, studying his face. He was sweating, but the night was cool, and there was something about his expression, a tightness around his eyes, even a twitchiness in his movements. "You sure you're all right?" I asked, taking a step closer. "That didn't sound good coming from your tent." No, it's fine," he insisted, backing away from me. "Just a stomach ache. I think I ate something bad. I'll be all right." He was rambling, his words tumbling out in a nervous rush. His eyes kept darting from me to the tent and back again. I didn't believe him for a second. I wasn't sure what was going on. I think I thought maybe drugs at the moment. But I didn't have any concrete reason to press the issue, really. No evidence. And campers do get sick all the time. As long as they're not disturbing anyone else or posing a danger to themselves, it's not really my business. "Well, all right," I said slowly. "If you need anything, you know where to find me. I'll be at the ranger station up the trail." I nodded in that direction. "Yeah, sure, thanks," he mumbled. He was already edging away from me, moving towards the trail that led back to the main campground. I'm gonna head to the restroom. I'll be fine." Makes sense, I thought. And with that, he hurried off into the darkness, leaving me standing there with a growing sense of unease. I looked back at his tent, silent and still in the moonlight. I considered going over to check inside just to be sure, but something held me back. Call it instinct, maybe just a healthy respect for people's privacy. I finished my patrol, then returned to the station. But I could not shake that feeling that something was off about that encounter. I kept replaying it in my head. The strange moan, the man's nervous behavior, the way he had crawled into and out of that tent. I was still thinking about it the next morning when I got a call from the park superintendent. There had been an incident at one of the backcountry campsites. A murder. My stomach dropped as I listened to the details. A young woman had been stabbed multiple times in her sleeping bag. No sign of a struggle, no defensive wounds. She probably never even got a chance to wake up. And the suspect, I recognized him right away. The man I'd seen crawling out of that tent. The one who had been acting so strangely. Turns out he had been dating the victim. They'd come out to the park together for a camping trip. The other rangers found him at the edge of the park, trying to hike out to the nearest road. The guy had a wild, desperate look in his eyes, and when they confronted him, he broke down, sobbing and rambling about voices in his head about how he never meant to do it. That shook me to my core. To think that I'd been that close to a killer, that I had basically seen him do it. That agonized moan I'd heard was not his. It was almost all too much to process. Turns out the man had a history of mental illness and erratic behavior. There had been warning signs, incidents in the past that went unaddressed. I kept thinking back to that moment on the trail, wondering if I could have done something differently. Maybe I should have pressed harder. Maybe I should have insisted on checking the tent. Subconsciously, I tell myself I could have saved her life, but then I remind myself she was already dead then. That last moan she gave, the life leaving her body. Makes me feel sick thinking about it. Rationally, I know it's not my fault. I did my job. I followed protocol. There was no way I could have known what he had done. But it still gnaws at me, wouldn't it you? This event changed the way I approach my work. I'm much more cautious now, more attuned to the subtle signs that something might be amiss. I do my best to trust my instincts more, and I'm not afraid to ask tougher questions when something's feeling odd. Because if there's one thing I've learned from this, it's that the wilderness isn't the only thing that can be dangerous out there. Sometimes the real threats are the ones that look just like us. The ones that can crawl out of a tent with a smile and lie. Bird watching. From Wine Mom 1980. I work as a ranger at Big Basin Redwood State Park. It's a job that comes with its fair share of unusual experiences. You're out in nature, dealing with all sorts of people and situations. There is an incident from a few years back that still leaves me scratching my head and a little creeped out. It was the summer of 2018. I was partnered up with another ranger, I'll call him Jacob, for the season. Our main task that season was to conduct a study on the park's bird populations, counting them, tracking their movements, those sorts of things. It's a big park, so it kept us pretty busy. About a week into the assignment, we started to get some strange reports over the radio. Apparently, there had been sightings of some suspicious individuals in the more remote areas of the park. These reports were vague, but the gist was that these people were up to some kind of mischief. Possibly pranks or vandalism. We were told to keep an eye out and to report any unusual activity. Jacob and I didn't think too much of this at first. We already had our hands full with the bird study, and dealing with the occasional troublemaker was just part of the job. But looking back, I wish we had paid more attention. It happened one evening, just as we were wrapping up our observations for the day. We were in a very isolated spot, a couple miles off the main trail. It was that golden hour just before sunset when the light filters through the redwoods in this really beautiful way. We were packing up our gear when Jacob suddenly grabbed me by the arm. "Look," he whispered, pointing to a nearby clearing. At first, I was not sure what he was seeing, but then I saw the movement. There was a group of people, maybe a dozen or so, walking in a single file line through the woods. They were all dressed in black from head to toe, like they were in some kind of uniform. It was eerie, the way they moved in perfect unison, their faces obscured by hoods. As they entered the clearing, they formed a circle, and then the chanting began. It was unlike anything I'd ever heard before. Guttural, primal, almost inhuman. It sounded like throat singing, but with a dark and menacing edge. Jacob and I stood there, dumbfounded and frozen, unsure what to do. We were outnumbered, and something about the situation felt deeply weird. But we also knew we couldn't just ignore this. The chanting grew louder, more frenzied. And then, as if on some unseen signal, each person reached into their pocket and pulled out what looked like a small pouch. It was similar to a Capri Sun pouch. They raised these pouches to their lips and drank deeply. What happened next will continue to haunt me. One by one, they all fell to the ground, their bodies beginning to convulse violently. They looked to all be having seizures, all at once. The clearing was filled with the sounds of thrashing limbs and horrific, garbled noises that I can only assume were choked screams. Jacob and I looked at each other in horror. This was way beyond anything we were trained to deal with. We had basic first aid training, really, but this was something else entirely. With shaky hands, I grabbed my radio and called it in. I tried to keep my voice steady as I described what was happening, but I'm sure that dispatch could hear the panic in my words. They told us to sit tight. Backup and medical were on the way. We waited there at the edge of the clearing, watching helplessly as the figures continued to seize and convulse. It seemed to go on forever, though in reality it was probably only a few minutes. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, it stopped. Those people, cloaked in the shadows, lay still on the ground, unmoving. The silence that followed was almost worse than the chaos that had preceded it. Jacob wanted to go check on them, But I held him back. Something in my gut told me it wasn't safe, that we needed to wait for help. It felt like forever before they arrived. When they showed up, we met with them and led them back to the clearing nearby, bracing ourselves for the worst. But you're not going to believe what we found. Every single one of them, who had just been convulsing before, was now gone. The clearing was empty. All that remained were a few of the strange pouches, which had been left behind in the grass. The medics were baffled, the other rangers even more so. A thorough search of the area turned up nothing. It was like those people had never been there at all. I gave my statement, tried to describe what we'd seen in as much detail as I could. But even as I was saying the words, I could hear how crazy it sounded. A secret cult in the woods, a mass-induced seizure, followed by a mysterious disappearance. It was like something out of a psychological horror film. In the days and weeks that followed, I tried to find out more. I asked my higher-ups if the remaining liquids in those pouches had been tested yet, as I figured that might give us some clue as to what had happened, what those people were doing out there. But I didn't get a straight answer. My higher-ups were strangely tight-lipped about the whole thing. Eventually, it sort of just faded away. There were no more sightings, no more strange reports. Life in the park went back to normal, as if it had never happened. But I haven't forgotten. I can't forget the sound of that chanting, the sight of those bodies convulsing in the fading light. It's seared into my memory. I wonder, were they some kind of cult engaging in a bizarre ritual? What kind of drug was in those pouches? And why did they choose our park, that specific spot? If there's any other cults out there planning to do the same, please leave innocent eyes out of it. No one needs to see that. If you hear a strange voice in the woods, ignore it. From Daniel K.M. This happened at a certain state park in Arkansas that will remain nameless. I'd been working there for a few years, and I can tell you the place is beautiful. It's the kind of place that makes you feel small in the best possible way, like you're just a tiny part of something much bigger, something older than yourself. As a ranger, my job was to make sure the park was safe and accessible for visitors, protecting the natural environment too. There's a balance to it, not always an easy one. You get all kinds, the seasoned outdoorsmen who know the trails like the back of their hand, the families with young kids who are just there for a weekend campout, and those city slickers who think roughing it means a cabin without Wi-Fi. Most of the time it's pretty routine stuff, giving directions and enforcing park rules. Sometimes I help out with a twisted ankle or a lost hiker. But every once in a while, something happens that reminds you that the wilderness isn't always as friendly as it appears. It started with a few strange reports from hikers. They'd come into the ranger station looking confused and unsettled, telling stories of hearing voices out on the trails. Voices that sounded human, but not quite right. One woman, I recall, an experienced hiker in her 50s, swore she had heard a child crying just off the trail. "It sounded so real," she said. Her hands trembled as she clutched her hiking poles. "I thought maybe a little one had wandered away from her family. I called out, but no one answered. And then..." She paused, her eyes distant. "Then the crying turned into laughter. It wasn't happy either. It was cruel, almost mocking. I felt like something out there wanted to trick me." Another hiker, a young man who had been camping solo, reported hearing someone whispering his name near his tent in the middle of the night. "I thought maybe I was dreaming at first," he said. "But then I heard it again, louder. Sounded like it was coming from just outside. I grabbed my flashlight and looked out, but there was no one around." Reports like these were quite unsettling. but they weren't necessarily unheard of. The woods can play tricks on your mind, especially if you're not used to being in such a quiet, isolated place, alone. Sounds can carry strangely too, and an overactive imagination can easily turn a gust of wind or a rustling animal into something sinister. Still, something about these reports felt different. The consistency of the stories and the specific details sounded like these people had encountered something that was actively trying to mess with them. The other rangers and I started to compare notes, trying to see if there was a pattern to this. The reports seemed to be concentrated around a specific area of the park, a dense patch of old-growth forest that wasn't heavily trafficked by hikers. We decided to do some extra patrols in that area, just to be safe. But even in broad daylight, with the comfort of a partner by your side, there was something about those woods that felt off. The air seemed heavier there. The shadows seemed deeper. It was like the trees were watching you too, whispering secrets just beyond the range of our hearing. One evening, after a long day of patrols, a group of us rangers were sitting around the wood stove in one of the park cabins. This had become a bit of a tradition, a chance to unwind, swap stories, maybe play a few rounds of cards before heading home for the night. The conversation inevitably turned to the strange reports we'd been getting. We all had our theories, a prank by some local kids or some weird acoustic phenomena. One of the guys even said it was a rare type of bird that could mimic human sounds really well. One of the older rangers spoke up. He had a reputation of being a bit of a storyteller and superstitious. But there was no twinkle in his eye as he leaned forward, voice low and serious. "You ever hear of something called a wendigo?" he asked. A few of us shook our heads. I felt a chill run down my spine. I'd heard of it before, in some half-remembered folklore. "Native American legend," Jake continued. "A creature that was once human but became something else. Something evil. They say it happens when a person resorts to cannibalism out of desperation or madness. Changes them, twists them into a monster that's never satisfied, always hungry for human flesh." "Sure," one of the younger rangers said, looking skeptical. "A wendigo. If that was even the case, what does that have to do with the voices?" "The wendigo's a mimic," the older man said. "Legend has it can imitate human voices, lure people in, make them think they're hearing a friend or a loved one in distress. And then, when you're close enough..." He snapped his fingers, startling most of us. Silence fell over the room. I could hear the wind whistling through the trees outside, the crackle of the fire on the stove. "It's just a legend, just a fairy tale, guys. Nothing real about it," someone said. But the old man shrugged. "Most legends have some truth to them. And I'll tell you this, I've been working these woods for a long time, y'all know that. And I ain't ever heard nothing like these reports before. I think something's out there, and I think it ain't no bird." We exchanged uneasy glances. The idea of a mythical man-eating monster stalking the woods was absurd. Then again, so were the stories we'd been hearing from the hikers. We decided to keep a closer eye on things, maybe do some research into the history of the area. See if there had ever been any strange disappearances, any old stories that might shed some light on what was really going on. I volunteered to take the lead on the research. I've always been interested in local history and folklore. I figured it wouldn't hurt to know more about the place I worked at. But the horror would soon turn very real. And it all started with a routine solo patrol on a crisp autumn morning when the mist hung low over the trails. Because that was the day I heard the voice myself. The morning started like any other. I arrived at the ranger station just as the sun was starting to peek through the trees, casting long shadows across the parking lot. I checked in with dispatch, grabbed my gear, and set out on my assigned patrol route. I was headed towards the area where most of the strange reports had been coming from. That area that I mentioned before, the old growth forest. The place was very steep and rocky too. The trail there was narrow and winding, easy to lose if you weren't paying attention. But I worked here. I had hiked this route dozens of times before. But let me tell you, something felt different that morning. The air was unusually still, and the forest seemed quieter than normal. Even the birds were silent, as if they were holding their breath, waiting for something to happen. I tried to shake it off, chalking it up to the stories we'd been hearing and the late-night talk of wendigos around the wood stove. I'm a grown man, I reminded myself, and a ranger at that. I knew these woods. I knew there was nothing out here that I couldn't handle. About an hour into my hike, I stopped for a water break at a small clearing. It was a peaceful spot with a fallen log that made a perfect bench and a view of the valley below through a gap in the trees. As I took a swig from my canteen, I heard it. A voice coming from somewhere off the trail behind me. "Please help." I froze, the water still in my mouth. The voice sounded like a child, a little girl. It was faint but clear and filled with a desperate, pleading tone. I swallowed, put down the canteen, and called back. "Hello? Hello? Someone out there?" Silence. But then, again, a little louder. "Please help me." I was already moving, plunging into the underbrush in the direction of the voice. My training kicked in. I knew I should radio for backup, but there wasn't time. If there was a child out there, lost or hurt, every second counted. I crashed through the bushes, thorns snagging at my uniform. That voice seemed to be moving, always just ahead of me somehow, leading me deeper into the trees. I'm coming, I shouted. "Stay where you are. I'm coming to help." And then, abruptly, the voice changed. The pleading tone shifted, morphed into something else, something darker. "Found you," it whispered, and I could swear I felt breath on the back of my neck. I spun around, my heart hammering in my chest. There was no one there. Just the trees, the underbrush, the dappled sunlight through the leaves. I stood there for a moment, trying to catch my breath, trying to make sense of what I'd just heard. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me, an auditory illusion brought on by stress and suggestion. But then I heard something else, a laugh just on the edge of my hearing. That sound made the hairs on my arms stand up, my skin crawl. "Got you." It was the girl's voice again, but twisted now, warped into something unnatural. I turned in a slow circle, scanning the trees. Who are you? I demanded, trying to keep my voice steady. "What do you want?" The laughter came again, louder than before. It seemed to be coming from everywhere at once, echoing off the trees. I took a step back, my hand going to the radio on my belt, but before I could grab it, the voice spoke again. "No cheating." It hissed. Suddenly it was right behind me, so close I could feel the brush of air on my ear. I whirled, lashing out with my fist, but I hit nothing but air. The laughter was all around again, rising and falling in a sickening wave. "What are you?" I shouted. Even I could hear the desperation in my voice. "What the heck are you?" The laugh turned to the laughter of a child again, but there was nothing innocent about it. So I ran, blundered through the trees, not caring where I was going, just needing to get away from that voice, that awful twisted sound. To my horror, it followed me, darting from tree to tree, always just out of sight. One moment it was ahead of me, the next behind, A man, a woman, a child, a thing that was none of those, but all of those at once.
Run, 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 run.
It chanted now. I stumbled then, falling to my knees in a tangle of roots and dead leaves. The voice laughed again, a sound like breaking glass. I squeezed my eyes shut, clasping my hands over my ears. This couldn't be happening. It couldn't be real. But I could still hear it, even through my hands. That horrible mocking laughter, and underneath it, a sound even worse. A new sound. Wet and tearing, like flesh being pulled from the bone. I don't really know how long I sat there, paralyzed with fear. Could have been minutes, could have been hours. I mean, at that moment, time seemed to have no meaning. Eventually, the sounds did fade. The forest grew quiet again, still with that unnatural hush to it. I opened my eyes, half expecting to see some horror looming over me. But there was nothing. Just trees, sunlight, the gentle rustle of leaves in a breeze I could not feel. I staggered to my feet, but my legs shook. I looked around wildly. I was alone. The voice, that presence, whatever it had been, it was gone now. I don't recall the hike back to the ranger station. That part is a blur in my memory, a jumbled mess of confusion and terror. I know I must have looked a fright when I stumbled through that door. I had leaves in my hair and scratches on my face. My eyes were wide. The other rangers gathered round, asking questions, trying to make sense of my babbled, incoherent story. I kept trying to explain it to them, but nothing I could say would make them understand the sheer terror I'd felt. And I'm not even sure they believed me. I'm sure some of them did. I went home early that day, took a few sick days. When I was out of sick days, I claimed a family emergency. Anything to avoid going back for a while. But I didn't hide forever. I still loved my job, loved the outdoors. This was only one rare occurrence out of years of work and even more years of outdoors experience. I told myself I was just unlucky. And to this very day, I still work at that park, and I never did experience anything quite like it again. I have but one lesson for you from this story. If you're out alone in the woods, far from other people, and you hear a voice calling out to you from off the trail, don't answer it. Respect the Tommyknockers. From Tony W. I work as a prospector out here in northwestern Arizona, around Kingman, Bullhead City, Chloride, and Oatman. You might be aware that the southwestern United States has a lot of their history rooted in mining, and there's still a decent-sized community of people who are prospectors. Where I differ is that I prefer working underground, and the majority of prospectors out there tend to focus on placer mining. Placer mining, for those who don't know, involves stuff like panning, sluicing, dry washing, dredging, etc. And with the exception of dry washing, it's typically done in or around water. As an underground miner and prospector, there's naturally a lot of hazards associated with the work. And I imagine that's why a lot of people who are hobbyist prospectors, or even professional, don't get involved. This does have a lot of openings as far as land status and business opportunities go, but the drifts and shafts underneath the Mojave have almost gotten my body a few times. I tend to blame a fair degree of my luck and good fortune on my efforts to stay on the good side of the Tommyknockers. Tommyknockers, for those who are unfamiliar, are short humanoid creatures which inhabit the depths of the earth, especially mines. I'm not familiar with their origins, their characteristics, or really anything about them, aside from what I've seen and what I've been told. Tommyknockers are, or were, a piece of miners' folklore and culture among the Welsh and Irish miners in the old country, and there's some debate about whether they brought the Tommyknockers over with them when they immigrated to the States, or if Tommyknockers existed in the ground of the US all along. Regardless, once those Welsh and Irish miners started to work out west, it was quickly common knowledge that Tommyknockers existed in the mines, and their disposition could mean the difference between success and a tragic end. Throughout the 1800s and early 1900s, Tommyknockers were believed to be responsible for some mines having extensive luck and fortunes, others having tragic accidents such as explosions and collapses, and other times things as simple as missing tools and equipment. One would be quick to think that such things are a common superstition, and otherwise complete nonsense. I know I felt that way for a long time. My mentor, Lewis, the man who taught me almost everything I know about mining, prospecting, assaying, and geology, spoke often of the Tommyknockers. Anytime the two of us would go prospecting an abandoned mine or cave or other underground working, he'd always bring something sweet. Typically, it was chocolate chip cookies. He'd always leave those cookies at the entrance, and at the furthest point we explored or worked. For the longest time, I just tolerated it as some superstition from an old miner. Until one day I finally asked him, "You're always going on about these knockers, and all the time we've worked together I ain't seen one. What makes you so sure they're real?" He replied simply, "You may not have seen them, but they've seen you. Even then, consider all our good strikes and luck proof enough. They could have killed us at any time, but we've got a long-running agreement, them and I." Back in the 70s, when I was prospecting up in Alaska and Canada, is when I first came across one, probably 200 feet down, all alone. I thought I was alone. I was taking samples out of this quartz vein when I suddenly got the feeling I was being watched. I turned and shone my light down the shaft, and there they were. They looked like you had taken a few old hands like me, beard and diggers and all, and shrunk them down to the size of a child. There was 2 of them, and I still remember they had a slight green hue to them, like they'd been stained with copper. I stood there in disbelief just staring at the pair of them, and we locked eyes for a good few minutes before those knockers said something to one another. Then they disappeared into the dark. I tried to put it out of my mind, tried to get back to work, so I went back to sampling the vein. I knocked a few chunks out of the wall and reached down to put them in my bucket. But my bucket had disappeared. I had some good samples of gold in there too, so I got real mad. I started to yell and cuss out the knockers. Next thing I knew, there's this thundering sound coming from below, and the ground started to shake. I did my best to dodge them falling rocks as I made my way out. Almost didn't make it too, but as I was in the snow outside, trying to catch my breath, from the other side of the rubble I could hear them, laughing. The experience rattled me to the core. I ended up talking it over with an old-timer, a mentor of mine. He just shook his head in disappointment. He told me that an old Jack from the old country swore that leaving an offering to the knockers would keep the roof up, if nothing else. Over the next several months, I experimented with offerings. Eventually, I came to the conclusion that any time I left chocolate chip cookies, the next prospect I checked out would be a hit. Henceforth, it's been chocolate chip cookies for years now. I've had a lot of good strikes, never had another collapse since. I don't always see him, but I can always feel him watching. I didn't think too much of his story at the time, but after about another year, Lewis retired and moved away. I was out prospecting by myself for the first time. I headed for a mine out by chloride that wasn't marked on my maps, and I decided to pop my head in. I walked the drifts and picked at the walls in a few places, but overall the mine seemed to be picked pretty clean. As I was checking out a specimen along one of the ribs, the walls, I heard the familiar sound of someone picking away at the rock. My mind first considered that I may be inadvertently claim jumping, so I followed the noise hoping to apologize. Eventually, the back, or ceiling, opened up into a large stope, and I shined my light up there. And just like Lewis had described, there was a little green-hued miner with a long beard. I immediately panicked as I remembered Lewis's story. I was far too deep to be able to get out if there was a collapse. Unsure of what to do, I just apologized and walked away. As I was walking back towards my gear, I began to hear rustling up ahead of me, between the exit and where I was. I started to run, hoping I could just get out alive. When I was 50 feet or so away from my bag, the rustling stopped abruptly. As my gear came back into view, I noticed my bag had been ransacked. I knelt down, surveying the damage. I found the only thing missing was my lunchbox. As I cleaned up the mess, I started to hear giggling and more picking and hammering coming from the back of the mine. At that point, I was scared silly and not interested in getting involved with the Tommyknockers. I gathered my gear and made for the exit. As I was approaching the portal, the picking and hammering seemed to die down. This barely did anything to calm my nerves, and I just wanted to get out, so I started to run. When I was just about to cross over the threshold, I tripped over something. I fell hard into the warm dirt under the Arizona sun, just happy to be outside. As I stood up and brushed myself off, I looked back to see what I had tripped over. To my astonishment, it was my lunchbox. It was a good 500 feet up the drift from where it had gone missing. As I picked it up, between the weight change and the sound, I knew that the contents inside had been changed. I carefully opened up that lunchbox. Wouldn't you know it, any food items that had sugar in them were gone. Granola bars, PB&J, a can of soda, and that little Debbie Cosmic Brownie I had. But I kid you not, in their place was a geode, a small gold nugget, and a vintage newspaper article from the 1880s. From that day forward, I followed in Lewis's footsteps. At the entrance and at the farthest point, I would leave an offering for my little green friends. However, unlike Lewis, I found my golden ticket is those Little Debbie products, Cosmic Brownies or Cherry Cheese Danishes mostly. I still don't know who or what they are or where they came from, or even how many of them there are, but I have learned to respect and appreciate them. The next time you find yourself underground and you hear the sound of picks and hammers knocking on the walls, just know the knockers are nearby. They're down there digging for the earth's riches just like us, and they can either share or they can make your time underground a nightmare. Never stop for anyone. From Tithe Fighter. Look, I've been a regional manager for a specific convenience store chain for over a decade now. But there's one night I can't shake from my memory, no matter how hard I try. 4 years back, when I was 32, something happened on a late-night drive between two of our store locations. The purpose of the trip was simple, just some checking and verification of product manifests. It's the sort of task I've done hundreds of times by then, maybe even more. But that night, it was different. By that point, I'd been with the company for 8 years, worked my way up to where I was. I knew the routes like the back of my hand, but the highway I drove down that particular evening felt off. I mean, sure, I've had drives where there weren't many cars around, but this was complete isolation. Not a single headlight or taillight in sight. Just me, my car, and the road ahead. I'd always preferred the quiet during these drives, but the unsettling loneliness was actually getting to me. To distract myself, I decided to turn on the radio, even though I usually avoided doing it. You see, my car speakers were busted and emitted this irritating buzzing sound that never failed to get on my nerves. But at the time, I figured that buzz was better than the quiet. The tunes were generic, something I'd heard on every other station a million times, but it was background noise, and I appreciated it. Driving along, trying to hum to the tunes, my eyes caught something odd in the distance. On the shoulder of the road, there was a shape. I squinted, trying to make out what it was. My headlights slowly began to illuminate the scene, and as I got closer, the shape took on the form of a woman, dressed in all white, lying face down in the ditch. My heart raced. A million thoughts ran through my head. Was she hurt? Was there an accident? My foot instinctively eased off the gas pedal, slowing the car. I had to help. What if she needed medical attention? As I drew nearer, the reality of the situation began to sink in. I was alone on a desolate highway, with a mysterious woman lying by the side of the road. The humming of the radio and the faint buzz from my busted speakers now seemed to be the only sounds in the world, contrasting sharply against the disturbing sight just ahead of me. It felt like a scene straight from a scary movie, and I had unwittingly become a part of it. The decision of what to do next weighed heavily on me, as the distance between my car and that woman shortened. After pulling over, I turned on my flashers, hoping their blinking might alert any other drivers to our presence. The overcast skies made the night especially dark, and a chill ran down my spine as I sat there in my car, the only sounds being the hum of the engine and the music-infused buzzing of my radio. I could not shake the gnawing feeling at the pit of my stomach, because something felt wrong, deeply wrong. But here was a person who might be hurt. I couldn't just drive away. Taking a deep breath, I mustered the courage to unlock and open my car door. My phone was in my hand, my thumb hovering over the 9 button, ready to dial for help. The cold night air stung my face as I made my way slowly to the motionless figure. Every step felt like an eternity, and the nagging sense of unease grew with each one. As I approached, I could make out more details. The woman's white dress was stained and tattered in places. Her long hair obscured her face, and I couldn't tell if she was breathing or not. I hesitated for a moment, thinking of what to say. Maybe a simple, "Hey, are you okay?" would do. But before I could even utter a word, it all happened so fast. The woman's hand shot out, clutching my ankle with a grip that felt like iron. I barely had time to react before her other hand came into view, this one wielding a small knife. Panic surged through me. I tried to pull away, but she was quick, too quick. The sharp sting in my calf confirmed my worst fear. She had stabbed me. The pain was sharp and immediate. I yanked my leg away with all the force I could muster, feeling her grip loosen. My mind raced. I had to get back to my car. I had to get away, but with every step, the pain in my calf made it clear that running was not an option. All I could manage was a painful limp. Still reeling from the shock and pain, I managed to put some distance between me and that woman, desperately aiming for the safety of my car. But as if the situation wasn't terrifying enough, things took a turn for the even worse. The woman, now on her feet, began to scream a single word that echoed into the cold, empty air. "Hurry!" Her voice was shrill and desperate, like someone on the verge of madness. What happened next made my blood run cold. From the woods, I heard it, the unmistakable sound of footsteps. Not one, but multiple sets. It was as if an entire group was rapidly approaching, and by the sound of it, they were not far away. My mind raced, trying to make sense of the situation. Who were they? Why was she screaming for them to hurry? Hurry to do what? In my peripheral vision, I saw movement from the tree line. and what emerged will forever be etched into my mind. 3 large men, their clothes also tattered and worn, burst from the woods. The moonlight glinted off the large machetes they each held. Their intentions were clear. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to get in my car and go. Ignoring the pain in my calf, I fumbled for my keys, practically throwing myself into the driver's seat. The engine roared to life, and without a second thought, I floored the gas pedal, my tires screeching against the asphalt. As I sped away, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The 3 men had stopped. They stood next to the woman now, watching my car disappear into the night. The whole encounter felt like something out of a nightmare, but the burning sensation in my calf was a very real reminder of what had just transpired. It took me some time to process what happened, and even still a large chunk of skin on my calf is completely numb from some damaged nerves. I never did check those product manifests that night. I drove straight home, locked all my doors, tended to my wound until sunrise when I finally went to a hospital. For a long time, I was plagued by a barrage of questions. What did they even want? Was it just a twisted trap for unsuspecting motorists? A carjacking gone wrong, or something even more sinister? To this day, I still have no definitive answers, but one thing's for sure. Night or day, I avoid that section of highway at all costs. And no matter how dire the situation looks on the road, I will never, ever stop for anyone again. That night taught me that sometimes the most ordinary situations can turn into your worst nightmare. Creature near the old oak. From Hot Chocolate. This happened 2 or 3 months ago, in the middle of summer. I work as an arborist. People call us tree surgeons. If you're unfamiliar with our job, we basically take care of trees. We plant new trees, transplant old ones, we remove tree stumps, trim them to remove dead leaves or branches, you get the gist. One day after the day's briefing, I was sent to a small park to diagnose a particular tree. It was pretty close to the main trail, and a few folks had already sent in reports about it to the county office. The county contacted my boss, then my boss sent me to check it out and report back. I got there around noon. The sun hung high in the sky, casting a warm golden glow over the small park as I made my way toward the tree in question. The park itself was beautiful, filled with all sorts of trees and bushes, nestled right in the heart of the town. Lush greenery surrounded me, with a vibrant tapestry of flowers in full bloom. There weren't a lot of people, though. Probably had better things to do than to walk around under the scorching sun. After a bit of a walk, I got to the tree. It stood high on a small hill. As I approached it, I could see why it had become a cause for concern. The leaves that should have been a vibrant green were instead a dull, sickly yellow. Several branches appeared brittle and lifeless, and the bark displayed ominous signs of decay. I took out my notepad and began to jot down my initial observations and thoughts. The tree in question was an old oak, its gnarled trunk telling a story of decades of growth and resilience. The park visitors had clearly grown fond of it, as evidenced by the worn-out bench beneath its shade. As I continued my examination of the tree, I got completely engrossed in my task, completely focused on identifying the source of its distress. It was when I knelt down to inspect the base of the tree, near its roots, that I sensed something was wrong. It was like the air grew still then, and an eerie silence descended upon the entire park. My heart began to beat rapidly, and a sudden feeling of dread started creeping up on me. I glanced around, trying to scan the area for any unusual movement. At first, I thought that maybe I was worried over nothing, that my head was just playing tricks on me. But then I heard it, a soft, rhythmic tapping sound, like someone or something was approaching. I stood up slowly, my heart quickening its beat. The tapping grew louder, echoing through the park. Panic began to well up within me as I realized it was only getting closer. Then I saw it. A man stood a few feet ahead of me. I would have said I felt relieved to have someone else there, but I would be lying, because something felt very wrong about him. I couldn't see his face clearly, because his head was in an unnatural position, looking slightly upwards toward the sky. But from what I could see, his face looked off. It looked like an AI tried to recreate a person's face, or if you've tried to remember someone's face from a dream. I tried to speak out, to say hello, or can I help you, or do you need something? But no matter how hard I tried, nothing came out of my mouth. I was frozen with fear, something primal. The type of fear I imagine prey animals have when they're face to face with a predator. I was unable to say or do anything. I just stood there, watching him. After about a minute of me staring at the man, something finally happened. The man began to speak, with his head still facing towards the sky. But the words that came out of his mouth didn't sound right. He kept repeating a few lines that didn't correlate to one another, in a shaky, raspy voice. I don't remember everything he said, but I do remember a few.
Help. What do you want? Over there.
But the way he said those words were all wrong. Mispronunciations, voice cracks, odd tones. Then he looked at me. Now I could see his face clearly. God, how I wish I could erase what I saw from my mind. His face was completely malformed. But what stuck out to me the most were his eyes. They were deathly pale, and it looked as if a part of his irises and pupils were missing. I can't really explain it better than that. Then that creature started opening its mouth wide, impossibly wide, until it seemed like its jaw might dislocate. At long last, my body responded to my desperate pleas to move, and I ran like I never had before. I ran all the way to my car and drove off without ever looking back. After some time had passed and I calmed down, I gave a half-hearted report about the tree and clocked out for the day. I still work as an arborist, but from now on I avoid any tasks where I would be working alone. Ever wonder why you don't see seagulls at night? From C.D. Bays. For as long as I can remember, I wanted to live near the ocean. The smell of salt water, bonfires, and romping around in the night surf, just like in the movies. I never could imagine how dark the water could get under the moonlight. I lived in a concrete jungle with very few green spaces. The Jersey Shore was a little over an hour away by car, but for a poor kid like me, it may as well have been 1,000,000 miles away. My best friend and I longed for cool ocean breezes as we sweated out our summers in the city park. But 1987 was going to be our year. We were 14, old enough for summer jobs, and Yoli's mom had just gotten a car. Yoli and I both landed jobs in Asbury Park. This seaside town boasted a huge amusement park by the same name. There was a long boardwalk filled with carnival games, food trucks, and the rooftop bar and grill. Because we were just 14, we couldn't run rides, so we got jobs at the ice cream shop. We were having the time of our lives. We took our breaks lying out and flirting with the lifeguards. Well, Yoli flirted. I just smiled. I was never good at talking to boys. Yoli loved the boys, and the boys loved her right back. She was that girl, golden olive skin. As for me, I looked like a little boy next to her. On the day in question, she was so happy. She came running up to me, bristling with excitement. "Guess what?" she asked in a whisper. What?" "The guys want to take us mini-golfing after work. We can't go, Yoli. Your mom is coming to get us at 7. No, she's not. What do you mean? I told my mom I'm sleeping over at Eileen's house, and you are too. Your cousin? Yeah, I called her and asked her if we could sleep over. My mom never met Eileen's parents, you know how she is. No problem, she said. Tell her you're sleeping over at my house. Okay, what time are we going mini-golfing? The guys get off at 8:30. My mom would kill me, especially if she finds out you told those boys we were 16. She's not gonna find out, she stomped her feet. Those guys are super cute and they want to hang out with us. Please call your mom. Tell her you're sleeping over at my place. How are we gonna get to Eileen's? The boys will take us. What if my mom calls your house? Tell her we're going to the movies. Then she won't call. I don't know, Yoli. I'm scared. Don't worry, girl. I got you. Fine, I said. Give me a quarter. She fished a quarter from her pocket, grinning from ear to ear as we walked over to the payphone. My mom had just gotten home from work when she answered. Mom, I said, can I sleep over at Yoli's place tonight?
I don't know, mija. I don't like the way they are over there.
What do you mean?
Her mom is always drinking, and I don't like the way that girl dresses. You're not gonna be like her.
Mom, please.
All right,
she said.
Be home early.
Thank you, Mommy. Bendición.
Dios te bendiga, mija.
I hung up. It's done. Ah, lifeguards, she screamed. We're gonna have so much fun. I always followed Yoli and her craziness, and it always worked out before. I didn't have any reason to believe that this time would be any different. She brought the bad girl out in me. I wanted to be like her, and now I would give anything to see her again. We had some time to kill before meeting up with the guys. It was getting dark and the boardwalk was transformed. The clientele changed from families with children to sunburnt college kids stumbling out of the rooftop and vomiting in the bushes. The rooftop is popping, Yoli said. Do you want to see if we can get a beer? No, I said. You're not getting drunk when we're hanging out with strangers. Yoli rolled her eyes. Fine, be a Debbie Downer, see if I care. She looked at her watch and beamed. Let's go to the arcade then and wait for our boyfriends. He's not my boyfriend, I said, kicking up some sand with my feet. I don't even know if I like him. What if he tries to kiss me? You know I don't know anything about that stuff. Are you scared of boys, Chinita? She asked, laughing at me. I'm glad you think it's funny, I said, walking away. No, Chinita, I'm sorry, she said, choking back laughter. I'll teach you. She stood up straight, pursing her lips and squinting her eyes in the best impersonation of our home economics teacher I'd ever seen. I was laughing now. Young ladies must learn to be pleasant and accommodating to find good husbands. This lesson will teach you how to kiss a boy. She held up her palm and started to slobber all over it, bursting into laughter. Ew, what the heck was that? I pushed her away, almost falling to the ground. Look, she said, just follow his lead and you'll be fine. Let's go to the arcade. I was watching Yoli try to beat my score at Miss Pac-Man when I felt someone grab me by the waist. I swung my purse around and slammed it into someone's chest. I heard Yoli screech and run up to the tall, dark, and handsome lifeguard she'd been lusting over. She jumped right into his arms. He laughed at his friend, the one I just knocked the air out of with my purse. Dang, boy, he said, cracking up. You're getting beat up on the first date. Tor, who was my guy, was embarrassed. I'm so sorry, he said, hugging me awkwardly. I didn't mean to scare you. Whatever, I said. Yoli and her guy were all over each other. Already they were starting to make out in the middle of the arcade. This dude was presumptuous, if you ask me. For the life of me, I can't remember his name. I grabbed Yoli by the hand and said, Let's go. She yanked her hand away from me and said, No, I'm hungry. "Oh," said her guy, invading her space again. "Are you hungry?" "Yes," she said, giggling. "I know what you need." He picked her up and ran through the canteen-style doors, separating the arcade from the pizza place next door. Are you hungry?" Tor asked behind me. "No." "Good, then," he said. "You can watch me eat." He held the door open for me and we got a booth. He sat right next to me. This was awkward because Yoli and her guy were sitting at a different table. I didn't know why he wanted to box me in. He ordered a large pizza, 2 large Cokes, and a large order of fries. I narrowed my eyes at him and asked, "Are you gonna eat all that?" "Yeah," he said, "unless you want to help me eat it." This made me smile and I loosened up. He seemed easygoing, easy to talk to. Eventually, I was having a good time and lost track of my friend. We finished eating, and while Tor was paying the check, I spotted Yoli outside, pressed up against her guy as he was leaning on a fence post. When Tor and I made it outside, I asked her what she was doing. "Just having some fun," she and her guy were laughing as he high-fived Tor. Those two seemed to be moving so fast. It made me feel out of place. Seeing some discomfort on my face, Tor said, "It's okay." He grabbed me by the hand and pulled me away from them. He spun me around. "Do you want to fly?" he asked, starting to call like a seagull and flap his arms. I squinted my eyes and thought, this guy's weird. But then Yoli and her guy joined in, and before we knew it, we were all running around, flapping our arms and cawing like seagulls, running into one another, laughing. We were going mini-golfing next. I had never been mini-golfing before, so I was kind of excited. The course was located behind the ticket booth near the park entrance. I would see it when we were dropped off for work. It was a myriad of whirling colors, flashing lights, and loud music. It was separated from the boardwalk by a patch of lush trees, bushes, and thickets of greenery. It was a beautiful contrast to the sea and sand. I was expecting to see the flashing lights in the distance as we got closer, but when we reached the entrance, everything was dark and quiet. "It's closed," I shouted. I spun around to Yoli. "It's closed." "I know," she said, laughing. "You can't play golf in the dark, dummy." I wanted to kill her. My face burned and I felt sick to my stomach. She'd lied to me. What was I supposed to do? "Then what are we doing here?" I asked. "Well, it's a cool place to hang out." She took my hand and pulled me down the winding path. "See," she said. "Look how pretty this is." She hopped up onto the head of a whale that usually sprouted water during the day. "Look," she said, pointing to a huge wrought iron archway and the long staircase behind it that led to the beach. "We can play at the ocean at night, just like we've wanted to." She hugged me tight. "It's so dark, though. I didn't know it could get this dark out here." "You can do plenty of things in the dark," her guy said, wrapping his arms around her and pulling her towards the yawning mouth of an octopus cave. "Hold on," I said. "Where are you two going? Yoli, you can't leave me alone. You know how I get." She pulled away from her guy and grabbed my hands again. "Chinita, you don't have to worry. I gave you a nice one." "But what about you?" "Girl, please. I got that boy in check. Go have fun, Chinita. This is what we always talked about. Life's too short to be scared, and you know I'd never let anything bad happen to you." "I know." "Hey, Tor," she said. "Be nice to my girl, please, or I'll cut you." Tor straightened up and saluted her. "Yes, ma'am." Yoli caressed my cheek and then let herself be carried into the octopus cave. The last thing I heard from her was her laugh. "Don't worry," Tor said. "I'm not that kind of guy. You want to take a walk on the beach with me?" Still facing the octopus cave, my mind was whirling with a mixture of fear, abandonment, and jealousy. But Yoli was right. Life is too short, and I had to stop acting like a baby. I rubbed the tears from my eyes, turned around, and said, "Yes." Thankfully, he didn't grab my hand this time. We walked under the archway and down the long staircase. When we reached the bottom, I kicked off my sandals, asking, "Do you want to walk down to the water?" He said quickly, "No." "Okay," I said, shaking my head. "No, I don't mean it like that. I just don't like dark water. You can't see what's in it." "But you're a lifeguard," I said. "You're not from around here, are you?" he asked. "I wish." He didn't reply, but I didn't care. I was mesmerized by the dark waves crashing on the shore. It was just like in the movies. We walked in silence, staring out into the water. I'm not sure how long we'd been walking when he broke the silence. "You ever wonder why you don't see the gulls at night?" "I've never thought about that before. Then again, I've never been to the beach at night." "That's good," he said. "Especially this beach." "What do you mean?" "The water here gets darker in the moonlight." "Why?" "That's when the things that live beyond the sunlight can rise. It's their turn, you see. That's why the gulls stay away." "What are you talking about? You're scaring me." "Let's sit," he said, motioning to a bench. He grabbed my hands and stared into my eyes. "The ocean demands fear and respect. The beholders come to play, and the beholden come to sacrifice." "Okay," I said. Homeboy just got weird. I stood up to go get Yoli, but he grabbed my hand and I pulled away. "Can we go now?" He looked behind me and out to the horizon. "I shouldn't have brought you here. You're not like the others, but they can't differentiate between purity or pollution. They're just sent to devour, just like sharks." "Dude, seriously, what the heck are you talking about?" He kept looking behind me, so I followed his gaze out to the horizon. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It had to be a trick of the moonlight. What I was looking at couldn't be real. "That can't be real," I stuttered. "Is it?" "Let's go," he said, yanking me by the arm. "Get off of me," I shouted. My brain refused to accept the reality of what I was seeing. We were pretty high up with a clear view of the horizon, but I could make out 3 silhouettes walking on the water, towards the shoreline. As they walked over the breakwater, more appeared, and they started to multiply. Double, triple, quadruple. They marched slowly up the dunes. "What is that?" I screamed. "We have to go now," he yelled. He pulled me away so fast, I struggled to stay on my feet. Then wham, something smashed into Tor, sending the 2 of us sprawling across the sand. "The heck are you doing?" I heard Yoli's guy say. I stood up quickly, running to help Tor to his feet. "Let go of him," Yoli's guy said, pushing me away. He looked crazed. "Leave her alone," Tor said, shielding me. He pointed behind us. "The shadows are coming. We have to leave her, man. Let's go." "I love you, dude. You're my brother. Trust me when I tell you they don't deserve to have her. Just get to the archway. I'll be right behind you." Yoli's guy turned on his heel and took off so fast, he was almost just a blur. Tor looked at me and said, "Don't worry. I won't let them take you." Before I could utter a word, he threw me over his shoulder and took off running. I couldn't believe how fast he was running, holding the weight of both of us in the sand. The army of shadows was getting closer and still growing. Within minutes, we were zipping up the staircase. And whoosh, we sailed through the wrought iron archway, collapsing to the ground. Yoli's guy was on the ground too, trying to breathe. That's when I realized Yoli wasn't here. I scanned the scene, but she was gone. "Where's Yoli?" I shouted as I stood on wobbly legs. I looked towards her guy. "Where is my friend?" He stood smiling as he dusted the sand from his clothes. "I don't know. Am I her keeper?" I couldn't ponder the magnitude of what he said to me. I tried to run back in there, to look for Yoli, but Tor grabbed me by the arm and would not let go. "You'll die if you go back there," he said, "and I'm not gonna let you." I began to cry. As he practically dragged me away, I screamed for Yoli a number of times. I screamed so hard, my voice nearly gave out. All I remember next is being driven home, making excuses to my mom as to why I'd come home. But Yoli never came back. When people asked where I last saw her, all I could say was the beach. And it's true. But beyond that, I have no idea what happened. Nor could I tell anyone the specifics surrounding her disappearance, about the shadows that multiplied. To this day, I have no idea what they were, but according to Tor, they're why the seagulls disappear at the beaches at night. And to me, they're why Yoli is gone forever. A Tale from a Night Ride. From Nightshine. I've always had a thing for the nighttime ride after work. Something about those empty roads and how the world sleeps while I'm out with the grumbling song of the engine. My old Kawasaki Vulcan, a cruiser, may not have been the newest model on the market, but she had endurance and character that newer bikes seemed to lack. Heck, I'd go so far as to say she even had a soul. She started without issue every other night, except this one. It was one of those nights. The sky was a deep black, dotted with distant pinpricks of light. One could hardly call them stars. On nights like this, I tend to take the long way back home. Through the road that snaked through the outskirts, where the fields stretched out deep into the dark. Those places were the best kinds of rides. That night, on one such empty night, there was tension. Something about it just felt off, but I tried to ignore the feeling, figuring it was my mind playing on my already thoroughly overclocked nerves. I should have known better. I suddenly heard rumbling in the distance, a thunderous sound that emanated out of everywhere and nowhere at once. I glanced to a mirror, but didn't find anything strange. "That's odd," I muttered into my helmet. Taking it a step further, I glanced over my shoulder. Again, nothing. But the sense of foreboding never left me. In fact, it got worse. The noise grew louder, more distinct. I twisted the throttle, urging the bike to go faster. But that sound kept pace, like a phantom gallop of hooves that I couldn't see, but I could almost feel fingers tickling at the back of my neck. Panic crept in, causing my gloved hands to sweat. It was clear that the fields on either side of me were empty, except for the grains. Nothing but darkness stretched out to the horizon. But I could sense something. Something that sounded like horses. But there was no horse on this planet that could push over 100 miles per hour, which was my current speed. Who was it? What was it really? I had no idea. As if these phantom horses weren't bad enough, my bike started to splutter. The engine's grumbling purr turned into a wheezing and coughing gasp, really. And just like that, it died. The lights, the engine, the dash, it was as if she too had sensed the presence of something wrong and refused to go any further. I was left there, stranded on an empty road with only the ghostly echo of hooves. No longer chasing me, however. Instead, the sounds circled me, like predators stalking down on their wounded prey. I tried everything to get the engine back, but she wasn't having it. I was alone, stranded. That's when I saw it, rather him. A figure standing not too far from me. His back was turned, statuesque and silent. Don't suppose you could give me a jump?" I called out. But no response came. Cautiously, I got off my bike, and walked towards what a little voice in the back of my head thought was simply a tweaker out on the country roads. Which wouldn't be unusual out here. Uncommon, sure, but not unusual. Each step I took was slow, deliberate. I didn't want to send this guy into a panic, making an already freaky night much worse. As I drew closer, the supposed tweaker turned to face me, and at first I thought I was looking into my own reflection, because he had my face. But rapidly, moment after moment, his face changed somehow, changing from one face to another, and in between there was something monstrous. But his eyes at all times held a fire in them. In that very moment, I knew what powerlessness really felt like. We stood there, staring at each other. I was too scared to move. With a tilt of his head, he flashed a wide, toothy smile. If I know anything about that look, I was being sent a message. I'm not done with you just yet, expressed by way of a facial twitch. I was so freaked out, I hadn't even noticed the hoofbeats had fallen quiet, that the world around me had gone silent. He then turned away from me, then held up only 2 fingers. I'm not the smartest man in the world, so I was pretty darn sure it wasn't a peace sign. A countdown, perhaps. Only time would make it clear which it was. A sudden strong wind swept through the area, making the slightly hidden grain and grass begin to dance. It was just enough to have me take my eyes off of him for a moment. I looked back quickly, and he was gone. I was alone on the road once again. I ran over to my bike, gave the engine a crank. Nothing. Another crank. A wheezing spin and a cough, but then nothing. I gave it one last try, and finally, she warily rumbled to life. To be sure, before pulling away, I gave her a moment to warm up. Then I resumed my ride home. But to say my head wasn't on a swivel, my eyes scanning the dark, would be an understatement. Since that night, I've had people tell me I've become more withdrawn and moody. Heck, even my dog noticed something was up. She keeps her distance from me. Now when I ride at night, I keep a very close ear out for the sound of hooves. On the occasion where I thought I heard them, I nearly had a heart attack. But so far, so good. It stood still. From Fiber Forrester. I gotta tell you about the freakiest thing that ever happened to me. I'm really into nature photography. I even make some cash from it on the side. Well, last summer, I decided to head out to Zion National Park to get some shots of the local birds. I figured I'd make a weekend of it, so I drove my truck out there with my camper attachment on the bed. I got there in the late afternoon, found a nice secluded spot to set up camp. I spent a few hours hiking around and snapping photos until the sun started to go down. I had a quick dinner, then decided to call it a night. I climbed into my tent in the back of the truck, placing my keys and other things beside me, and dozed off. Sometime in the middle of the night, nature called, if you know what I mean. I groggily crawled out of the tent and headed a little ways away from the campsite to take care of my business. I was still half asleep, and it was pitch black out there in the woods. All of a sudden, I heard a stick snap beside me somewhere. I whipped my head around toward the sound, and I swear to God, I saw the most bone-chilling thing I've ever laid eyes on. There, perfectly framed between 2 trees, was the silhouette of something. It looked vaguely human-shaped, but it was way too tall, about 7 or 8 feet, and it was far too thin to be a normal person. What looked like its arms were freakishly long, like longer than I am tall, and I couldn't make out any hair or clothes or anything, just the black shape of this thing. For a second, I thought I must be seeing things. Maybe it was a weird tree catching the moonlight in a strange way. But then, as I began to take my gaze off of it, trying to make sense in my head of what I just saw, the silhouette began to move. For the brief moment my eyes had turned away, slowly, steadily, that thing began taking long strides in my direction, like it was trying to sneak up on me. I was horrified. My brain kept trying to rationalize it, a tree, a shadow, my tired eyes playing tricks. But I knew then this thing was moving. My eyes shot back towards it, and at the same time, its movement stopped. I wasn't hallucinating anything, because it was closer than it was before, so it had to have moved. Then I heard the sound. This awful, raspy wheezing sound, like something struggling to breathe and also trying to hide the sound. It was coming from the direction of that silhouette. At this point, I was freaking out inside, but trying my best not to show it. For some reason, I did not want this thing to know that I knew it was there. So I turned back around, facing forward, pretending I hadn't seen anything. But I kept watching from the corner of my eye. About 10 seconds later, it began to move again, taking those same quiet, creeping, deliberate steps towards me. I couldn't take it anymore. I spun around, and the silhouette froze once more. My voice cracking in terror, I yelled out, "I see you!" The thing didn't react. It was like someone had pressed the pause button and left it there. But the wheezing breaths continued, louder than before, maybe because it was closer again. I was covered in goosebumps, every hair on my body standing up on end. I stared at that black silhouette, trying to force my eyes to see more details, to pick up some clue as to what this thing could possibly be. But there was just the unnerving shape and those awful rasping sounds. I don't even really remember deciding to run. Suddenly my legs were just pumping, tearing through the underbrush back to my campsite in a wild, clumsy, desperate sprint. I practically dove into the cab of my truck, frantically searching for my keys before remembering I'd laid them down in the tent attachment. There was no way in heck I was going back out there. I knew I couldn't reach them through the rear window because the dang thing had been jammed shut since I bought the truck. So I just locked the doors, turned on the engine to blast the radio, flipped on every light I had, and I hunkered down to wait for dawn. I sat there, rigid, clutching my pocket knife, jumping at every nighttime sound I heard outside, until finally, the first rays of sun started to brighten the sky. As soon as it was light enough to see, I bolted from the cab, snatched my keys, and got the heck out of there. I didn't bother lowering my tent attachment, which had to be raised when you used it. I was so rattled after these events, I didn't go camping or on any photography trips in the wild for a full year. I kept thinking about that silhouette, lurking in the dark. I've never been so deeply scared in my life. I still don't know what to make of it. I've heard about skinwalkers and wendigos and other creepy legends out there in the wilderness of the Southwest. But I never put much stock in that stuff until that night. Now, I don't know what to believe. All I know is I came face to face with something out there in those woods. Something in Zion National Park. Something that didn't move like any human or animal I've ever seen. Whatever that pale, gaunt, and deeply unnatural thing was, I'm glad I got away from it. Be careful out there. You never know what you might see in the dark. The Trooper. From MR. I've got to be somewhat vague here, as I can't risk being identified, or I might lose my job, or maybe my sanity would be questioned. In my profession, you have to undergo a psych evaluation every 6 months to ensure you are mentally fit, due to the trauma you endure on a daily basis. I am a state trooper, also known as AAA car service but with guns. State troopers are like any other cop, except they tend to mostly work on highways. And also, other cops tend to not like state troopers, as they are Boy Scouts, known to adhere to the rules in a very strict fashion, and, admittedly, tend to be a tiny bit cocky. Troopers are a bit uptight, taking special care of their uniform and vehicle. With all this said, I do all I can to be as laid back as I can in the profession, and be kind whenever possible. I work in a very rural county, where the major interstate is only 2 lanes wide. With that said, this particular highway connects Las Vegas to Salt Lake City, and any major city north of there. As such, a lot of drugs travel through, and it's my job to determine which vehicles may be transporting them. Typically, smugglers are a little bit anxious, and tend to commit small moving violations, which permit us to pull them over and check for suspicious activity. If I find nothing of concern, I'm happy to let people go without a ticket. This story begins on an evening shift in the winter. I was working an overtime shift so that I could save up for a bunk bed for my kids. My wife was expecting our 3rd baby, and our other 2 kids were forced to share a room. This particular shift was a DUI-specific shift, where I'm specifically obligated to attempt to find people driving under the influence, and I have to report my attempts, successful or unsuccessful, to the state. This rural county has a pretty large canyon that leads up to a reservoir, with some pretty serious gains in elevation. In the winter, it's illegal to enter this canyon after 10 p.m. due to the severe driving hazards. It is very dangerous. I tend to patrol there as I can pull anyone over for any reason, as it would be illegal for them to be there at all. Typically, I just find kids doing the dirty or finding a place for a campfire, or even stealth camping, which has become common lately. I'm just after individuals driving under the influence, or other nefarious activities, so I let most folks go without any hassle. Given the higher elevation, it had begun snowing heavily in this canyon, and I was concerned some teenagers in their 1998 Corolla would be stranded up there and freeze to death. That's not an oddly specific example. It's specific because that actually happened up there. I was issued a 4x4 Chevy Tahoe with a 2-inch lift, as I patrol in a rural county and can't rely on people getting me unstuck. My journey up the canyon was relaxing and enjoyable. I was taking in the first snowfall of the year, and it was absolutely breathtaking. Times like this, I enjoy my job. I made it to the top of the canyon, by the reservoir, and I never ran into a soul. This is a positive thing. I decided to take a moment, get out of the truck, and enjoy the tranquility that comes from heavy snowfall. Behind me was the reservoir, now completely frozen over. Ahead of me is a large hill people like to go sledding on. Aside from that, there's nothing but trees for thousands of acres. Only one road up to the top of the canyon, and it was the road I was on, and my tracks were the only ones that could be seen. That's when I heard it. A woman screaming. I couldn't make out what she was saying, but it was this blood-curdling and horrific cry, the kind that makes your skin crawl instantly. I began to look around. I shone my spotlights on the reservoir. Surely someone fell through the ice. But it was completely undisturbed. Nothing to be seen. Yet that screaming continued. I decided to turn on my thermal camera. Yes, troopers have thermal imaging equipment. I even do a ton of search and rescue. From time to time, I'm the only emergency professional for 30 to 50 miles. Anyway, there was absolutely no heat signature to be found. In the tree line, up the sled hill, nor on the frozen reservoir. Anxious, I decided I needed to radio this in. Someone needed help, and I couldn't find them. I was notified that some county deputies would be there to help, hopefully soon. The screaming continued. When they arrived, I endured their not-so-friendly greetings. One of the deputies, previously working in predator management, told me, "Ah, man, that's just a fox. When they're ticked off, they sound a lot like a woman in distress. Nothing to be worried about." They laughed at me a bit and carried on their way. I got in my vehicle and headed down the canyon after them, finding a driver on their way up the canyon, drunk and high on meth. I ended up spending the rest of my shift trying to book them in jail. To this day, they call me Fox Boy because of this story. Sorry if you don't think it's spooky. Maybe it really was a light-hearted experience, given the profession. But maybe it was something more. That didn't sound like any fox I've heard. Osoyoos Lakeside. From Monochrome Night. In my late 20s, I was working as a sales rep for a medical software vendor based out of Canada. It was a really interesting role, and not at all that consistent with what one would expect. My organization was a non-profit, which ironically led to extremely high compensation and fewer working hours than what my older jobs gave and required. The client market was also very different in the sense that it was unique, as I'd primarily work with medical office assistants and doctors, demoing software functionality and the likes. It was a really enjoyable role, and while offering the aforementioned things, the organization also provided fun and interesting team-building activities, ranging from seminars to remote getaways. My most recent experience with the latter is what I'll be discussing here. For my occupation, my workloads were about an even split between demonstration for clients on site and from home. I know that might sound strange, but on our sales team there were multiple dedicated on-the-road type traveling agents, a group I was actually a member of before I graduated up. Typically, they would connect with clients first and foremost, and through the power of the internet, they would add people like me into a call, then patch me into either their showcase laptop or a client computer, so I could show some of the more advanced aspects of the software. Think day booking, prescription generation, drug interactions, anything a doctor would need on a day-to-day basis. I wanted to mention this dynamic split because it's important to know. I didn't work closely with many of my teammates, physically or otherwise, and as such I wasn't really friendly with any of them. This sets the scene for what comes next. In September of 2022, I was informed I would be attending a mandatory, albeit paid, sales training seminar. Now that might sound awful, but really it was an effective vacation. I had joined one 2 years previous, which was in essence a few 3-hour-long sessions over the course of a week, on a lovely vacation-oriented area of Vancouver Island. It was very fun and leisurely, and so I was excited for another. This time it was taking place in Osoyoos, a nice and fairly tropical town in British Columbia's Okanagan Valley, one situated directly above the American border. It began on a Tuesday. The Monday before was allocated to all the attending staff to enable their ability to travel. I ended up driving because I'd recently gotten a new vehicle that I wanted to break in. And already being located in BC, it was a little less than a 4-hour drive down the south border. A long ride, sure, but when you're being paid in time and gas, it's hard to say no. When I arrived, it was a little past 7 in the evening. To better explain the retreat, we received lodging that we would spend the night and off hours of the day in, and there was a main location in which we'd all go to for presentations and training. As I landed at the former, I took in the setting. Osoyoos, contrary to what your mental image of British Columbia might be, is actually a desert. In this case, We were maybe 2 kilometers inland from Spirit Lodge, if you happen to know where that is. There was a medium-sized body of water central to the spot, with 9 small cabins and a central large but exposed building. Based on how many of us were invited, though, only maybe 6 of the cabins were occupied. Fair to say it was pretty remote. If I had to guess, the location was probably built for summer camps and the like. Whether or not corporate retreat rentals were intended, I couldn't say, but the spot was lovely. My lodge in particular was pretty central to everything, and right next to the open canopy-type area. Anyway, when I got there, I checked in at this little management-type building, across from the cabins on the other side of the lake. I got my key before heading over to my spot. The trails weren't really intended for vehicles, so I left my car parked by the entrance building. Now, I guessed it was because of the lake at the time, but as I began walking around it, I noticed a fairly heavy fog. It wasn't exactly typical, but I'd never been in Osoyoos at that kind of elevation, so I didn't think anything weird. It was thick though. Like, can't see to the other side of the not-too-big lake kind of thick. Not uncomfortable, but definitely eerie. After a few minutes, I was maybe halfway to my cabin when I heard a really strange sound. It sounded like something large and heavy splashing about in the lake. I had only about 10 meters of visibility into the water, and whatever was disturbing the water was just beyond that. I could tell because I could see ripples popping and bubbling on the surface of the water, but I couldn't make out anything else past them. Given the kind of displacement I was hearing, I guessed it had to be a person, or a person-sized something anyway. I didn't call out, and it stopped pretty quickly after, maybe lasting a total of 15 seconds, but I continued on, arriving at my cabin without much issue. The cabins were simple buildings. When I unlocked the door, I was greeted with a small divided entryway. There was a shoe rack and coat hanger on one side, and additional storage on the other. Then you entered the main room with 2 parallel windows, a nice fireplace, and an entertaining space, if you could call it that. Neatly, the fridge and cupboard were stocked with a variety of food. The sleeping area was in a closed room beyond that. Once I settled in, I saw on my phone the work chat was pretty busy as the remaining people arrived. Like I mentioned earlier, I didn't know any of them that well, and so I didn't invite anybody to my cabin. I kind of just hung out on my laptop. And yes, for reference, the cabins did indeed have electricity. I spent some time working on random projects until I went to bed for the night. The first part of the workshop was the following morning. I say workshop because that's what they labeled it as, but it was really a seminar. I effectively sat there, listening for 2.5 hours, and I really didn't find the information all that relevant. Not to fault the speaker because they were concise and engaged with the many questions they were given, but I felt distracted. The fog that I'd seen the night before had subsided by then. Well, almost. It wasn't in and around the trails anymore, nor did it permeate the undercover presentation area. Instead, a noticeable ball of it hung loosely over the surface of the lake, right in the center. It was really weird, like a low-hanging cloud. I wrote it off as a regional phenomenon mentally, but the rest of my coworkers were certainly interested in it. Even the speaker went on to make a reference to it as she talked about emotional presentation and proverbial storm clouds over people's heads. When the session wrapped up that day around noon, we were left with a nicely catered lunch presented under the same canopied area. During that time was the first instance I had engaged with the people I worked with. There were 7 people aside from me. 5 men who I'd estimated ranged from their early to late 30s, and 2 women, one my age of 28 and one a senior. We had a pretty social lunch, which was a rare event for me considering there was no booze. When the food was finished and the caterers were packing stuff up, we were left wondering what to do. Now, the majority of them did return to their cabins, but my social battery was charged, and I felt like continuing to hang out. So me and one of the other dudes, Michael, joined up with the younger girl, Maria, and we went for a walk around the lake to where the parking lot was. Michael told both of us how he'd actually brought a kayak along and was planning on taking it to another body of water. Since there was a perfect lake here, however, he opted to go grab it from where it sat on his truck so he could take a pass through the lake in the afternoon. Now, I thought this was a little goofy. This lake wasn't really that big, and he would mostly end up paddling in circles after a few minutes. But I agreed to help him ready up the kayak. Our conversation kept going back to the heavy fog set over the lake, which was now pluming and spilling over onto the path. Again, it was strange. It felt and looked like fog and wasn't irritating to any of our senses, but it presented itself more like smoke, like it was being sourced from the lake itself because of how little it dispersed. I'm not super adept at social outings, and by the time we were nearing Michael's truck, I could more or less feel I was the third wheel here. They seemed to be enjoying each other's company a lot more than mine, and it sounded as if they were both getting a little flirty. I didn't mind all that much. He moved his truck from the parking lot to the near edge of the lake, which was a pretty difficult lineup considering the fog. Then I helped him demount and place the kayak, a task that was more difficult than I expected, because it was a heavy two-seater. Knowing what came next, I naturally didn't feel like sticking around. I decided to say goodbye to the pair and make my way back to the cabin. As I did, I heard Michael invite Maria to join him in the kayak. She said yes, but I don't think I would have joined him if I was in her shoes, considering how foggy it was out there. Anyway, I get back to my cabin a little while later. I didn't get up to a whole lot. We didn't have another workshop until the next day, so I just relaxed a little. The lodge I was staying in was freshly stocked with a variety of herbal teas, so I ended up boiling some water for one of those. As I'm sitting inside enjoying it, I began to pick up on a loud conversation passing by my cabin. I go and head outside, only to be greeted with Michael and Maria in an apparent argument down near the edge of the lake. Well, I say argument, but really Maria is just screaming obscenities at him as he remains quiet. Simultaneously curious and wanting to de-escalate the situation, I walk down my short gravel path to meet them, still holding my mug. It was then I noticed they were both soaking wet. It becomes obvious to me what Maria might be mad about. As I got close, she looks at me, before starting to yell about how Michael was a huge idiot and almost got them both killed playing games. She then takes my tea from me, thanking me and sipping on it because she knew it was hot and she was freezing cold from the water. So I'm like, what the heck happened? While she's drinking the beverage, Michael is just staring right at me, like a completely vapid blank stare. It lasts for a while too. I ask him if he's alright, before Maria butts in with a, "Who cares if he's alright? He almost got me killed." Again, I ask them both what happened, and she, still a tad hysterical, starts explaining that he tipped the kayak over for fun. Mind you, we're at the edge of the lake, and I didn't see the kayak anywhere, so I asked where it was. She yells it's still in the lake, now upturned. I was baffled and a little amused with the absurdity of the situation. Maria calls Michael a few other colorful words before handing me back the now half-finished mug of tea and leaving, en route to her own cabin to clean up, presumably. Michael, meanwhile, is still just looking at me. At this point, I'm wondering if he was in a state of shock or something, because he was just staring at me. Not glaring, right? He wasn't mad. He wasn't upset. He was just vacant, statuesque. So once Maria was out of earshot and he's still just looking at me, I hit him with a, "The heck happened, man?" And he says nothing for maybe 5 seconds, 5 super slow, long seconds. And after that painstaking period ends, he just shrugs his shoulders in a really odd manner before walking away. Not after Maria, not towards the cabins, but rather around the perimeter of the lake. Keep in mind it's intensely foggy, even more so than it had been when I'd left them at the other side of the lake. I figure he's going to try to get his kayak back. I can't shake the weirdness he was giving off, though. Like, seriously, the way he had been looking at me without verbalizing was so darned creepy. But I try not to dwell on it. I figure he was just super upset by the way Maria had been berating him, which made sense to me at the time. I'm pretty sure I poured my tea out, because it being sipped on by a woman soaked in lake water didn't make it very appetizing. The rest of the evening was fairly uneventful. I got a lot of reading done on this one novel I brought, but that's about all. Come the next day, we had a continuation of the presentation and workshop dynamic from the day previous. I walk out into the canopy space a few minutes before it's supposed to begin, and everyone else is there already, a notable absence being Michael. Maria is sitting on her own, and when she sees me, she gets up and comes over. She starts off with apologizing for how she was the day before, which I happily accepted because it was pretty understandable to be mad when you'd suddenly been splashed into a lake. She then asked if I had seen Michael, and I was like, nope, but I interject, asking her what had happened the day before, why she had said Michael tipped the kayak over on purpose. The other company members were sort of standing about, not quite listening to us, but not having a conversation of their own either. Apparently noticing this, Maria moves us over away from the group, because presumably she didn't want the others to hear about it. She goes on to tell me that they were having a great time, even through the fog on the lake. Michael was super funny and charming and whatnot, but when they got close to the center of the lake, the kayak began to sway back and forth, and then around them there was a series of large splashes. I remember her saying it reminded her of how, when she used to feed fish in her pond back home, they would all swarm around the surface and crash about. Super chaotic. She said it goes on like that for a little while, before the kayak suddenly turned over. Immediately, she specifies Michael turned it over just to scare her. And while admittedly not knowing the guy, I'm like, why would he do that? She says she doesn't know, but it's the only thing that makes sense, because there couldn't have been a single thing big enough in that lake to have possibly flipped over the large kayak. Now, right away, my mind goes back to the splashing I'd heard when I'd first arrived. It did sound like something big, but I decided not to interrupt her. Maria continued on, explaining how she was dunked into the lake and struggled for a few seconds to climb up onto the now upturned kayak. I did my best to sympathize. Then she tells how, as she was up on the thing, Michael wasn't anywhere to be seen. She's calling for him, wondering if he's playing some kind of joke on her. She emphasizes about how after maybe 15 seconds, she decides to go back into the water to try to see if he's down there. She says the visibility was poor, and she couldn't find him. Then she bobs back up, gets onto the overturned kayak, only to find Michael there, right in her face. She tells me how she nearly had a heart attack because of how she was startled. Of course, I find the story pretty scary, because they both could have very well drowned. I'm trying to sympathize with her more, but she cuts me off, engaging me with a question. She asks if Michael and I talked after she left, wondering if he'd been acting weird at all. I tell her no, explaining that he just kind of left along the rim of the lake, but I do specify about how he was just weirdly staring at me. She nods and explains that's exactly what he was doing after he came up onto the kayak. Apparently, despite not ever kayaking much before, she has enough of a mind to try and get Michael to help her roll the thing over. But still, he just stares at her. She says he put on a super weird smile, And that's when she'd had enough. She decided to swim the few minutes to shore. The entire time, he swam behind her. They then arrived at the shoreline where she began to verbally unload on him. And you know the rest from there. With one addendum. A little while after she'd gotten to her lodge, one of these site attendants had come by to check on her, along with a police officer. Something Maria described as an unsolicited wellness check, which she assumed was because of how angry she'd gotten. But they didn't accuse her of anything. Instead, they left pretty much as soon as they saw her. I'm super creeped out by this story. It seems Michael had a complete dynamic shift from being underwater for a few seconds, and Maria seemed pretty upset by it too, because they'd been hitting it off so well before. It grew all the more concerning because he wasn't anywhere to be found in the workshop. She asks me if I think she upset him and caused him to leave by yelling at him. But based on what she'd told me, she seemed more or less justified. So I responded telling her that I was sure he was fine. Our workshop came and went. I spent the majority of the time engaging with Maria, since we were getting along pretty well. Michael didn't show up the entire time, and upon the conclusion of the seminar, the speaker that came by asked all of us if we knew where he was. We said no. And while maybe I should have, I did not inform him about the events of the day prior. He then told us he'd have to mark Michael as a no-show, something we knew the company would not be happy with, as this was effectively a paid vacation. Following the conclusion of the workshop, Maria and I take a walk around the lake. She wanted to see if Michael's truck was still in the parking lot, so we worked our way over there. Curiously, it was still there. So Michael had not left, and had just decided to skip the seminar entirely. We both found that super weird. Now at this time there was still some fog, but it wasn't localized to the lake anymore, and it was instead spread about the area pretty evenly. As we're at the far end of the lake, I spot in the water Michael's orange kayak. It was still there. Still upturned, not tied down to anything. So apparently, he had not come back to get it, like I thought he was going to. Seeing the kayak upsets Maria. She says she's going to go back to her cabin. Before leaving, she goes on to say she wasn't even sure she wants to stay the rest of the few days. I nod in understanding, then haphazardly suggest that we go over to Michael's lodging and check on him, talk to him, saying that the two of them might be able to have a clean conversation now that they've both cooled down. She seems to agree, asking me to come along, as she was still creeped out by how he had been silent and weird. The two of us then head on over. Here's where things get really strange. About halfway through our walk there, we were dead center down one axis of the lake when I hear that incessant splashing, pretty much identical to the one I'd heard the initial day. We both turn looking into the lake. A meter or two in from the coastline, there's something sending out big disturbances of water. It doesn't appear to be traveling linearly, and instead, we see a crash and a ripple breaking the surface of the water every few seconds, a few feet from the previous location each time. It's very uniform. I'm watching pretty intently, wondering what kind of animal could be doing that. So is Maria, it seems. And it just sort of continues. A really bizarre sequence. After a minute or two, we continue walking around the lake. The disturbances seem to more or less keep pace with us. They still maintain their distance into the lake, but are parallel with us as we walked down the trail. I don't know if Maria saw this, but as I watched on, I saw that each time the water seemed to ripple and splash, a plume of fog came up into the air. I know that sounds crazy, but it's pretty much what I saw. Noticeably thick fog escaping the water, darker and more opaque in contrast to the light fog that already occupied the area. Maria definitely noticed this bit though, As we were maybe 4/5 of the way back to camp, the splashes seemed to stop. We were both weirded out, because the only explanation we could think of was that some large species of aquatic animal had been attracted to our conversation and was somehow putting on a super bizarre display of interest without so much as showing itself. Incredibly odd. The two of us don't wait around much after the activity stops. Right as we were nearing the bend that curves around to the lodges and the beachfront, we were startled. Michael's head pops out of the water. Well, I say Michael, but he was different. It looked like him, but nearly every strand of the rich head of hair he had previously was gone, and the few that remained were slicked against his head from the water. His skin, meanwhile, was bluish, like it had been deoxygenated. He looked right at me. His head, the only thing visible, with the water too dark and the fog too obscuring to let any other detail seep through, I just stared at, bewildered for a few seconds. Then, in this super unnatural motion, he tilts his head back so he's looking directly up at the sky, before exhaling this massive and thick plume of smoke. It was kind of like how your breath looks when you exhale in the middle of winter. As he's doing it, he sinks back down into the water, and his exhale is cut off, replaced with bubbling as the surface closes over his head. Obviously, I'm like, what in the world did I just see? I look right over at Maria, completely shocked, to find her expression was the same. She was shocked too. We both stared at one another, not speaking at all, before, on some instinctual lower level, we decided on a mutual sprint back to the lodges. A minute or two after this, we were out of breath, skidding into the canopied presentation area, where there was still the majority of our other coworkers talking amongst each other. And there was a new, notable addition. Michael. A clean, normal-looking Michael. He's there, talking to the presenter. As we see him dry and normal and everything else, Maria starts hyperventilating, like she's having a panic attack. Everyone else sort of turns their attention to her, including Michael and the presenter, and they're kind of just wondering what happened. Anyway, to save you some really awkward banter and my half-baked explanation attempt, everyone else in the group begins to understand that we saw something in the water, something that looked identical to Michael. And as Maria begins to relax a little, she asks this Michael what the heck was going on, and where he was throughout the day, why he was joking around by swimming in the lake looking all weird. Then Michael is super confused. He says he just got back. We're both like, back from where? He says the hospital. Hearing that, we were even more clueless. Now here's where I'm totally freaked out. He goes on to explain that after their kayak capsized, he was yanked down and swept into what he described as a current, before he ended up on the far side of the lake with a nasty gash running down his leg. He never saw Maria, so he called the site attendants, who in turn called emergency services, because he thought she might have drowned, hence the cop from earlier. Then, supposedly, Michael called an ambulance and was sent to emergency for the nasty wound on his leg. Obviously, Maria and I were both flabbergasted, because from both of our perspectives, Michael was with Maria following the kayak turning over, like we both saw him. But of course, he was not him. He wasn't talkative, he wasn't responsive, he looked completely zoned out. Now, as far as we're concerned about the figure in the water, well, we don't even know what to think. Once all the facts are out in the open, with Maria and I corroborating each other's stories, and Michael's plain as day stitching on his leg, combined with the emergency admission paperwork he had gotten to show the presenter so he wouldn't be reprimanded for missing out on the seminar, everyone was clueless. I was creeped out, and Maria was just done entirely. She ended up leaving that evening. However, I stayed, as did Michael and everyone else. I wish I had some sort of clarifying ending to wrap this story up in, but I really don't. I presented the facts exactly as I have them. Somehow, some way, while Michael was gone from the lake, there was another Michael. When I think about the way I guess I can call it he, stared at me, I still get chills. And that weird amphibious look-alike, I honestly have no explanation for. If it was just me who saw it, I might think I was seeing things. But the fact that Maria was there, and we both saw the figure in the water, makes that an impossibility. I've heard a modicum of folklore in and around Osoyoos, and while these stories remain popular and engaging, I still haven't found an urban legend that effectively consolidates this experience. I'm hoping someone else out there knows of one, as I really can't think of a logical scientific explanation for what happened. Something to note, the fog didn't really go away all throughout our stay. It remained in its intensity, primarily hovering around the lake, like some sort of cloud. If that means anything significant or not, I can't tell you. That's all I got. Should you ever be up in that area, I guess I'd recommend you avoid going kayaking. Good luck, and stay safe. Bloody Photographer. From the Red Skittles. I work as a wildlife photographer, and I love my job. I get to travel to different places and capture some of the beauties that nature can offer and its magnificent creatures. Sometimes I also get to witness some rare and amazing phenomena, like a solar eclipse or a meteor shower. If you're into that kind of stuff, it's a dream come true. But not everything I see is beautiful. Sometimes, I get called by the police when a crime or disappearance happens in the wild. The police have their own trained photographers too, but they're more specialized for city crime. When the crime happens somewhere out there in the wild, they usually don't go there. And sometimes that's where we wildlife photographers come in handy. We have a lot of experience working in the wild, and we know what to look out for. Also, you get paid extra for that kind of job, so the extra money is hard to say no to. Due to that, sometimes I see things that are quite disturbing, things I wish I could forget. This is one of those stories. It happened last year when I was assigned to cover a story about the mysterious disappearances of several hikers in the Alps. The local authorities suspected they were attacked by a pack of wolves, but they had no evidence to prove it. They asked me to join a search and rescue team, documenting their efforts to find the missing people. I agreed. I didn't really have anything better to do at the moment, and I was buying a new car at the time, so I needed that extra cash. Also, I was hoping to get some good shots of the majestic mountains, and maybe even wolves. I packed my camera, my laptop, and some survival gear, and I was then flown to Switzerland. There at the airport, I met the team leader, a man named Marcus, who briefed me on the situation. He told me that this disappearance is not the first. Multiple disappearances had been occurring for the past few months, and they'd found no traces of the victims, except for some torn clothing and bloodstains. He said they had set up a base camp near the edge of the forest, where we'd be starting our search. He also warned me to stay close to him and the other team members, and to never wander off alone. I nodded and followed him to a jeep that would take us to the camp. Along the way, I noticed the scenery was breathtaking. The snow-covered peaks loomed over us, casting long shadows on the ground. The trees around us looked lifeless, as if they'd been tortured by the cold. The air was silent and still. It seemed like we were the only living things out there. Things like this made me fall in love with my job. People have created a lot of magnificent things throughout history, but nature is a whole different story. I think the beauties that nature can offer are priceless. When we arrived at the camp, Marcus introduced me to the rest of the team, who were all experienced mountaineers and rescuers. They seemed friendly and professional, but I could sense a hint of fear and anxiety in their eyes. They knew they were dealing with something dangerous. It seemed like they didn't believe we would find anyone alive. We had a quick dinner. Then Marcus gathered us around a map of the area. He pointed out the locations where the hikers had gone missing and the routes that we would take to search for them. He divided us into 3 groups, each with a radio. He said we would start the search at dawn, that we should check in with him every hour. "We must be quick and efficient, people. These folks' lives are in our hands," he reminded us. He also gave us some advice on how to deal with wolves if we encountered them. He said they were usually quite shy and timid, that they should avoid humans unless provoked or hungry. He said that we should make ourselves look big and loud if we were about to be attacked, and he told us to never turn around showing our backs to them. They would respect us if we showed them that we were not afraid. I didn't pay too much attention to this part of his instructions. I knew pretty well how to deal with wild animals like wolves and bears. I learned these kinds of things during my years on the job. At the end of his speech, he wished us good luck and told us to get some rest. We all went to our tents and tried to sleep. I had a hard time falling asleep as I was both excited and nervous about the next day. I wondered what I would see, what I would find. I hoped we would find those missing people, that I would get some good shots, and that I would not get into any trouble. I finally drifted off and even had a dream. Well, a nightmare, actually. I was in a forest alone and lost. I heard howling, one after the other. I looked around and saw a pack of wolves surrounding me. They had these glowing red eyes and razor-sharp teeth. They growled, slowly closing in on me. When I tried to scream, no sound came out. I tried to run, but they were faster than me. They caught me, and as I was torn apart, I quickly woke up in a cold sweat. It was morning. I checked my watch and saw it was 6 a.m. I got out of my tent, and I saw the others were already up and ready. Marcus greeted me and asked me if I slept well. I lied and said I did. He smiled, handing me a cup of coffee. He said we'd be leaving in 15 minutes. I drank my coffee and packed my camera and laptop in a backpack. Then I joined the group, consisting of Marcus, a woman named Laura, and a man named Alex. We got into a Jeep, driving to the starting point of our route. Marcus gave us a final reminder to stay together and to be careful. He then turned on the radio, checking in with the other groups. They all reported that they were ready and that we would start the search. We got out of the Jeep and began to walk into the forest. The sun was rising and the sky was clear. The snow crunched underfoot and the air was fresh. I felt a surge of adrenaline and excitement. I took out my camera and I began to take pictures of the scenery. We walked for about an hour. We saw nothing but trees and snow. Eventually, we stopped for a break and ate some snacks. Marcus checked the radio, and we heard the other groups had also found nothing. He said we should keep going and cover more ground. So we decided to split up. We could meet at a clearing that was marked on the map. It was only a few kilometers away, and we should be there rather quickly. Marcus said that we should keep our radios on and contact him if we heard or saw anything. He went with Laura and I joined Alex. Follow the trail and do not stray from it, Marcus concluded. And be careful. Watch out for each other, okay? We soon reached a fork in the trail. Marcus and Laura took the left one, while Alex and I took the right. We waved goodbye and continued the search. Alex was a quiet and serious man who didn't talk much. He seemed to be focused on the task and didn't pay much mind to me. He walked on ahead of me, scanning the surroundings with binoculars. Occasionally, he stopped and listened for any sounds. He looked like he knew what he was doing, and I trusted him. Once or twice, I tried to make some small talk, but he didn't seem interested. He would only answer with short sentences, and then he would resume his silence. We would call out for the missing people. "Hello? Does anyone hear us? We came to help you. Are you there?" But no answer would come. We walked for another hour, still seeing and hearing nothing. The trail was narrow, and the trees surrounded us. The sun shone brightly in the sky, but the forest itself was dark and cold. I could hear birds and squirrels in the branches, twigs snapping under feet. Luckily, there were no sounds yet of the supposed wolves. I kept wondering if there were any wolves nearby, and if so, were they watching us? I checked my watch. About an hour had passed. I checked my radio, and I heard that Marcus and Laura had also found nothing. They said they were close to the clearing and would wait for us there. Then they asked how we were doing and whether we've seen anything. I replied we were fine, but there was nothing to report. I told them we'd see them soon. After our chat with Marcus, Alex said we should hurry up. We don't want to waste any time. We had a job to do, he said, and we should do it well. After all, we don't want to let the others down, nor ourselves. This guy's really serious and committed, I thought. His pace quickened, and I followed suit. It was difficult to keep up. I felt a bit annoyed and wondered why he was so impatient. I was beginning to dislike Alex. We reached the clearing. It was empty. No sign of Marcus and Laura. There was only snow on the ground and a rather large rock. Alex stopped and looked around. He then took out his radio, turning it on, trying to get in touch with Marcus. But there was no response. Alex tried again and again, but the only thing we could hear were static noises. He cursed, throwing the radio down, a bit of a tantrum for a grown man. He said something must be wrong, that we should go back to try to find them. He then grabbed his backpack and ran back to the trail. I followed him, picking the radio up off the ground. I continued to try to contact Marcus, so far not getting any response. I felt a surge of fear. As we searched for Marcus and Laura, I contacted the other groups to tell them what happened. The others were searching and searching, but in the end, no one found anything, and the night began to fall. Eventually, we all reunited back at camp. Well, almost all of us. Alex was still mad and nervous. How could this happen? How? He shouted all over camp. Other members of the team tried to calm him down, saying that we would find Marcus and Laura tomorrow. He insisted that we should go right now, but we all knew there was no point in that. We would only get lost too. I was exhausted from not sleeping well the night before, so I quickly drifted off. The following morning, we all practically rushed back into the forest, hoping to find Laura and Marcus and the missing hikers. We were out there for maybe an hour or two when one of our female members of the team started to scream. She quickly called us via radio and asked us to join her as quickly as we could. She was crying, barely able to tell us her location. I was with Alex that day too, so both of us quickly rushed to her location. We were the closest. Nothing in the world could prepare me for the horrors I would witness there. As we arrived at her location, we scanned the place, and I instantly got sick. I felt vomit rising in my throat. I couldn't bear to see what was in front of me. It was the bodies of Laura and Marcus. To be precise, what remained of their bodies. The two of them had been brutally dismembered. Multiple bite wounds all over them, flesh missing from their bodies, bones protruding in places. I was shocked. I had to sit down. I began to feel dizzy. How could this have happened? I tried asking Alex, but I could barely speak. When the rest of the group arrived, they were faced with the same horror. One member of the team had a spare blanket to cover the bodies of our companions. Not much happened after that. Laura and Marcus's remains were taken to the morgue for examination, and I was flown back home. I don't think I slept for weeks after that incident. The shock wouldn't stop there, though. A few weeks afterwards, I got a call from Alex. He said they got the results back from the morgue, and what I heard at that moment from him froze the blood in my veins.
The bite marks don't match the bites of wolves. They don't match any species we know of. The medical examiner has no idea what did it.
I was shocked. I couldn't believe what I heard. Could it be that something else was out there with us? The thought that truly keeps me up at night is that could have been me if I'd taken that trail with Alex, or if I'd been split up with Marcus instead. The disappearing air conditioner. From Officer Jojo. Okay, yeah, it's weird. I would have never believed this if someone told the story to me. Heck, I hardly believe it now. If my friend and fellow security guard had not been with me, I'd still believe it was some sort of crazy fever dream. My friend and I carpool to and from work at the same place. I won't say where, but we worked as security guards, and the drive was through very rural areas that have stretches of highway with no streetlights. In addition to the dark roadways, the grass also can get pretty tall. So when a deer or boar jumps out in front of your car, you won't see them until they're directly in front of you. An important note here is that the company that hired us requires us to stop and render aid to anyone in an accident or that requires assistance. If we see a car accident and the first responders are not yet there, we have to stop and render aid until they arrive. This one night, we were about 8 miles from the town we lived in. We were on a dark highway that I've been on numerous times growing up. Lots of people have been in accidents from deer, wild boar, or an escaped cow now and then that wandered onto the highway. Thankfully, the sides of the road were recently mowed, so we could see if an animal's eye shine reflected in the headlights. We were about 2 miles in, 6 miles from town, when we saw a few sets of hazard lights flashing ahead. 2 of them were facing towards us, and 1 was facing away. The first set facing us looked warped in some way. As we got closer, we saw this small Honda, but it was hard to determine what make it was, as the front had been caved in to the point that the headlights nearly faced each other. The front of the car nearly dragged the ground, like whatever they hit, then got ran over, leaving the front wheels and suspension completely wrecked. We pulled over behind what we could now see was a Dodge Ram 3500 that was also stopping to render aid on the opposite side of the road from the wrecked car. We all got out. I could hear the driver of the damaged car crying with her window partially down. We asked the driver of the truck if he had called any emergency services yet, to which they replied they'd only stopped a few moments ago. We then went to see if the driver of the Honda was okay. She began wailing incoherently as we carefully opened her door to see if there was any visible trauma to her. The driver of the car behind her, which was not damaged either, got out, as well as their passenger. They began frantically asking if anyone saw it and where the heck it went. The driver looked okay, but my friend suggested we call paramedics and police, just to be safe. As we waited, the driver of the Ram asked the other driver and their passenger to to explain what they saw, what happened. My friend and I did our best to calm the driver of the wrecked car down, reassuring her that paramedics and police were on the way and to stay still in case injuries were there that we couldn't see. She began murmuring about an air conditioner, and the driver of the other car began shouting, "Yes, that's what it was. It was an air conditioner." They explained what had happened. They were following their friend home from another friend's home a few towns away. They knew they were going a bit faster than the posted speeds, but they weren't too concerned, since the area seemed so dark and no one was on the road but them at the time. The car they were following suddenly hit the brakes hard, skidding forward, and sounded like she crashed into something. Instead of her car pushing the object it hit, as you'd expect with a straight-on hit, the object almost seemed to bounce off and slide perpendicular to the car and into the ditch on the passenger's side of the highway. At this, the Ram driver decided to backtrack to where this might have happened to see what exactly this woman had hit. About that time, the police arrived with paramedics and fire in tow. As the paramedics assessed the driver of the Honda, the police took statements from the second car occupants. The fire chief hopped down to listen in as well. I asked my friend how an air conditioner could possibly cause that much damage unless she ran right over it. He replied it was probably because of the massive impact to the front of the car. He then suggested it might have fallen off an RV or hadn't been strapped down well and fell off someone's truck or trailer earlier. But why had it gone perpendicular to the car? The woman was loaded on a backboard with her neck strapped down. The paramedics explained she was in shock, and they wanted to take precautions in case of internal injuries. The cops that had shown up and the fire chief caught up with the Ram driver and continued their search of what had caused the accident. They went back to where the skid marks were from the driver's hard stop and scoured the area to find, well, nothing. Not even a scrap of metal, nor a trace of blood. There was nothing there. The cops simply chalked it up to a wild boar that probably ran off into the woods after, as sometimes those things are completely unkillable. I had my doubts. There was no blood, nor rounded shape indentations, like an animal would leave. This was a perfect rectangle, a heavy one from the looks of it. There would have been some remnants of the accident, so my friend and I drove very slowly on the shoulder of the highway, all the way to the town we lived in, back to the accident site. We scoured the ditches all the way, and found nothing as well. There was no sign that anything had happened, but there were skid marks. As the tow truck arrived to take the wreck away, the friends of the driver decided to head to the hospital to stay with her. They claimed they know what they saw, and they still swear to it. I'm not sure what I believe, but I do know that when I first got a look at the damaged front end of that Honda, I could make out the shattered remains of a GE logo in the remnants of the car's bumper. Aokigahara Vlog from Nature's Trail. I'm a decently popular nature vlogger. I'd been debating doing a video on Aokigahara, or Suicide Forest, in Japan for some time. I mainly wanted to showcase the forest's natural beauty, while also respectfully delving into its tragic history. After months of research and preparation, I finally booked a flight to Japan. The trip there from SoCal was lengthy, but uneventful. Now, given Aokigahara's reputation as a frequent site for suicides, accessing the area involves caution. It was heavily recommended to me that I hire an authorized local guide to escort me at least some of the way. The guide I met up with was named Hiro. He was very kind yet frank about what to expect when we met at the trailhead. He warned me it was not unlikely I would stumble upon human remains, stressing that I must not disturb them if I do. that I should not stray too far from the marked paths. Eventually, I did ask Hiro along our walk about any eerie legends or folklore surrounding the sea of trees. His eyes darkened, and he told me something that I have yet to find on the internet, so I'm not sure if it's something he made up to scare me, or if it's a local superstition. Initially, when I asked, he gazed off into the forest for a moment, his eyes sort of glazing over as he thought. After a long moment, he turned and invited me to sit beside him on a nearby fallen tree. "You ask about legends," Hiro began slowly. "There are many dark tales rooted in this sad place, but none more chilling than the legend of the vengeful monk, passed whispering around campfires on dark nights." He absently stirred the soil with a stick he'd picked up, conjuring recollections of the tale. "It is said that long ago, during a time of war, a young Buddhist monk apprentice struggled greatly with emotions of anger regarding the violence in the world. Over time, his bitterness and wrath grew, poisoning his soul. Finally, the monk abandoned his brothers and retreated into Aokigahara to commit ritual suicide, hoping to purge his hatred through an honorable death." Hiro's expression seemed distant. Yet, as the monk sank towards his final breath alone on the cold forest floor, overcome by pain and regret, all that fury and resentment festering within his heart summoned something ancient, something that fed eagerly on his dark emotions as life ebbed away from him. My guide slowly turned to meet my gaze, his solemn face etched with warning. "Now it is whispered that the monk's tormented spirit still haunts this lightless realm between the trees, consumed by a malevolent force granting it terrifying power. Both demon and victim, the vengeful monk preys eternally upon those despairing souls who walk Aokigahara's shadowy paths, seeking their own end." I gazed uneasily into the woods surrounding us as Hiro finished speaking. The shadows seemed to lengthen as sunlight dimmed overhead. "Then you really believe that legend could be true?" I asked, finally. Hiro simply bowed his head in a quick prayer and handed me a map silently. After a brief farewell, he turned and melted into the brooding forest without even a backward glance, leaving me suddenly wishing I had not come to Aokigahara alone. Wandering the dusty wooded trails as afternoon shifted to dusk, I was captivated. Shafts of golden light filtered through vibrant emerald canopies. Twisted tree roots breached the forest floor like ancient serpents. Serene ponds mirrored the heavenly blue sky above, between breaks in the tree line. Inside this sea of trees flourished a profound, near-holy stillness. The best way I could describe my feeling there was odd, wandering around where untold numbers of doomed souls had once tread in their final desperate moments. That thought nagged at me, no matter where I went or how beautiful the scenery was. As the shadows grew, I set up my tent beside a small gurgling brook, figuring the ambient noise would make a soothing lullaby. I cooked a small and contained fire, cooking up some rice and mushrooms for a humble supper. I then snuggled into my sleeping bag inside my tent. Surrounded by the profound silence of the forest, interrupted only barely by the nearby brook, I quickly drifted to sleep, that odd feeling still nagging at me. I jolted awake a few hours later in sheer darkness. For a moment, I was confused. I didn't hear anything at first, and I wasn't sure why I woke up so suddenly and randomly. I quietly raised up, hugging my knees, and I listened closely to the nearby murmuring brook, keeping an ear out for any strange noises. I heard leaves rustling, sticks cracking, nighttime bugs. Suddenly, I heard a tremendous whap against the nylon tent wall near my feet. I gasped, stunned by the abrupt loud impact that came out of nowhere and yet was so close. My entire body trembled as I sat frozen now, terrified. Dead silence followed for several minutes. I stayed still except for my eyes, which I used to constantly scan back and forth for any movement in the dark around me. What could be out there that hit my tent? A clumsy bear? Couldn't be. There were no footsteps afterwards. The night was warm, but I felt very, very cold in that moment. Surely there was some rational explanation for this. But still, the loud smack lingered in my memory. Time crawled by slowly as I thought and waited, and eventually, over time, I convinced myself it was some sort of large nighttime flying insect, awkwardly blundering into my tent, then careening away to elsewhere. That must be it, I thought. What else could it be? With the tense mystery resolved in my mind, I felt relieved. I loosened up, suddenly feeling tired again, and I went back to sleep, hugging my flashlight like a talisman. At sunrise, I roused, stiff and groggy. The first thing on my mind was that weird noise the night before, but I reminded myself it was just some nocturnal bug or bird, nothing to worry about. Plus, with the morning birds cheerfully singing around me, I couldn't help but feel foolish for being afraid of that noise at all. So I made some coffee, studied my trail map for a while, then continued working northwest through the maze of crisscrossing footpaths. I was hoping to reach the rocky Narusawa ice cave before meeting Hiro that afternoon. I passed rows upon rows of moss-covered trees as I went north, pausing frequently to admire the towering pine trees and filming some footage. It was amazing how a beautiful place like this had become somewhere so haunted and tragic. Eventually, I navigated a section of trail that was very densely choked by thorny underbrush. As I painfully made my way through it, I came out and stumbled onto a small wooden shrine nearly concealed by vines. These stone fox-like statues with eerily human-like eyes flanked the weathered altar. There, a lone moth-eaten doll was slumped over, next to a cracked incense bowl, some sort of long-abandoned holy site. It was a cool find, but also quite chilling. I said some apologies under my breath for any nearby spirits I may have intruded upon, and left quickly. Strangely, as I left that place, a feeling of being watched began to follow me. Shortly afterwards, I struggled to find the trail I'd just been on. Confused, I referenced my GPS, but I could not reconcile my surroundings with what the GPS showed. Had I walked further than I thought? As I struggled to get my bearings, the temperature was plummeting. I shuddered, suddenly realizing the sounds of birds and other animals had died down. Even the wind had ceased, leaving the only remaining sound, my startled breathing. When and why did the forest go so silent? A chill ran up my spine. I had to get moving fast, but where? Which way? Eventually, I managed to find my way back to a recognizable trail, but I'd lost quite a bit of time doing so, and I would not be able to make it to Narusawa. Instead, I made my way back to my campsite. All the while, I felt watched. And a new sensation came with it, a feeling of being followed. In fact, I kept hearing twigs snap and leaves rustling behind me. I swear there were footsteps following me. But the moment I would turn around to see if someone was there, the sounds would stop. I never caught sight of my pursuer, if there was one. but the uncanny feeling of stalking eyes stuck to me. Growing more uneasy by the second, I sped up my pace before eventually coming back to my familiar campsite. There, I distractedly prepared some ramen noodles, trying to shrug off creeping dread. I swear, nighttime came much faster than the day before. I retreated into my tent, hoping to review footage to distract myself. I was too anxious to sleep. When I was done with that, I scribbled some field notes and watched stars dance outside my nylon cocoon until exhaustion finally hit me. I was startled awake again a few hours later. This time I knew what it was that woke me, because I heard it. Another whap against my tent wall. My eyes flew wide open. Not again, I thought to myself. Adrenaline flowed through me as I prayed silently for whatever bird or bug or falling branch to remain quiet, so that my mind could be put at ease that whatever it was natural. But as I lay there, tensely waiting for any follow-up or lack thereof, the forest seemed to hold its breath. Though it was silent again, the fact that this had happened 2 nights in a row around the same time began to make me paranoid. I began to wonder that maybe it wasn't natural. And maybe, just maybe, this had something to do with the feeling of being watched and the following footsteps I'd heard throughout the day. It was like someone wanted me to know that I was not alone. My heart was practically drumming in my ears. Slowly, I crept on all 4s through the darkness towards the closed tent flap. I gripped my flashlight like a baton now instead of a talisman. I hesitated, swallowed hard, then slowly unzipped the opening a few cautious inches, just enough for me to peer out of, without making it seem obvious. I decided against turning on the flashlight. I did not want any intruders knowing that I was awake. I leaned forward and scanned the surroundings, the stars and moonlight giving me just enough light to see them. Outside my tent, there were hundreds of figures for as far as I could see through the dark woods. Men, women, even a couple of short figures that must have been children, all of them nude, pale like they were dead. Each one stood completely motionless and quiet, their heads down. Their necks were craned so far forward, I couldn't see if their eyes were open or shut. Maybe it was the darkness. I don't know. The figures that had hair, their hair was dirty and gnarled. There were just so many of them. I had never been so horrified in my life. A scream tried to rise out of my throat, but I silently slapped my hands over my mouth to make sure not a sound came out. If these figures heard me, the idea of all their heads snapping towards me at once. I would die just from the fear alone. But for now, they did not acknowledge my presence. But I felt if I looked much longer, something might happen. Trembling, I pulled back and re-zipped the flap. I buried myself in my sleeping bag, breathing rapidly but shallow, trying my best to remain as quiet as possible. I didn't move at all until sunrise finally came through my shelter, gleaming through the small opening in my sleeping bag. Once I felt safe, I'd never moved so quickly. I packed up everything, still shaking like a leaf. I fled Aokigahara, still feeling watched and followed. I felt as if I had done something wrong. Why would so many spirits visit me that way? I had done something to disrespect them, I was sure of it. And I had to leave. Perhaps it was the fact I'd come to film here. Maybe the spirits thought I was trying to exploit them for views. I have no idea. I was able to find my way out of the sea of trees, and I called Hiro on my phone, letting him know that I would no longer need his services. I spent the remainder of my day before my flight later in Tokyo, where it was bright and loud and cheerful. But I don't think it helped. On the plane ride back to SoCal, I was able to sleep, but it was fitful, and I think I freaked out the guy next to me. Who knows what I was saying in my sleep? My warning from this story would have to be this. So many people have existed in our world. A lot of the places we tread may be the places where people died. So it's best to tread lightly, to be respectful, just in case. Don't be a Logan Paul going to Aokigahara for some views and clicks, because the dead simply want to rest. And so did I after that long, excruciating trip. We are not alone at sea. From Sea Snake. My name is John. I work aboard a small shipping vessel off the coast of Maine. We catch lobster, fish, and crabs most of the fishing season and get paid pretty well for it. I have been a fisherman for the past 20 years and have seen almost everything that can happen to a person on the big blue sea, from being dragged underwater by the pods we use to catch things in, to limbs being torn off, while caught in the ropes we tend to have strung everywhere. A few months ago, we were looking for snow crabs, a rarity in our area, but they were reported just past the area we usually find ourselves in. It was night. The moon was just starting to wane down from being full, and the tide was quite higher than usual, so the waves were choppy. It's usually not an issue for my crew and me. We tend to get larger catches in these conditions because the waves force them from the bottom of the ocean where they usually rest. We captured several pods that day, so rolling into the night, we had high hopes for a large bounty. It's not often we see hauls like what we were getting, and I was honestly excited. We were on the boat for a few hours at that point, and the weather was starting to look a bit tougher than usual. The clouds were rolling in and blocking the stars. We were several miles away from shore, and getting back would easily take 2 hours. We would be drenched with rain and swells long before then. We took on waves that would have downed a normal boat, and continued to get the few traps we could find, as others had drifted far from where we had dropped them. The sky was dark, except for the flashes of light coming from the lightning. The world seemed chaotic. The wind howled, and the seas tossed us about without much mercy. I was thankful we were as experienced as we were, or we would have been in a lot of trouble that night. I had honestly thought we were going to go down, but we started back towards shore. But in the lightning, I swore I saw a massive shadow amidst the waves just underneath us. I panicked, signaling to the second mate what I had seen, and he went pale, giving a solemn nod as to indicate he had seen it in the swells as well. He whispered that the captain had seen it, announced it to him and the first mate, and that we were going to steer course to ensure we didn't run into its main body. It was massive, easily dwarfing our boat. I hadn't seen any definite features, but it was absolutely gigantic. We made it to shore without much issue. The captain wrote it off as a giant squid, but those aren't found in these waters, nor do they get so big. I don't know what we saw, but I can absolutely say I hope to never see it again. The Man. From Expert 333. Hey, have you ever had one of those nights that just doesn't seem real? Like you're not sure if you're dreaming, or if the universe is just playing some twisted joke on you. Well, I had one of those nights a few months back, and I swear I'll never forget it. I was working the night shift at this 24-hour gas station. You know, one of those old places right off the middle of nowhere part of a highway, right next to the woods. It was around 3 a.m. I was just trying to stay awake at that point, hoping my shift would end without any trouble. It was a slow night. I hadn't seen a customer in hours. Suddenly, the lights in the building began to flicker, and the security cameras went all haywire, before shutting off completely. I checked the breakers, but I couldn't get the cameras back online. I figured it was some kind of glitch. I would have to call someone to fix it in the morning. About an hour after that, this guy walks in. He looked a bit off. His clothes were dirty and disheveled, like he'd been wandering around the forest for days. But that wasn't the weirdest part. The weirdest part was his face. He had this big smile plastered on his face. But it was odd, like it was stuck that way. And his eyes, man, they didn't blink once during this whole story. I'm not kidding you, not even once. He walked up to the counter, and I got a closer look at him. His skin was pale, almost translucent, and there were dark circles under his eyes. It looked like he hadn't slept in weeks. "Can I get a pack of cigarettes?" he asked, his voice flat and emotionless. I nodded, trying to keep my cool. Sure. Which brand?" He pointed to a pack of Marlboros, and I rang him up. As I was getting his change, he just stared at me, that creepy smile never wavering.
"You know, they're out there,"
he said, his voice barely above a whisper. I frowned, not sure what he was talking about. Excuse me? Who's out there? He leaned in closer, and I could smell the stale cigarette smoke on his breath.
"The ones in the woods. They're watching us. Always watching."
I felt a chill run down my spine, but I tried to laugh it off. "Right. Okay. Here's your change." But he didn't take it. He just kept staring at me with those unblinking eyes.
"You'll see. They'll come here for you, just like they came for me."
And with that, having not blinked nor changed his expression in any way whatsoever, he turned and walked out of the store, his change still in my outstretched hand. I watched him cross the road, heading straight into the woods, disappearing into the darkness. I stood there for a moment, trying to process what had just happened. I'd had my fair share of weird customers, but this guy, he was on a whole other level. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something seriously wrong with him, like he was not entirely human. I looked down at the change he'd left on the counter. That's when I noticed it. The $20 bill he'd paid with looked old and faded, like it had been printed decades ago. Unfortunately, I couldn't make out the year. However, there in the corner of the bill was a symbol I'd never seen before. It looked like an eye, but not quite. More like a spiral, with a single dot in the center. I picked up the bill and held it closer, trying to make sense of it. But the longer I looked at it, the more unsettled I felt. It was like the symbol was staring back at me, boring into my soul. I shoved the bill into the register, trying to push the whole thing out of my mind. But I couldn't help but glance at the woods every few minutes, half expecting to see the guy emerge from the trees, that eerie smile still on his face. A few minutes afterwards, the lights started acting up again, flickering like mad. After a bit, they went back to normal. I tried to shake off the weird feeling, thinking maybe I was just tired, just seeing things. Lo and behold, a little while after that, I saw the guy come out of the woods and head back into the store. He looked even worse than before, like he went out there and rolled around in the dirt. And that smile, it was still there, creepier than ever. I backed away from the counter, trying to put some distance between me and that guy. My heart was pounding in my chest, and my palms were sweaty. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was seriously wrong with the guy, like he wasn't entirely human. "Hey, man," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Are you okay? Let's take it easy, all right? I don't want any trouble." But he kept coming closer to me, his movements jerky and unnatural.
"Trouble?"
he said, his voice barely above a whisper again.
"Oh, there's no trouble here. Not for me. But for you."
He trailed off, his smile widening, stretching across his face like a gash. I fumbled for my phone, thinking I could call for help. But when I looked at the screen, there was no signal. It was like this guy was emitting some kind of interference, blocking all the wireless signals in the area. Or maybe I was so freaked out I was reading too much into it. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice shaking. "Money? More cigarettes? Just take what you need and go." He laughed then, a harsh grating sound that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up.
"I don't want money. I don't want cigarettes. Something more valuable."
He reached out a hand towards me, and I saw fingers that were long and spindly, with all too sharp nails. I flinched back, but he was just coming closer, until he was right in front of me.
"Nothing left of you. Nothing left of you. Nothing left of you."
He repeated over and over. I was frozen in terror, unable to move, unable to speak. I could feel this darkness closing in around me, like the shadows themselves were reaching out to grab me. And then the lights flickered off and suddenly came back on. This time, the security cameras whirred back to life, and the guy, he was gone. Vanished into thin air like he had never been there at all. I stood there for a moment, trying to catch my breath. My heart was still racing, and my hands were shaking uncontrollably. I looked around the store, half expecting to see the guy lurking in the shadows, ready to jump out at me. But there was no sign of him. I ran to the door and looked outside, scanning the parking lot for any sign of movement. But there was nothing, just the sound of crickets chirping in the woods and the distant hum of traffic on the highway. Part of me told me to call the police, report what had happened. But then I thought, what would I say? A creepy man with unblinking eyes and a demonic smile came into my store and just disappeared? They'd think I was crazy. So I just locked the door and tried to finish my shift, jumping at every sound and shadow. When the sun finally came up and my replacement arrived, I practically ran out of the store, eager to put as much distance between myself and that place as possible. I tried to convince myself it was all just a crazy dream, that maybe I had dozed off during my shift, imagining the whole thing. But deep down, I know it was real. I could still feel the goosebumps on my skin, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something unnatural had happened. Though I had managed to finish my shift, I was a wreck. I couldn't stop replaying the events in my head, trying to make sense of it. The following day, when my boss asked if I could cover another night shift, I told him I couldn't do it. I made up some excuse about having to focus on my studies, but the truth is, I was too scared to go back. I couldn't go through another shift alone at night. Not there. I still drive by that gas station sometimes, and every time I do, I can't help but glance at those woods across the road. I keep thinking I'll see that guy again, his unblinking eyes, his unmoving smile. But so far, I haven't, and honestly, I hope I never do. So yeah, that's my story. I know it sounds crazy, like something out of a horror film, but I swear every word of it is true. And if you ever find yourself working the night shift at a gas station in the middle of nowhere, just be careful. You never know what kind of weird stuff might happen when the rest of the world is sleeping. The Lady in the Oil Plantation, from Sanguine Sea. My grandfather often told us he was one of those people blessed with a third eye. As a child, I wasn't too sure what he meant by that, but he was always too happy to explain. My family started out as immigrants coming over from South India to what was then known as Malaya. My grandfather was a teenager then in the 40s and worked as a night guard alongside his father in an oil palm plantation in Malacca, a coastal town in southwestern Malaysia. This story is about an encounter he had, which has always stayed with me. My grandfather was about 14 or 15 years old back then. He was in the prime of his youth, hanging around the oil palm plantation where his father, my great-grandfather, worked as a night guard. On paper, his job was simple: ensure that no one enters the plantation without permission, and keep straying animals away from the trees. All that kind of stuff. On most nights, nothing much happens because everyone knows that bothering the plantation owner was far too heavy a price to pay for any attempt made to trespass. So my great-grandfather often took this as a time to bond with his son, chatting with him about the happenings in Malaya, including things about the ongoing war. One fine night, my grandfather would emphasize it was a crescent moon night, he decided he was growing a little bored and took a short walk from his father's post towards the clearing in front of them. This was a clearing a short distance away from the plantation gates, before the first line of trees started, covered mostly in hard sand, caked in by years and years of walking during the day. The chilly night air was very welcome in the light of the day's humidity, and my grandfather, being an introverted man, enjoyed the moments of serenity for himself. But then, he would often stop when he told us this part, as if to gather himself. He saw her. It was a woman, young, maybe in her early 20s, dressed in a long white dress, held at her waist by a red sash, and her long black hair in a long braid hanging in front of her. She was standing, her hands hanging limply by her side, her chin tilted slightly upwards, and her lips drawn into a soft smile. Her eyes seemed dazed, as if she was distracted by something, and at first, she seemed to not notice my grandfather. The dress reached all the way down past her ankles, and my grandfather could not see her feet. The air about her was pierced by a faint floral scent, which my grandfather assumed was the perfume she wore, or at least coming from the pair of plumeria flowers she had tucked in her hair. "Excuse me, ma'am," my grandfather called over to her, feeling indignant at the possibility of being the first to track a trespasser before his father got to it. "I think, you might be in the wrong place. You'll need to leave and return tomorrow. I can escort you to the gate." The woman just looked at him, and my grandfather decided not to repeat his request, in case it came across as impolite. After all, she was a young lady, and he was a young man, and they were alone out there at night. If pressed, he worried that she might land him and by extension his father in trouble with the boss come morning. And so my grandfather had turned and hoped that the lady would follow as he walked back quickly to his father's post. As he marched, he heard the soft footfall of the lady behind him, who said not a word, so he grinned to himself, proud of having completed a task without being asked. But the moment he arrived and prepared to explain himself, he turned around and saw that the lady was gone. Where she would have stood, there was nothing but still air, and when he squinted, he saw a rat that scurried quickly past his vision and scampered into the nearby bushes. "The snakes will take care of it," my great-grandfather noticed and chipped in. "That's why we always tell visitors to never step into the plantations. There's always cobras around, and we let them be as natural pest control." He then walked to his post and took out his thermoflask, pouring out some hot chai in the cup, then handing it to my grandfather. "Here, to keep you awake for the next few hours." "Oh," my grandfather nodded, forcing a smile as he accepted the tea. He felt the hairs on his nape stand on end, and not from the chilly night air. He fought the urge to look back once again where the white-clad woman once stood. "I thought it was urgent and wanted to let you know." His father just shook his head and smiled. My grandfather decided not to think about the strange woman any further, as the rest of the night passed, and his father filled him with more gossip about his boss and his boss's wife. The next night, when they returned to their post, my grandfather saw her again. Driven by a sudden urge of curiosity, my grandfather left his father's post and walked down the same path as the night before. This time, he kept a deliberate eye out. His ears picked away at the natural sounds of the plantation in the nighttime. The screaming crickets, the steady cries of toads, the occasional screech of a passing bat. Then he saw her again. This time, her hair was loose, and the wind was blowing strands about her face. In the light of the moon, her face looked almost inhumanly white, though her eyes were nearly charcoal black, which were now fixed on my grandfather. She didn't move, and her hands were at her side, but her palms were held out as if she were calling something. A gust of wind blew, and her hair rose behind her, like a pair of dark wings fluttering as they did. She still didn't move, and her lips were curled into the same smile, but stretched just a little too far to be human. My grandfather stood where he was, terrified and transfixed as he stared at her, unblinking until his eyes began to tear up. His heart screamed against his ribcage, clattering like a prisoner whose insanity had been ripped away. And in spite of the continued cold of the night and the fact that he wore just a thin cotton shirt, my grandfather began to sweat. Blood screeched in his ears. He opened his mouth to scream as the woman suddenly launched herself towards him, her limbs jerkily moving with her body. Her mouth opened wide, and her blackened saw-like teeth glistened in the moonlight. Though every fiber of his being wailed at him to run, my grandfather couldn't move. And then, screeching like a pig sent to slaughter, the woman disappeared into thin air, just 2 feet before she reached him. A gust of wind sent my grandfather stumbling backwards into the waiting arms of his father. Just as he gathered himself, a sudden strong scent of frangipani filled the air, followed immediately by the rancid stench of dead rats. My grandfather stood, shivering in his father's arms, as the older man recited verses from the Quran over him. The very next day, my grandfather recounted that he and his father visited a holy man in a Muslim shrine, who gave them each a talisman containing the same Quranic verses, and afterwards, every night since, returned to its usual uneventfulness. Though so many years have passed, it seemed that the woman never quite left my grandfather's mind. She seems to live on through his stories, told to us, like the story I just told you. The Mounds. From Becca. Dog walking is pretty easy money, especially in our neighborhood where everyone seems to have some kind of fancy purebred. Quick note, I'll be using fake names for the people and dogs in this story for privacy reasons. The owners of these dogs post them all over social media, and giving out their names would be a dead giveaway. I watch the Hall's 2 corgis, Ein and Cornelius, every Thursday evening when the family goes out to dinner. Honestly, the $20 a night is mostly payment for me having to deal with Ein's grumpy, nippy butt. That dog does not like me. But what can I say? Money is money when you're 17. Last Thursday, I showed up at 6:30 as usual. Mrs. Hall ran me through everything as she attempted to wrangle a wildly wiggly Cornelius and get her earrings in at the same time. They already went potty, but Ein probably has to go again, he always does. Just lock them in the garage when you bring them home. Food and water bowls are already full. We'll be back around 9. I clipped their leashes on and headed out the door, with leash-dragging Ein in the lead, looking back at me balefully every few steps. Our neighborhood is pretty nice, but there's been a ton of new construction as of late. Whole patches of skeleton houses and dug-up lots along the main road. We passed a few finished but empty homes and made our way toward an open field they'd been using to dump piles of dirt, dug up from foundations. I call the place the Mounds, and usually take the dogs there at the halfway point, since it's quiet and empty. When we got within sight of the Mounds, Ein and Cornelius fell quiet, their ears perking up. Now, they do sometimes do this when they catch a weird scent or spot a neighborhood cat prowling around. I kept walking, giving a little tug on their leashes. Come on, boys. Go potty, so we can get back home. But when we reached the edge of the Mounds, instead of wandering off to sniff and mark their territory like usual, both corgis ran right up next to me with their tails tucked. Ein leaned into my legs, letting out these little stressed whines, while Cornelius stared at one of the larger mounds, statue still. Confused, I looked over in that direction too, squinting in the dim light of the safety lamp mounted on a pole nearby. I couldn't see anything out of the ordinary at first, but then I noticed movement. There was something at the top of that mound. A figure crouched down like it was trying to stay hidden. I froze, straining to understand what I was seeing. It looked like a man, almost, but very skinny, limbs too long, too spindly, with hairless pitch-black skin that seemed to absorb any faint light rather than reflect it. Even crouched, it was pretty big. I could tell it was probably as tall as a grown man, at least. My breath caught in my throat when I realized its head was tilted in our direction. It was watching us. My instincts screamed at me to run, but some deeper primal voice told me, no, don't let it know that you can see it. So, for that moment, I stood absolutely still, heart hammering, keeping my eyes carefully unfocused. I was still looking, but trying not to really look, if that makes sense. Ein whined again, louder, and that spurred me into action. I dragged my gaze away nonchalantly, giving the leashes a sharp tug towards home, keeping my voice low and even. Okay, boys, fun's over. Let's head back. They eagerly complied, galloping alongside me while I tried not to obviously sprint in panic. I felt an itch between my shoulder blades, like I was being watched as we retreated down the street. Somehow I just knew that making eye contact had been dangerous. If I had let it know that I had seen it, if it realized I was aware of it, something terrible would have happened to all three of us. I decided to take the corgis back to my place. It was closer, and it felt safer. As soon as we got inside, I locked the door behind us, shoving a squeaky, clueless Cornelius off of me. I pulled out my phone with trembling hands, calling my dad and blurting out the story before he could even say hello. As I talked, I kept glancing out the front window, even though that creature had been a good 4 blocks away. Eventually, Dad got me to slow down, and I told him steadily and exactly where I'd seen the thing. When I finished, he was quiet for a long minute. Then he told me to stay put, stay inside, and keep the doors locked. He said he was on his way home, and he would stop by the mounds to check it out himself. I paced the house anxiously until he finally got home about 20 minutes later. I'd spent the entire time watching the clock and peering out into the dark. When Dad showed up, he looked grim, waving off my barrage of questions about what he saw at first. But I wouldn't let it go until he finally sat me down, his face pale. I didn't see anything, Becca, he admitted. No tracks either, nothing disturbed. He paused, rubbing the back of his neck. But when I walked over there, I suddenly got scared. really unsettled, like I needed to leave the area immediately. Honestly, I can't explain it, and I've never felt like that before. I shivered. What if it's still there? What do you think it was? Dad shook his head firmly. It doesn't matter now. I don't want you walking near that site anymore, understand? I would prefer you to take the long way around the block from now on to walk the dogs. His tone made it clear this wasn't up for debate. After the sit-down conversation, he drove me and the corgis in his car over to the halls, locking up Ein and Cornelius in the garage for the night, as requested. We double-checked that everything was locked as it should be, making sure the dogs would be completely safe. After that, we drove home. Part of me wonders if he had seen something after all. It seemed like he was hiding the full truth from me, which would make sense since he wouldn't want me to be too scared. I've stuck to our agreement, though. I've avoided the mounds at night ever since, taking the dogs on a winding loop well away from there during my evening walks. Maybe it's nothing. My imagination combined with some weird animal that belongs in the woods, not a construction site. That's what I tell myself anyway, whenever my mind wanders back to that night, to the lanky, shadowy figure that watched me from the darkness. Somehow, I'm still sure that making eye contact, really seeing it, would have ended very badly for me and the dogs. I have no idea what it was, but I know that much is true, so I make sure not to look for it anymore, just in case. Faint Bernard and the Warbling Man, from X99X. I've been walking dogs on weekends for extra money since starting college a few years back. It helps pay for books, food, all that. I mostly just walk neighborhood dogs around the suburbs, but old Mrs. Winters has me hike trails with her sweet St. Bernard, Bella. We'll amble through the woods to the park and back. Takes about an hour usually. Last Saturday, I headed over around 6 p.m. to get Bella like normal. She greeted me with her usual sloppy kisses before we hooked up her leash and headed out. The trail starts just behind Mrs. Winters' cul-de-sac. It winds through sparse woods and gets pretty dark once the sun starts going down. We were about halfway back on the trail after looping the park when Bella just collapsed without warning. She whimpered, and her legs completely buckled, sending her huge body toppling over. I panicked, kneeling next to her giant head, frantically feeling for a heartbeat. Under all that fur and fat, I finally found one. Thready, but steady. Her breathing seemed normal enough too, but her eyes were closed. She was out cold. I had no idea what to do with an unconscious 170-pound dog in the middle of the woods at dusk. As I fished my phone out of my pocket to call Mrs. Winters to let her know what happened, a voice behind me asked,
"Can you help me?"
I turned around, expecting to see a runner who could help me rouse Bella, but I almost dropped my phone when I saw the owner of the voice. He was impossibly tall and thin, about 7 feet, wearing an actual honest-to-God trench coat and top hat. He looked so out of place. Between the shadows and hat, I couldn't see his face at all. Before I could say anything, he asked something else, voice strangely warbled.
"Does your flesh feel heavy?"
What? I stammered, shrinking away instinctively. Look, man, my dog."
"I'm very hungry,"
he interrupted, the warp in his voice intensifying.
"Can you help me?"
He moved forward then, not a step. There was no jounce in his body, like a typical step would cause. Instead, it was like he slid forward on a conveyor belt. Pure primal fear jolted through me. I knew implicitly that if I didn't get away from this freak right now, I was dead. I then heard something else coming up. Jogging footsteps, approaching. I nearly wept in relief. The steps were coming from behind me. I turned to glance, seeing a blonde woman with earbuds in. Realizing I'd taken my eyes off of this terrifying figure, I turned back. But the moment the woman appeared, apparently the towering guy with the trench coat had simply vanished. No footsteps, nothing, like he had never existed. The woman slowed to a walk and looked from me to Bella, who was sprawled limply in the leaves. She pulled out an earbud. "Whoa, your dog okay?" she panted. Before I could explain a thing, Bella suddenly lifted her giant head with a snort. Her tail wagged lazily when she spotted the newcomer. The jogger helped me get the dopey St. Bernard to her feet. Aside from a bit of dribble, Bella seemed utterly normal. Thank God. The jogger kept peering into the woods nearby after I profusely thanked her for stopping and helping. It was like she sensed something was off. "It's getting dark," she muttered, before replacing her earbud and continuing down the trail, throwing puzzled glances back at me, clinging desperately to Bella's collar. The rest of the walk home remains a blur. As soon as Bella was inside with a confused Mrs. Winters, I raced back to my dorm at a dead sprint, triple-checking my lock and sitting there, shaking on the couch. I don't know exactly what I encountered on that trail while Bella lay unconscious. It looked like a person, sure, but I know it wasn't. The entire time I talked with that man, my animal instincts screamed predator. Every ounce of my being vibrated with certainty that if the jogger hadn't showed up precisely when she did, I doubt I would be here to tell anyone about the hungry thing in the trench coat. Whatever that creature was, it wasn't natural. It didn't belong there. And I know it was that thing that caused Bella to collapse somehow. It wanted me alone, but for what twisted purpose I can't even imagine. I swear its presence leached all warmth from the air. Just being near it was wrong, like a black hole where life can't exist. Maybe I imagined things after the shock of Bella fainting unexpectedly, but I highly doubt it. These days, I don't take the back trails anymore. I haven't walked Bella since it happened. I do miss her. I wish I could forget that hungry, warped voice asking for help that I know I couldn't give him, not willingly. Vowing to never forget feels melodramatic, but I know for dang sure that thing will kill me if it found me again, alone in the woods at night. The Bunny Beneath Colchester Overpass, from Jason R. I don't know how anyone can truly retire. For myself, retirement only lasted a few weeks. My home got a fresh coat of paint. I scrubbed the outside of it completely clean. I manicured the yard. My God, I was losing my mind. Rather than listen to me whine, my wife told me to find something to do with my time, or she would strangle me. Since retiring, I became a self-employed cryptid hunter. Obviously, it doesn't pay much, and the hours suck, but you get to spend endless hours on the road, only to see nothing. When you're trying to write a book about bizarre creatures, it helps to actually be able to find said creatures. But let's be honest, how many cryptids have actually been found? Whenever my wife and I would go anywhere, we'd bring along video equipment and go on little cryptid hunts. By and large, they were exactly what one would expect. You'd go out, find nothing, or find the terrifying stomping grounds of these elusive creatures to be patches of boring forest, muddy ponds, and little else. The closest we've come to finding some mysterious creature is getting a rotten log tossed at us down in the Everglades. So, in my infinite wisdom, I decided to go after something a bit more substantial. A phantom. The spirit of a madman who has haunted the Virginia countryside for over a century. The Bunny Man. I thought it was a joke. I mean, who in their right mind would fear the Bunny Man? I do, now. Whenever we go out on our little voyages, I do a deep dive on all the lore of whichever entity we're hunting. In terms of the Bunny Man, there's a ton of records and information. Most of it is confusing, and in more than a few cases, it's contradictory. I'm going to try to separate the different origins and backgrounds as best I can. There are different aspects of these variations that pop in and out of new sightings and reports. Long story short, it's a muddled, historical mess. If you look up the Bunny Man on Wikipedia, you'll be told that his story began in 1970. Well, so much for Wikipedia. The first reports of a Bunny Man stretch all the way back to the early 1900s. That's right, his story is over 120 years old. To most people of Fairfax County, Virginia, the Bunny Man is less a cryptid and more an urban legend. As I would later find out, it's much more than just a folktale. The first report of this creature or person is as ridiculous as the name suggests. Either a person or people claim to have seen a giant, vaguely man-shaped bunny rabbit, or a man in a rabbit costume. Things become a lot less funny when you discover that this entity was spotted holding a large knife. The foundation of the Bunny Man legend starts with the most classic of classic horror tropes, an escaped mental patient. You see, once upon a time, an insane asylum existed in Clifton, Virginia. The area's population had boomed after the close of the Civil War. As you can imagine, these people didn't want to raise their kids next to what they perceived was a threat. Residents started a petition asking for the inmates to be moved to Lorton Prison. As so often is the case in these legends, one of the vehicles transporting the inmates wrecked. 10 inmates were able to escape. After an exhaustive search, all but 2 of the men were found and captured. That left Marcus Walster and Douglas Griffin. In a rather depressing indictment of law enforcement of the area, after a while, the search for these men was called off. But then one day, Walster was found. Or at least, his body was. It was discovered, hanging from the Colchester overpass. As is the case with most myths and legends, there are parts which just don't pass the smell test. In this case, it was what was found near his body that raises some red flags. According to legend, a footprint was found near his corpse. Inside the footprint was a message. "You will never find me, and you know it too." Signed, the Bunny Man. The more I looked into it, the more disturbing things got. In 1905, some teens decided to pay a visit to Colchester Overpass. It was a horrifically bad idea. Since the discovery of Walster's body, it had been nicknamed Bunny Man's Bridge. I say horrifically because according to the legend, the kids' mutilated bodies were found hanging from that bridge, just as Marcus Walster's had, half a decade earlier. The overpass became a local boogeyman. Parents forbade their kids from going anywhere near the place. Who could blame them? Anytime a kid got out of line, their parents would warn them that the Bunny Man was coming for them, so they'd better behave or they'd find their body hanging from the bridge. Now, let me stop right there and say that is one of the most jacked up things I saw while doing my research. Whichever parent said that to their kid needs to receive regular visits from Child Protective Services. Fast forward a few decades. In 1970, a report came out about a lunatic running around in a bunny costume wielding a hatchet. Needless to say, he was not out chopping wood. But in this chapter of the Bunny Man saga, things veered more toward the plausible. On a cold night in October of 1970, U.S. Air Force Academy cadet Robert Bennett and his fiancée were traveling along Guinea Road in the small town of Burke. They parked and got ready to visit Bennett's uncle. Something outside their car moved, catching their eyes. Before they could react, the front passenger window was smashed in. Terrified, they looked out the gaping hole and saw a man standing outside. He began to scream at them about how they were trespassing on private property and that he had their license number. Looking down, they found the hatchet that the madman had lobbed at them lying on the floor of the car. When you look into these accounts, it's critical to just report the facts. And the fact is, the two witnesses didn't agree as to what they saw. Bennett said he had seen a man in a bunny suit. His fiancée said the man was dressed in a white robe and tall pointed hat. Make of that what you will. Maybe it's just me, but the strangest thing about this story was what the police did with the hatchet after they completed their investigation. They gave it back to Bennett. 10 days later, on October 29th, the bunny man struck again. A security guard named Paul Phillips saw someone standing on the porch of a home undergoing construction. The house was located in Kings Park West on Guinea Road, the same road that Bennett and his fiancée had parked on just a week and a half earlier. Phillips' description is similar to the Air Force cadets in several ways. He claimed to see a man dressed in a bunny suit, although he said the costume was black, gray, and white, not just white. Another commonality between the two reports is the theme that Bunny Man didn't appreciate people wandering into his territory, with shouts of, "You are trespassing," and "If you come any closer, I'll chop off your head." To prove he meant business, Bunny Man began chopping at the porch with an axe. Phillips provided a more detailed description of this loon. The guard said he was about 20 years old, a little over 5.5 feet tall, weighing about 175 pounds. How he could gauge the weight of a man dressed in a bunny suit is both impressive and dubious. Try as I might, I couldn't find anything that suggested Phillips had heard about Bennett's encounter. If he had been aware, it would have explained what happened next. In the weeks after Bennett and Phillips' alleged encounters, the police received more than 50 reports from citizens claiming they too had encountered a madman dressed as a giant bunny rabbit. I'm sure you can imagine that when a sensational story comes out about a monster, UFO, or whatnot, everyone and their brother claims they too had a similar experience. As for me, at the time, I was having a hard time buying into this cryptid. Apparently, the Fairfax County Police had felt the same way. With little to no evidence, they closed both cases without making an arrest. One notable newspaper, at least it was back then, published an article claiming that Bunny Man had eaten somebody's cat. As I drove my way toward the center of the Bunny Man legend, I tried to wrap my head around over a century's worth of reports. One thing I could say with certainty was that the Bunny Man defies classification. Each generation has added its own layer to the myth, or mangled what has come before. When you do what I do, you live a life reading between the lines. You hunt down articles hoping to find a few words that would help you pinpoint a specific location, or maybe an address, something about the description, anything. Allow me to say from experience, more than a few cryptid hunters out there are fueled more by emotion and passion, rather than a dedication to the facts and science. After trolling through some of the sites with information about the Bunny Man, I wanted to cry. Some are plagiarism personified. Others not only contradicted other sources, but themselves as well. As the years passed, the legends devolved. Claims began circulating that on midnight on Halloween, you could see a flash of light at the bridge. Now, the legend of the Bunny Man has escaped its Virginia confines and has spread across the nation. There's a series of Bunny Man movies, and you can even get a Bunny Man t-shirt or get hammered on Bunny Man beer. Is it any wonder that most people don't take reports like these seriously? Anyway, there's one thing that appears in almost all tellings of the Bunny Man story: Colchester Overpass. Packing my Hyundai Elantra with food and sodas and donning my warmest coat, I headed to Virginia in search of a monster. For this particular excursion, I was going it alone. The wife had put her foot down when I suggested we go hunting for a homicidal maniac dressed in a rabbit costume. I nearly got knocked out by a skunk ape. I don't want my tombstone to read, "Here lies Alice, killed by a moron dressed like Bugs Bunny." With a kiss and a shake of her head, she wished me the best of luck as I started out on my voyage. During my research, I discovered that it's all but illegal to stake the bridge out on Halloween. Local law enforcement has been known to go as far as to block off the bridge during the spooky holiday. Just to be safe, I decided not to visit the disturbing landmark on Halloween. I didn't want to get arrested for trespassing, but I also knew treading on his domain was the one thing I could do that would draw the Bunny Man's attention. I didn't think there was much chance I'd see much of anything. The main reason I went was to do some research and to be able to say that I'd actually been there. After checking in at my hotel, I spent the day traveling around the local area. It's less than 6 miles between Bunny Man Bridge and Kings Park West. It didn't take me long to get a general lay of the land. I stopped at stores and drove up and down the streets. Everywhere I went, things felt off. The people, the buildings, everything seemed to be under the influence of something. I scolded myself. Dude, stop. You just got here. The bridge itself is about as boring as one would imagine, well, during the day. When it got dark, everything changed. The faded whites and muted grays became deeper, darker. I don't know how to describe it, but deeper fits the best. It felt like the whole area sank into itself, falling into the dark. Everything in the surrounding area just started steeping into the growing blackness as the sun dipped below the horizon. In a lot of the stories you hear on this channel, there are always statements that things just got quiet, or the sounds of animals in the wind disappeared. That's sort of what happened on my first night there, but not really. The environment made me feel like sounds of joy never existed at all. The whole area around the bridge felt as if it was detached from the rest of the world. It was almost like I couldn't hear, or that I was underwater, or something else. And then I got cold, bone-achingly cold. I felt like I was suffering from hypothermia, despite being completely warm and dry. I'm not easily unnerved. Most of the places I visit don't so much as elicit a yawn. But it felt like this bridge was swallowing the world around me. There were no flashes of light on the night I was there. If anything, things just seemed to get darker and harder. When I say harder, I mean difficult to move. It's like when you try to run when you're dreaming, and no matter how hard you try, you can't exceed a slow crawl. That's when I heard them, the voices. There were definitely voices in the dark. At first, they seemed to be coming from a great distance away, so distant that I couldn't quite make them out. As they grew nearer, I was able to pick out words amongst all the gibberish. Not here, and you can't find me, were the ones that I heard the clearest. Something was out there, but it didn't appear focused or coherent. I think Colchester Overpass is a wrinkle of unresolved horrors and tragedies that pull pain in towards itself. It might have always been that way, and the Bunny Man stories just gave the dark energy a form. Or maybe the entity is just a touchstone that the locals internalized as a symbol of the dark presence that lurks there. I didn't consider any of this at the time. The closer the voices became, the more my rational mind screamed at me to run. I got back in my car and drove to the hotel as fast as I could. I prayed that whatever lurked out there hadn't followed me. To my horror, it did. On the way back, I encountered several people who seemed out of place, given how late it was. Entering the hotel lobby, I nearly bumped into a worn-looking man in his mid-30s. He seemed to come alive as soon as he caught sight of me. "Did you have fun out there tonight?" That was the final straw. I packed my bags and left that night. On the way back, I had lots of time to think. I started to develop a theory. What if, all those years ago, something happened there? What if the fabric of the region had become unsettled somehow? When I'd been there, it had felt like I was walking through Stephen King's It. It was as if some force had taken over the area, smothering it in its dark embrace. Poetic license aside, there was something about the region that made me glad to head home. On the way back, I found myself wondering, did the Bunnyman murders create a paranormal scar that impacts the area to this very day? Is that why the entity has appeared in so many different incarnations throughout the decades? I don't think the Bunnyman is a cryptid, or even an urban legend. I think it's an influence. Something there causes bad things to happen. It brings out the worst in people, and I'm very happy to declare that I will never be going back there again. In fact, after my experiences at Bunnyman Bridge, I'm not sure I'll be doing any more field research for my book. Overnight shifts. From Hibiji. I work the overnight shift, and for the purpose of anonymity, I'll just say that the place I work at has clientele that lives on the property 24/7. My job is basically to watch over them while they sleep, in case of emergency or if they need medication or try to leave the property, and to make sure the buildings don't burn down. There are 4 buildings on 11 acres of land. While all of these buildings are fairly close together, I still have to walk from building to building in the dark to do bed checks. The majority of the 11 acres are woods with walking trails. It is very creepy in there at night. Thankfully, that's not where my story takes place. This story takes place between 2 of the 4 buildings. One building is an office with 3 rooms, the other building a 3-bed, 2-bath house. This house is where some of the clients slept. I spent much of my time in the office, doing whatever I wanted to do, specifically watching anime and making art. There is a short path between the office and that house. I'm talking about 40 feet long. I would go into the house to check on the clients, use the restroom, there's not one in the office, and prepare any food I brought to eat. This property has been rumored to have ghosts. Clients and staff alike had seen them, usually a woman and a young boy. They were only seen on this side of the property. The other 2 buildings do not seem to have any activity. There's also a rumor that clients that sleep in a specific bedroom in the house begin to change. They grow irritable, depressed, and just altogether unhappy. Change the room and voila, they feel better. Not sure how true that part is. Next to the office building is a beautiful garden. It has a big log fence around it, but it's the kind that is wood and wire, so you can easily see into it when standing outside. It's mainly used to keep out the deer, as they love to munch on the veggies. The wildlife in the area is abundant. Now that I've set up the scene, I'll tell you about the 3 specific things I have experienced while working on that side of the property. They're not the only 3. However, they are definitely the most interesting and terrifying. One night I was in the house gathering my food to take back over to the office. I was quite excited to eat my snacks and watch this new anime movie that had recently come out. I'll say without shame that as I left the house, my arms were full of snacks. I was balancing bags of chips, fruit, and other things at the same time. I stepped out onto the short path between the buildings and began to make my way to the office. Suddenly, a strange feeling came over me. I am not unfamiliar with the paranormal, nor am I unfamiliar with the fight or flight or freeze reaction. In this moment, I felt fear ripple through my body. I stopped in the middle of the path and couldn't move anymore. I remember looking all around me, trying to figure out why I was feeling the way I did. That's when I saw it, or him, standing in the middle of the garden, behind the fence. It was a man. He was illuminated by a couple of floodlights we have on the property, and despite being illuminated, he was completely black. I could not make out any features, except that he was wearing a hat, like a top hat or maybe a cowboy hat. As soon as my eyes landed on this figure, my heart dropped past my stomach and into my knees. The feeling that came from this figure was anger, rage. Fight or flight kicked in within an instant, and the only thing my brain could process was the instinct to run. So that's what I did. I sprinted the last 20 feet to the door, where I actually slammed into it because I had locked it when I left earlier. I don't remember getting out my keys or unlocking the door. I don't remember if I dropped my snacks or brought them in. What I do remember is being inside and slamming the door shut. Then I locked it. I was panting, covered in sweat and goosebumps. I inwardly laughed at myself. Lock the door, really? If that was a ghost, he would just get in somehow. I leaned on the door, breathing hard, when I suddenly thought, my God, the clients. Isn't it my job to ensure their safety? I'd left them alone sleeping in that house with that thing in the garden. It's in the garden, and it's bad. I could not deny that feeling. After briefly mulling over my options, which were slim, I decided I needed to go back into the house. I gathered myself mentally, unlocking the office door and sprinting down the path to the house. I opened the front door and practically threw myself inside. I locked the door behind me and immediately went to the window. After peering out, looking into the garden, I didn't see anything. I sat in the middle of the couch, facing the front door and waiting. The front door was thick wood, but it did have a large glass cutout in the middle. I spent the entire night staring out that glass, too paranoid to move. Nothing else happened that night. Only when the sun began to rise did I start to ease up. I haven't felt fear like that since. The next incident also took place near and around the garden. It was a typical quiet night. I was in the office that sits adjacent to the garden. One room has a window that looks out partially into the garden, then partially outside of it. I was having a snack and watching a show on my laptop when I thought I heard something coming from outside. My first thought was it was a client who needed something. I paused my show and stood up. That's when I realized what I heard was singing. It was quiet, soft, and even childlike. This gave me pause, as we certainly do not have child clients around here. I listened for a few more seconds before I decided to peer out the window. Nothing. The floodlights were on and I saw nothing out of the ordinary. But I could still hear the singing. Like a typical idiot in a scary movie, I went outside to investigate. After all, it was my responsibility to keep the residents safe. Poking my head out the door and looking both ways, I gingerly stepped out the door. I made a short loop in front of the building and garden, but I saw nothing, and the singing was gone. I made my way into the house down the short path to make sure everyone was accounted for. Yep, all there. Once I returned to the building, I sat back down to continue snacking and watching my show. However, as soon as I sat down, the singing started back up. I didn't move for some time, maybe just a minute or two, but it felt much longer than that. At one point, I realized I was crying. There were tears streaming down my face, and initially, I was not conscious of it. I sat there crying silently, again probably for only a minute or two, but it felt way longer. It was a bizarre cry, as it didn't feel like I was the one doing it, but clearly I was. My face was soaked with tears, and the tears were obscuring my vision. I don't really recall how that night ended. The final incident worth recounting took place in the house where the residents live, across from the garden and office. I was training a new girl for the overnight shift, joking with the other staff about not telling her about the ghosts in hopes she wouldn't immediately quit. Well, turns out I didn't have to tell her anything about them. They made themselves quite clear. We were doing a property walkthrough and bed checks like normal. There was a stuffed animal on the floor of the living room that a client gave to the resident dog. I was used to seeing that stuffed squirrel tossed everywhere and anywhere, so I barely registered it as we walked to the client rooms. We checked beds, then went back outside, so I could show her more of the property. We were gone for maybe 3 minutes before returning to the house. When we walked back in, I realized the stuffed squirrel was not in the same place. Now it was by the dining room table. Maybe I'm remembering wrong, I thought. I hesitated before asking my new coworker, "Hey, did that stuffed animal move?" She was quiet for a moment before responding, "Yeah." We looked at each other and I felt goosebumps race up on my skin. Acknowledging what happened but trying to move on, we sat at the living room couch so I could show her some work on the computer. I briefly went to the kitchen to get a drink. The kitchen has a little counter, and if standing by the counter you can see over the living room couch and into the living room itself. I looked down to pour my drink when I saw something move out of the corner of my eye. The trainee gasped, shouting, "It moved! Oh my God, it just moved!" I looked up and sure enough, that stuffed squirrel was now about 10 feet away from its last position. My coworker had not gotten up from the couch, and while I didn't directly see it, I did catch something moving in my peripheral. She luckily didn't quit that night, but she didn't really last long. It Played Dead, from Cherry Tea. It was a cold November morning in around 2018. I was 17 years old at the time, driving to work. I lived in a rural suburban area of my town, surrounded by deer, horses, and bobcats. They were no stranger to me. They were also no stranger to being roadkill. This was in Colorado. The sun sets at about 5 o'clock in winter and rises at about 7 a.m. At the moment, it was light outside, but overcast. I was driving down the road I lived on when I saw a large black mass lying in the street. To be honest, I thought someone just dumped another bag of trash in the middle of the road, so I went to carefully drive by it, until I saw it breathing. I slowed down and took a closer look. I saw limbs and ears. Now, I've seen too many horror films to make one of those mistakes, so I was not about to get out of my car. Even so, I was curious. Wouldn't you be? Surely it couldn't be dead. It was still breathing. I didn't put two and two together until later, because I wasn't quite sure what I was looking at. It looked like a bear, but very, very skinny. But then I watched it prop itself back up on its hands that looked like human hands, wielding sharp claws. It had a canine-looking snout, but human-like eyes. It bared its teeth at me, and I snapped back to reality, smashing on the gas, swerving to avoid colliding with the mass. It began to chase me. At this time I was speeding, and when I looked in the rearview mirror, it was somehow gone. I never did see it again, and I'm sure happy as heck I haven't. North Pole Nightmare from Lord of PTT. The story I'm going to tell you happened to me 10 years ago, and it changed my life forever. I'm a retired marine biologist. I retired about 10 years ago, in fact, and that's about when this story was happening. You see, as a marine biologist, you first need to pass standard Army education and camps. And then, if you're good enough to be chosen, you can pick what you want to specialize in. I liked nature. I would often go mountain climbing, exploring forests, photographing wildlife, and so on. So, when I got the chance to choose my field of work, I chose to be a marine biologist. Over the years, I visited a lot of countries and researched their ecosystems. My team consisted of 4 people. Me, of course, my best friend John, and 2 close friends Michael and Gabe. Throughout the years, we've been on a lot of missions and grew really close. But everything changed on what would be our last mission. We were going to the North Pole. Until that point, the hardest mission we'd been on was in the Amazon forest. We were taking some samples from the forest, and we needed to stay for a couple of days. And I can say with all honesty, it was a very unpleasant experience. The rain almost never stops, so you're wet 99% of the time. The bugs crawl all over you and you're constantly surrounded by predators. But that mission, no matter how hard it was, could not prepare me for what would happen at the North Pole. One day we came into the conference room for a meeting. Our boss debriefed us, saying we'd be heading to the North Pole soon, taking samples of ice for a study related to climate change. Interesting, I said to myself. Never been to the North Pole. Never thought I'd go. Our boss told us we would be staying there for about 3 weeks. We would be located at some military base. You can work in peace there. There's no one there at this time of year, he added. After our duties were explained, Michael, Gabe, John, and I went for lunch, discussing the things and equipment we needed to take for the mission. A few days later, we said goodbye to our families and off we were to the North Pole. I can tell you that the person who left for the North Pole that day isn't the same person who returned home from there. Things weren't going right from the start. The original plan was that the helicopter that would fly us there would leave us next to the military base. But as we came closer to the base, a nasty storm started to form. Our pilot told us that he would need to leave us further from the base. Just our luck, I jokingly said to my group. Man, I hate the cold, Gabe said. Stop complaining, Gabe, you chose this job, John added. After we landed and took our stuff and equipment, we decided to make shelter. We would just have to reach the base tomorrow. It's hard to explore the North Pole in the summer because of the thin ice, so our mission was happening in the late winter. So besides extraordinarily low temperatures, we were surrounded by constant night. We set up 2 tents, one for John and I and the other for Gabe and Michael. After dinner in our tents, we prepared for sleep. Maybe an hour after falling asleep, John woke me up in a panic. Hey, wake up. There's something outside the tents, he whispered to me while shaking me. I quickly came to, pulling a gun from my nearby bag. What do you mean? What is it, John? Some animal? I asked. I don't really know for sure, but be ready, it sounds big. As the time passed, we heard it walking around the tents. I decided to take out the flashlight to better see what it was. As I turned it on, I quickly regretted my decision. By the noises we heard, we expected it to be a polar bear at worst. But the shadow I saw was nowhere near a polar bear. What John and I saw was standing on two legs and neared 7 feet tall. I quickly turned off the flashlight. John and I began to pray under our breaths, hoping that it would not attack. We both had our guns ready. I felt a cold sweat developing on my forehead, my heart pounding like mad. I'd been on plenty of missions, but I had never seen anything like that. After maybe 10 minutes, the sounds stopped. John and I quickly but quietly got out of the tent and entered Michael's and Gabe's. After we woke them up and explained what happened, they weren't too convinced by our story. "It's just a polar bear. There's some of them around here," Michael said. "I know what I saw, and we need to be careful, Michael," John replied. "Arguing isn't going to help. We can rest for a couple more hours, but then we need to get to the base," I said. "But I want you all to be extremely careful." Everyone quickly agreed. We rested for a few hours. It took us maybe 2 hours of a cold and hard walk through the snow and ice to make it to the military base. This base wasn't anything special. It was a medium-sized camp with 2 rooms for sleeping, a small kitchen, a small toilet, and the main room. When we arrived, we quickly turned on the generator to get the power and heat going. Then we started to unpack our gear. We had a lot of lab equipment, drills, gadgets, and computers. As we finished setting up, Michael notified our superiors via radio that we'd arrived. And after a quick meal of canned food, we decided to start work. Our first goal was to find a bigger crack in the ice surface, so we could go down it and take deeper pieces of ice for our study. Luckily, we found a crack about 10 minutes away from the base. We set up 2 ropes to climb down. The whole thing wasn't that deep, but because it was dark, we couldn't see too well. Gabe and John were in charge of rope management, and Michael and I were sent down to take the samples. After a 20-foot descent, Michael and I reached a small platform. "All right, Michael, you take ice samples from this platform and I'll try to reach the bottom," I told Michael as I headed down. As I reached the bottom, I noticed there was some kind of cave system. There were multiple holes around me. "Place is bigger than I thought to myself. I quickly took my equipment and began to break the ice. It didn't take long for me to get this strange feeling that I was being watched. I began to constantly look around to see if I was safe, but one flashlight doesn't give you that much vision. As I began to finish up the job, I heard massive footsteps, and then I heard growling. I quickly looked in the direction of one of the cave entrances. I saw something. It wasn't a polar bear. It wasn't any other creature known to live in the North Pole. This was something different. It was huge, walking on 2 legs, covered in white fur. I could make out big red eyes and impossibly long teeth. I froze for a moment. I had no idea what to do. My mind tried to figure out what this thing was, but it came up empty. I stood there for a few moments just frozen, like everything else around me. It felt as if my heart was going to explode. I then decided to take a few steps back, signaling John and Gabe to pull me out of the crack. As I took 1 step backwards, the ice under me made a little cracking sound. In that moment, the creature began to run right at me. Then I started to scream, calling for John and Gabe to pull me out. I could tell they were probably confused, but they quickly did what I said. Luckily for me, Michael was already done with his part of the job, so all 3 of them were there to quickly pull me out as I barely escaped this thing. By the time I reached the platform where Michael and I had split up, it was gone. After the guys pulled me out, they started to ask what happened. "Guys, give me 5 minutes, man. I gotta catch my breath," I told them. After a moment, I swallowed hard. "We're not alone here. I saw... To be honest, I don't know what I saw down there, but some kind of creature tried to attack me. I explained. What kind of creature? Gabe asked. As I described it to them, I could see their faces becoming more and more serious. They knew me. We'd worked together for a while. They knew I wasn't making things up. We're probably dealing with some kind of Yeti-like thing, Gabe said. John chimed in. Gabe, you always act like you know everything. Do you really think that's a Yeti? Or don't you think that idea's a bit stupid? Well, no matter what it is, we need to be careful. From now on, we'll always take our guns with us, understand? Michael said. We all agreed. Thankfully, we had all the samples we needed for the day, so we went back to the base. During dinner, we discussed our options. One thing was clear. Our mission had just begun. Even if we wanted to cancel it, it would be a while before help could come get us. And that would be very expensive, leading to very upset superiors. Alright then, we'll do our jobs as quickly as possible and get the heck out of here, I said to the guys. The next few days were pretty stressful. We were always paranoid and afraid. We didn't know what to expect. I was always holding on to my gun just to feel extra safe. To our luck, in those few days, all we saw were a few Arctic foxes. One night, maybe a couple of weeks later, as we slept, we heard a loud banging on the main base door. We were all quickly awake, turning on the lights. What's going on? Michael said. It's that creature. I think it's back, I told him. We were all terrified. There's nothing we could really do. We just prayed that the doors would hold. All of a sudden, I felt a rush of adrenaline. Guys, come on. We need to support that door. We all rushed over, barricading the doors, pushing ourselves against it too. It felt as if that thing on the other side was about to get in. I don't remember ever being that scared before. I'd been in perilous situations before, but this was different. Eventually, the thing on the other side relented. It gave up, and we could finally let go of the doors. By then, we were all trembling. After the attack, or near attack, we further barricaded the door and decided to sleep in shifts, so there was always one person awake. The next morning, I said to Michael, Man, we have the radio. We can call for a helicopter and get out of here. I know, but we have a bit of a job left. 5 days at most. We guard the doors, do the job, and we get out. Michael said, and I had to agree. One day after that, we were crossing over a little mountain near the base. The terrain was awful there, so we needed to walk very carefully. Just as we reached the top, I missed a step and began to fall. But I didn't fall all the way. Even so, I managed to break my leg. You all right? John called out. I've been better, guys. Think my leg is broken, I said. We canceled our plans for the day, going back to the base so we could take a closer look at my injury. That's pretty bad. We need to call for help. Worst case scenario, he dies from this, Gabe explained after looking at my leg. Michael quickly took out our radio, calling for an emergency helicopter. You see, the emergency helicopter is a lot smaller than the one in which we came. It couldn't hold our equipment and all 4 of us. After a quick chat, we decided that John would leave with me and that Gabe and Michael would stay here for a few more days to finish up the job. To be honest, I wasn't too sure about that deal. I didn't want to leave Gabe and Michael out here alone with that creature. The helicopter arrived the very next day, and as John and I were leaving, I told Michael and Gabe to be extremely careful. Will do. See you soon, they said to us. Yeah, see you soon, I called out. Little did I know then, that was the last I'd ever see of them. When the emergency helicopter made it to its destination, I was quickly sent to surgery. Turned out to be a broken femur. If I didn't come back, I'd probably have lost my leg, as I rested in the army hospital. I anxiously waited for Gabe and Michael to come back. Then the day arrived, the day I would remember for the rest of my life. I was eating some lunch. John was with me because he came to check up on me. Our boss entered the room with the most serious look on his face I'd ever seen. He closed the door, and in his hands he had some kind of file. "Is everything all right, sir? Have Gabe and Michael come back?" I asked. "Gentlemen, I don't know how to say this to you, but Gabe and Michael, they're no longer with us." As our boss said that, I felt a cold sweat coming on. "What? How? Are you sure? What happened?" John began to ask, but our boss repeated, "Gentlemen, I do not know what to say." He then handed us a file, explaining that when the pickup team arrived to pick up Michael and Gabe, they found the main doors beaten inwards, and the inside of the base was completely trashed. The file contained pictures that shocked me. The base, our equipment, our things, everything had been destroyed, and there was what appeared to be bloodstains. In one of these pictures, I saw something. On the floor next to a broken mess of things was a tuft of white fur. After recovering from my injury, I quickly left that job. A funeral was held for my friends, and people were asking us questions, but I didn't know what to tell them. I felt responsible for their deaths. If I hadn't been so clumsy, if I hadn't broken my leg, the four of us could have kept that thing at bay, or even killed it. But I had messed up and abandoned them. I have no idea what it was we saw, and I don't know why it wanted us dead. But of one thing I am certain. It is real, and it's still out there, somewhere in the North Pole. Nishi. From Ravana. I work for an IT company in Chennai, India. Recently, one of my coworkers got engaged to another colleague in our office. This man hailed from North India, specifically Bengali, and his birthplace was a rural village in West Bengal. He extended an invitation to everyone in the office, including me. However, most of my coworkers couldn't attend, so my branch manager and I decided to represent our office at the wedding. He booked our tickets, and we planned to arrive at the wedding destination 5 days before the event. We opted for an early arrival because neither of us was familiar with the state. As we reached our destination, it was a rural village, but it had all the necessities. His house was vast, offering guest rooms for us to settle into comfortably. My friend was engrossed in wedding preparations, leaving us with little to do. On the third night, my manager and I found ourselves bored, so we decided to embark on a small adventure, a visit to a nearby famous cave, which was apparently renowned for being haunted. We planned to head over there in the evening after 4 p.m. Our friend's father, who was the village leader, issued us a stern warning, stating we should return before 10 p.m. The cave itself was only a 30-minute drive away, so that part posed no problems. We visited the cave and the surrounding lake, but there was nothing particularly eerie about the place. That cave lacked the haunted atmosphere we had expected, so before long, we decided to leave. As we drove along the highway, we were stopped by a police patrol. They informed us of a major accident on that road and suggested an alternate route back to the village. With no other options, we followed their directions. This new path led us to a remote village where phone services were unreliable. Our car suddenly sputtered to a stop, the engine smoking. We were now stranded in the middle of the road, darkness encroaching and dense forest on either side. The main village was just a 20-minute walk away, so we decided to make the journey on foot. As we walked, we chatted about various mundane topics when an inexplicable chill swept over me. It felt as though someone was watching the two of us. I dismissed it as my imagination until I heard someone clearly calling my name, and the voice actually sounded like my office crush. That couldn't be right. She wouldn't be attending the wedding due to a medical condition which prohibited her from traveling. Startled, I attempted to turn back, but my manager stopped me abruptly, and now his face was a mask of pure terror. There was no doubt he had heard a voice too, possibly the same one. He motioned for me to keep walking forward, and we continued. The voice persisted, growing louder and more desperate as we approached the village. Finally, we spotted the light emanating from a shop at the village's far end, and all at once the voice stopped. We sought help from the locals, and after the wedding, my manager and our friend's dad explained what had occurred. We had encountered Nishi, a famous urban legend in the area. Nishi is said to call out your name when you travel alone at night, mimicking the voices of your loved ones. If you were to look back, Nishi would instantly attack, killing you, or at least driving you to madness. My manager had prior knowledge of this legend through books and podcasts, which is why he knew how dangerous it could be. I still wonder what would have happened if I hadn't been accompanied by my manager that night. If he never stopped me from looking back, I may not be here today. Mysteries of the Goldwell Open Air Museum. From Scoobs. I'm an artist, and I really enjoyed expressing myself in places far from civilization, so I found myself in odd locations fairly often. One weekend, I was staying at the Goldwell Open Air Museum's Art Center. When I first arrived, I found the art, view, and overall atmosphere intoxicating, so I was expecting a great trip. However, things got weird as the sun started to go down. I felt the air change. I can't really describe it, but it felt heavy and had a weird smell to it. I tried not to think too much of it. I just turned my light on and continued working on my painting. I worked for a couple of hours and got done around 11:30 p.m. So I stepped outside my RV to smoke a little joint that I'd brought with me beforehand. I sparked up and stargazed for a while, thinking about tomorrow and what may come of it. Eventually, I flicked it and turned around to go back inside. But the second I did, I could not shake the feeling of being watched. I felt the hairs on my neck stand up like a hyena, so I bolted in my RV and locked the door. I can't really tell you why it scared me so much, but my buzz was gone by then, and I was awake for another hour before eventually dozing off. I woke up paranoid, but the next day was uneventful. I painted and took in the views as the hours passed. Everything really was quite boring in a good way, until the sun lowered again. I really wish I'd driven far away from there the second I woke up. I could feel something bad coming. The sun fully set, and I locked myself in the coachman, praying that I was just being paranoid. But as the night went on, I started to hear some animal out in the distance. The sound was strange. I've been in many places that are secluded. I've heard plenty of coyotes and mountain lions and more. But this was something different. It was piercing and guttural. It felt like nails on a chalkboard. But I couldn't pinpoint where it was coming from. It was like it was coming from multiple places, but it also felt like they were all directed at me for some reason. It was quite bone-chilling. I was panicking so much, I couldn't move to drive the RV. Not that I even thought to at the moment. These noises gradually grew closer and closer, like they were circling in. This thing or things were stalking me. The screaming got so loud, it felt like it was feet away from me. Then suddenly, full stop, complete silence. I still didn't move, but it made me feel somewhat better. Then, the RV began to shake back and forth. Something, or multiple things, were rocking it side to side. I didn't know what to do, so I just held on, trying not to make any sound. Eventually, it all stopped. But then, I heard something jump on the roof. It began clawing at the top of my coachman. That sound rings in my ears to this very day and never stops. The sound continued until I felt a large shift in the RV, then nothing. I'm lucky to say that was the end of the encounter, and the last weird encounter with whatever that was. I did not get any sleep that night, but the moment the sun came up, I hauled myself out of there. I'm never going back, and this incident has made me reevaluate creating art in remote locations. A giant disaster. From Sonora. When I was much younger, I worked for a local mining company that had come in from out of state. I was at the very bottom of the totem pole, so to speak, since I was one of the men on the dirt crew. Basically, our job was to shovel and move dirt. This was a huge open pit mine, meaning that there was a giant, deep pit full of large and medium rocks all the way down. Now, as you may or may not know, there's a lot of gigantic heavy equipment that's used around mining operations. When I say gigantic, I mean that the tires on these vehicles can be like 14 feet tall. That's how the vehicle in the story was. This particular dump truck was so huge and heavy that it had some sort of air brakes to help stop its humongous momentum. That particular day, I was just finishing up on my break when my boss came up to me, asking me to move the giant a few feet forward, towards the giant pit. Now, my boss is the person who hired me, and he definitely knows all my capabilities on the job, so I was kind of surprised. But I figured that he knew that I was capable of it, so of course, he wouldn't ask me to do something that I couldn't handle, right? Oh, how wrong I was. After what had to be a few actual minutes of me climbing the ladder to get into the driver's seat, I started to figure out that maybe I was in over my head. When I reached the top of the ladder and got to the steps to get inside the cab, I once again knew I was probably in over my head. But again, I figured that my boss wouldn't ask me to do something that he thought I wouldn't be able to do. As I sat myself in the driver's seat, I took note of the brand new leather interior inside the cab. I could smell the new interior, as this particular vehicle had only 19 miles on it. I started that giant, and I had a little trouble putting it in gear at first. But then I finally got it started and rolling forward. As the huge dump truck started to gain speed towards the edge of the pit, I attempted to apply the regular brakes that everyone's used to, via the pedal on the floor. But when that wasn't really working, I started to panic. I realized there were likely 2 braking systems in this big ol' thing. Since I had no idea how to use the accompanying air brakes, I literally began to pray on what I should do next. So, I decided to jump. I opened my door and proceeded to jump the nearly 20 feet onto rocks below. I landed just after the giant had started over the edge into the huge pit. I was in the rocks and on my knees. I then watched helplessly as the giant dump truck careened down farther into the pit. It all happened in slow motion to me. I watched that giant flip end over end, farther and farther down into the pit, kicking up this huge cloud of dust as it went. I mean, that dump truck must have flipped about 54 times during its long journey down. I watched in shock and horror and awe as one of the truck's giant 14-foot tires went flying off and bouncing away. I gaped at the sight of the truck's bed breaking off, flying way up into the air like some sort of UFO. The time seemed to drag by like hours as I helplessly watched the giant flip all the way down, basically melting into the bottom of the huge rock pit. When the giant finally came to a rest at the bottom, I sat there a while, reflecting in shock on what I'd just witnessed. Sometime after, I got up, brushed myself off, and went to face my boss. To no one's surprise, my boss was absolutely teed off at me. He yelled at me to immediately march myself to the company office across the property. I guess for him, hospital checkups were overrated. When I got to the office, I was angry, and I was fired right on the spot. I tried to argue my case, that my boss had been the one to give me the task in the first place, despite me not really being qualified for it, but to no avail. Unfortunately, I walked away on that traumatic day without a job and with my final paycheck in hand. The Lost. From Charlie Tuna. I chose my job because I wanted something that paid fairly well, was somewhat related to what I went to college for, and would allow me to retire in modest comfort. What I got was something else entirely. I spend most of my days going out and examining properties to see if corporations and some government entities should be permitted to develop the land out there. One of the folks I worked with was a nerdy guy named Charles. He was dorky, friendly, kind of oblivious. This guy attended an environmental protest, railing against lax code enforcement. He worked in code enforcement. In other words, he was protesting his employers. I'm sure that happens all the time, but I'm pretty sure the employees who did this sort of thing are sneaky about it. If memory serves, Charles allowed himself to be interviewed on TV. How he didn't end up getting fired is beyond me. Despite his clueless nature, he was a good guy, and his dedication to his job was second to none. His work ethic was one of the reasons I made sure he always tagged along whenever I had to go out on an inspection. Now, after all these years, I wish I'd asked someone else, or better yet, had just gone alone. But no, he happily agreed to come with me. We drove out early in the day in a state vehicle to conduct a regularly scheduled inspection of one of these sites under our purview. The bit of land was about as unremarkable it could get. It was comprised of 3 parts. Most of it was swampy marshland. Nothing unusual there. Most of the territory we oversee and manage are swamps or open fields. There was a small clearing with a warehouse at its center, and a dirt road which led out to a 2-lane highway. Once we arrived, we stopped and parked our vehicle in front of the warehouse. We were greeted by an eye-watering stench as soon as we cracked open the door. "Oh God, smells like crap out here," I said. "That's probably because that's what they were storing out here until a few days ago," Charles replied. "Yay for us," I said. Whine as I might, the inspection and inventory wouldn't wait. Figuring the sooner we got started, the sooner we could finish, we went in and got to work. He might have been clueless socially, but he had no equal when it came to his job. I'd like to say I'd finished ahead of him, but the truth is, he not only finished his own inventory, but started helping me complete mine. That was the kind of guy he was. He could have just wandered off and taken a break, but no, he immediately helped me with mine. Anyway, after 6 long hours of tedious work in a corrugated, foul-smelling sweatbox, we were finished for the day. We could have just hopped in the van and headed back to the office, but the area where the warehouse was situated was, in a word, beautiful. It's so peaceful out there and quiet. We decided to take a walk out in the woods. Most months, the area in which I live is a muggy, mosquito-infested mess. But in September, it's paradise. Cool, comfortable, and with sunsets that can take your breath away. I think that's part of the reason Charles did what he did. He loved this place, considered himself the caretaker of every square inch. Things started out well enough. We started chatting about how next week was the start of another review cycle, and how we'd have to go in and have our work over the past quarter evaluated. And then the world, I don't know how to describe it, maybe dislocated. You know that scene in Stargate where the soldiers walk through the gate and are transported to another planet? I think what we encountered that day felt something like that, only without these special effects, bright lights, or being transported to another world. Well, I guess except for that last part. In terms of what I perceived, it was like for a moment, someone had adjusted the world's focus. Things became dull and distant, before returning to normal, whatever that is. What was that? I asked, trying to keep on my feet. Charles had it worse than I did. He wobbled for a moment. I don't know. Let's get back to the van and call it a day. There was no way I was going to argue with that. I wanted to quit this place, and I wanted to quit it now. We headed back the way we came in, but even in our semi-groggy state, we could tell that things weren't right. Clumps of moss and plants that had been there only a few minutes earlier were gone, or were now in different locations. We walked past a trail that hadn't been there when we'd passed by earlier. I know Charles noticed it too, but he didn't say a word. Not a word at all. The fact he'd stopped being his usual chatterbox self scared me. No one knew this place better than Charles, and if he was put off, something was very, very wrong. I was starting to get scared. Then we returned to the clearing where the warehouse and our van were located, only our van was not there anymore. Neither was the warehouse. In its place was a utility shed. Running over toward it, we found it locked. Judging from what we saw, it looked like a civilian shed, not one managed by the state. That was the straw that broke the camel's back for me. I was terrified. Even in my semi-hysterical state, what Charles suggested seemed totally irrational. We should each check out one side of the property to find the trail or the road that we might have missed. We don't know where we are. The stupidest thing we could do right now is separate. What we should do is start at the tree line and push out in circles until we find another trail or some landmark so we can find our way back to the warehouse. Now, Charles wasn't one of those guys who refused to take advice from women. He saw the logic in what I was saying and quickly agreed. At first, everything was fine. We moved deeper and deeper into the wood line. The only issue was, everywhere we went, it all looked the same. The only thing we found was an old cooler and a newspaper. Keep in mind, this happened in the mid-2000s, so newspapers were still well into circulation. I picked it up and flipped it over. The date on the paper did not match its condition. Unlike the well-used cooler, the newspaper seemed brand new. This has to be wrong. It looks this good, but the date says 1952. I kept reading, but soon I wished I hadn't. Charles. What? He asked. It was obvious from the tone in his voice that he was scared, too. I pointed to the motto under the paper's title. Your source for news for the great state of Calusa. I think I went into shock at that point. I started having trouble speaking. My hands were shaking violently. Where and when were we? How did we get there? Both of us have master's degrees. We like to consider ourselves intelligent and rational. Part of our job description meant we had to be able to think critically. In this case, I think this made everything worse for us. I know it did for me. My mind told me exactly how we'd gotten here. We'd walked. That's all it took to get us to this unknown and foreign land. We had simply walked. No wizards, no time dilation fields, no gates or portals. Just our own 2 feet. Although I'm not proud of it, I did what I'd like to think anyone would do if they were in our shoes. I panicked. Thankfully, Charles was there. It's gonna be okay. We need to just get back to the warehouse. Then I saw on his face that he remembered The warehouse was no longer there. He corrected himself. I mean the shed. It's obvious we got turned around. I'm sure we did. I just don't know how. On the way back, he tried his level best to make it seem as if everything was going to be okay. I was hoping, praying, that when we got back, everything would be as it was. The warehouse would be there. Our van would be back from making a beer run or wherever it ran off to. Neither of these things turned out to be the case. Returning to the shed only made my anxiety deepen. My memory of that day is fuzzy now. No, that's not right. I think hazy is a better way of phrasing it. I think I'd begun shaking at that point, and I know I'd stopped speaking. At some point, Charles knelt down in front of me. Hey, it's gonna be okay. Let me look around. No, I shouted. Don't leave me here by myself. This is all so wrong, Charles. We need to stay together. I'm only gonna go back to that trail. I want to see if it branches off somewhere. I'm thinking the path back to the warehouse is hard to see when coming back the other way. In fact, I'm pretty sure I know where it branches off. He didn't. Or maybe he did, and that trail took him somewhere else. Maybe somewhen else. Maybe both. It doesn't matter. The end result was the same. Charles never came back. It's been 16 years, and my friend simply walked off the face of the earth somehow. A while later, when he never came back, I started to scream out for him. I screamed for about an hour, and after that hour, they started to appear. People. I saw people walking in the woods. They all looked totally lost and confused. Hey, can you? No response. The first two women were dressed like they'd stepped out of a Norman Rockwell painting. They seemed to hear me, but couldn't see me. I say that because their heads jerked around as if they were searching for who was shouting at them. Despite the fact that I was less than 10 feet away from them, they acted like they couldn't see me. They started to walk towards me. I wish they hadn't. The closer they got, the more debilitated I became. I nearly passed out. By the time I was able to look up again, they were gone. The next person I saw was further off in the woods. It was a boy, and like the two women, he looked lost and scared. He called out, "Mom?" But also like them, he couldn't see me. In the end, it didn't matter. It happened again, as soon as I got close to him, close enough to reach out my hand. I saw it this time. He disappeared. But I think he did see me. After that, I stopped trying to get their attention. In fact, I actively started avoiding them. I need you to understand that what I did next, I did after seeing random people appear and disappear in and out of the forest for hours. I think by that point, I'd started to lose my mind. Somewhere deep inside, I wanted to join them. It seemed like a resolution to all of this. Maybe if I was lucky, I could find Charles. Maybe I could find both him and a way out. I stepped into the woods. On the periphery of my vision, I saw shadows, faces, and I heard voices. All these years later, I can't say for sure, but I think I heard Charles. I pushed deeper. I had to find my friend. Every so often, I hit a wall. It felt like it was made of jello. I got the same sensation that you would get when you reach higher altitudes on a flight. My ears would occasionally pop, but then there were the other times. The times when it felt like I was 12 feet underwater. I had to retreat. I couldn't go any further. I made my way back to the shed, rounding a small copse of trees. And, bizarrely enough, I saw our van. My heart leapt into my throat. I was back. Maybe Charles was too. I called out to him again and again. I swear I heard him somewhere in the woods, fainter, more distant. I heard him call my name. I turned and headed in the direction of the voice. But it was dark now, and I was back. I stopped myself, afraid I would only become lost again if I stepped foot back out there. Instead, I decided to head back to the main highway and call the police. I was sure they could find him. As it turned out, they couldn't. They followed me back to the warehouse. Rather than run off into the dark, they first confirmed that Charles had in fact come out with me in the first place. Once my supervisor confirmed that he had, the full force of the local and county law enforcement descended on that warehouse. They smothered every square inch with officers, search dogs, even local wildlife officials. Our entire office was woke up and called in. This search would stretch on for days. Two horrible things became clear. We would never see Charles again, and everyone thought I did it. My coworkers less so, but it was clear from the outset that the police suspected I had something to do with his disappearance. I spent hours being interrogated. I wasn't allowed to rest, and I was grilled until I broke down in tears, again and again. I reached my breaking point when one of my coworkers called the police to report that they'd seen Charles. According to them, he was walking around the woods calling my name. They said that when they got close to him, it felt like they began to drown, and Charles had disappeared. With no evidence, no motive, and with my lawyer threatening one heck of a lawsuit, I was released. I found out later the police had rolled me out fairly early on, but I was the only lead they had. My supervisor ordered me to take some leave and to go get counseling. In the interim, he and a couple other coworkers went back out to the site. When my supervisor came back, late in the afternoon, I thought I was looking at a dead man. "We saw him," he said. And so it began. For years afterward, every so often, someone would come back with claims that they'd seen Charles. Most of them said the same thing, that they saw him, that they'd heard him. Somewhere in those woods, my friend is trying to find his way home, and none of us know how to bring him back. How many other people are out there? What happened to him? What happened to all those people? Do animals have souls? From Charlie Tuna. Let's just say I work for a state agency. I have for a while now. It's not glamorous, but it's also not dangerous. Or at least, that's what I was told when they hired me over 20 years back. But I know better now. When most people think of a mine, they picture a dark tunnel that leads to gold or other precious metals. Not all mines are caves leading to fortunes. Some of them are just pits in the ground, holes hundreds of feet deep. Phosphate mines are just that. They're little more than pits. Now, when I say little, I am by no means suggesting they're small. One particular mine that I oversee is the size of 2 counties. They're huge, and like I said, they're deep. That depth isn't just physical, it's also chronological. The deeper they dig, the further they reach back into the past. These mines pull out minerals that can be used in fertilizers, certain foods, and even toothpaste. As you can imagine, the revenue generated by phosphate is anything but small potatoes. One transaction tallied in at almost $1.5 billion. The company that owns the site I'm about to talk about has branches across the globe, and they make some serious bank. Revenue that the state I work for values highly. We try to accommodate them whenever possible. As I mentioned earlier, these pits are cavernous, not just physically, but in time. Whenever a dragline pulls up that phosphate-rich earth, it's also dredging up the past. But as we all know, sometimes the past should be left buried. Then again, maybe not. I'm of two minds about it now. The past can show you the wonders, but also the horrors that came before you. In my case, it also stepped forward to make sure that I still had a future. Mine inspections are long, tedious affairs that can stretch on for hours. Hours out in the blazing sun or torrential rain. Hours spent so far out in the wilderness that you feel like you're in Timbuktu. No, that's not right. More like Timbuk12. Such was the case in 2013 when I was deep in bum-f nowhere. Put it to you like this. We were over an hour and a half away from the nearest gas station. There were no cell towers. No anything. After chasing after mine superintendents all day, I was ready to go home. Something the taquitos I'd had for lunch told me was going to have to wait. Given our location, I was off to answer the call of nature. In nature itself. It wasn't the first time I'd had to do this. I sighed, wishing my counterparts in the private sector a good evening, and headed off into the waning twilight for a bit of gastrointestinal relief. Night arrived far quicker than I'd have liked, but I also enjoyed hearing the surrounding woods come to life. I waited for a long minute, listening to the sounds. The wind picked up, changing directions. A growl caught my ear, and I turned to see what was behind me. At first I thought it was a black bear, but then it began to walk towards me, and I realized this was a wolf. A wolf the size of a bear. And it wasn't alone. There was more than one of them. A cold fog crept across the field, dampening my feet and legs. It caused a chill to run up the length of my spine, activating the natural reaction all mammals experience when they're being stalked. My body flooded with adrenaline. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to run, but there was a problem. The only direction for me to flee was into the forest. It entered the back of my mind, these animals now stalking me weren't ordinary wolves. They were dire wolves. What I was seeing had to be impossible. Dire wolves went extinct over 12,000 years ago. A vicious snarl behind me told me, whatever they were, I was on the menu. This can't be happening, I said, clasping a hand over my mouth quickly to stifle my own stupidity. If those monstrous beasts pursuing me could not detect me by my terrified scent, they surely had heard me just then. Sure enough, I heard the pounding of paws. I turned and saw the beasts weaving in and out of the trees in pursuit of prey. In pursuit of me. Almost too late, I skidded to a stop in front of another clearing. It was at this part that my story veers into, well, the hard to believe. There was a small pond in the clearing, and I could swear at the edge of that small pond was a family of gomphotheres sipping water in the waning light. Rather than force you to look it up, gomphotheres are ancient relatives of elephants. The best way to tell them apart from their cousins is by the large, flat, shovel-like bottom of their mouths. Like the animals pursuing me, gomphotheres had faded into the mists of prehistory some 12,000 years ago. My mind reeled. Had I somehow been flung back into the distant past? Had these creatures been resurrected, brought forward to the present day? There wasn't any time to think about that. I have to get away from these things, I thought. Finally breaking into a full-out run, I made for the tallest tree I could find, and I began to climb. I tried to convince myself this was all some bizarre nightmare, that the razor-sharp fangs nipping at my heels were just a part of some fever dream that I would wake up from, that I would soon laugh about. So far, that wasn't happening. The pack was now at the base of my tree, catching wind of something else, and they began to peel away to pursue whatever poor creature had gotten their attention. Figuring it was some free-range cow or perhaps a feral hog, I breathed a sigh of relief. That breath died as soon as I caught sight of their new prey, A rhino? But it wasn't like any rhino I'd ever seen. It was squat, with short stubby legs, and had coarse fur covering most of its body. As soon as those fearsome canines closed in on it, the animal began pedaling backward, trying to escape its fate. There were no two ways about it. I was going mad. I had to be. Crazy or not, the natural selection theater being performed in front of me had not come to a close. Seeing that it had been boxed in, this rhino decided to stand its ground and fight. The massive animal thundered out from the undergrowth and began flinging the wolves around like they were chihuahuas. I'd have almost felt bad for them if they hadn't been so intent on making me their dinner just a few minutes ago. I climbed down at the worst time possible. The wolves, realizing they were outclassed, decided to return to their original target, me. Realizing my mistake, I made for the closest tree after that. And that's where I stayed for hours. No one knew I was still out here. The site was so far out in the boonies that I'd booked a hotel so I wouldn't have to drive 6 hours a day during the week-long inspection process. During those hours, I tried using my phone, but my battery ran out and it died. That's right, that's how long I stayed in that tree. Every time I started to climb down, I swore I heard rustling and sniffing sounds, making me think my pursuers were still there, waiting. Hour after hour passed. I wasn't even sitting comfortably on a branch. I was clinging onto the bark of the tree for dear life. My muscles were starting to give way. The hunger that circled below would only be sated with me as a breakfast platter. But I wasn't going to be able to hold on much longer. I would need the energy that was rapidly slipping away to try to get back to my car. With only the light of the moon lighting my way, I jumped down. As soon as I touched ground, I made my way around a group of palmettos in hopes it would slow my pursuers down a little. It seemed like a good idea at the time, but it ended up almost costing me my life. I did the most cliché thing imaginable. I tripped. Thankfully, I got back up and away before they could catch me. I was almost at the clearing where I'd parked my car when I tripped again. This time over something far larger. At first I thought it was an armadillo, until it stepped a little further into the light. Instead of having a shell made up of individual plates, this creature obviously only had a single hard shell. It made a marp sound and turned away from me. Sadly for the poor thing, this put it directly between me and those dire wolves. The thing marped again several times, in fact. It was obviously frightened and confused. This was a good thing for me, at least. Its parents had heard its cries and were coming to the rescue. To say I wasn't prepared for the sight of Ma and Pa Dillo would be the king of all understatements. These things were huge, like the size of Mini Coopers. The shock of seeing something so bizarre just a few feet away from me left me momentarily stunned. Their timing couldn't have been more perfect. The wolves arrived a heartbeat before they did and were a jaw's length away from my leg. Thinking the wolves were coming after their kid, the car-sized armadillos began making the same strange sounds their kid had, but their tone was different. They were deeper, more throaty. The weird creatures were angry. As far as they were concerned, this pack was attacking their child, and they weren't having it. When you're in the middle of something, you tend not to evaluate the thoughts running through your mind. It would later strike me funny that at that moment, with ravenous beasts the size of horses running me down, I thought my savior's tiny legs looked adorable as they pedaled away to block Junior from danger. They were the distraction I desperately needed. No matter how hard I looked, I couldn't find where I parked my car. But on the bright side, I also didn't see or hear the pack that had been on my heels just a few minutes earlier. I clung close to the tree line as I searched desperately for my car. And there she was. The light of that baleful moon, now dipping toward the horizon, caused the dented outline of my Ford Focus to stand out. It was about half an acre away. I was going to make it, or so I thought. I then saw something moving out of the corner of my eye. The pack, or at least 3 of their number, stepped cautiously out into the clearing. I saw their heads turn towards me. They didn't seem aggressive. It was more like they were curious. They were closer to my car than I was. There was no way I could beat them to it. But rather than charge at me, they dipped their snouts to the ground a few times, looked at me, then my car. They then disappeared back into the woods. Afraid they were toying with me, I crept out into the open. I'd never felt so exposed and vulnerable in my entire life. But in the end, nothing happened. No sharpened fangs clamping down on my neck, no claws tearing at my flesh. But I knew just because I was in my car, it didn't mean I was safe. Remember, the wolves that had been chasing me were the size of horses. When I heard the engine turn over, I felt as if I'd won the lottery. The first thing I did when I made it back to the hotel was call the superintendents and managers, canceling the day's inspections. I needed some time. Not just time to rest, time to process what I'd been through. I've never been particularly religious, but as my life returned to normal, I found myself wondering, do animals have souls? Were those shadows of creatures who had passed away millennia ago? If so, why did they include me in their ancient game of life and death? What had happened to me? I told the superintendents and managers that I'd render my decision by the end of next week. I spent the next few days mulling over what I'd experienced in my mind. I went over their permit requests and looked at other acreage up for development. I always hated that word, developed. If anything, the phrase should be destroyed. I'd been worn down by bureaucracy, but my salvation by those massive armadillo-like creatures had reignited my desire to protect my state's wild places. As I said, the area the company wanted to exploit was way, way out in the sticks. There's always another option, I told myself. As it turned out, there were several acres under consideration for development by the company within areas close to pre-existing mines. They didn't need to reach this far into the wild. The more I thought about it, the more it occurred to me that this was probably an effort to create a toehold in the area. This would make it easier on them to begin mining the entire region. I started typing. Upon review of existing Company A properties, development is denied. It is recommended that Company A cultivate and expand on existing properties. I'm set to retire in a few years. I'll hold them, and those like them, off for as long as I can. I hope those that come after me will follow my lead. Warning: the following story contains violence against pets. Scariest night of my life. From the desert. I live in South Africa. I've been working on my aunt and uncle's farm for a few months now. This farm is located close to a very small town. Their main source of income is the sheep they breed and the wool that they shave off and sell. All the sheep gave birth about 3 months back, so we have to make sure they're all extra safe. Usually we let them graze close to the house where there's a pen that they go into at night. There we have cameras that detect movement. We have an Anatolian shepherd dog, which is always with the herd to protect them. He scares off any jackals that come too close, as they are the biggest threat to the sheep, besides humans that steal. A month ago, there was a wildfire that had burnt down a big part of the farm that the sheep were supposed to graze on until spring rolled around. We contacted family that have farmland close to us, asking if they had somewhere for us to let the sheep graze. Luckily, they had space, so we moved the sheep over there, making a makeshift pen for them to sleep in at night. We then borrowed an old RV for my grandfather so that someone could sleep close to the sheep each night. The lock doesn't work, so the door can close, it just can't lock. 2 days ago, a guy who lives close by and owns lions let everyone in the area know that one of the lionesses had escaped. He asked us to be on the lookout for her, and let him know immediately if we saw her. We knew the chances of her coming to where the sheep were quite low. That was until we were proven wrong. I was the one who had to sleep in the RV by the sheep. I was relaxed, playing some games on my phone, when I noticed that the jackals were unusually quiet that night. You can always hear them making sounds in the distance each night, but I heard nothing. It was strange, but I tried not to think too much of it. I got back to playing my games. It wasn't long until I heard the sheep starting to make noises of panic and the dog starting to bark like mad. I grabbed my high-lumen flashlight and a gun loaded with blanks from the cupboard to go see what all this was about. Just as I reached the door, I heard the dog starting to fight something. If it was jackals, the dog should be fine. It usually won those fights. But I had to scare it off just in case. I flung the door open, shining the flashlight in the direction of the fighting noises. I heard my dog whimpering and go silent. What I saw scared me half to death. The lioness. It was standing over my poor dog's body, blood dripping from her mouth. I shot a few blanks, which were enough to make her run off, and I immediately shut the door. I didn't know what to do, so I called my aunt, who told me I should just stay inside. She would call the owner, who I mentioned earlier. As I was sitting there, trying to stay calm, I remembered those videos of lions opening car doors, and I prayed this one wasn't smart enough to do that. I then heard the sound of flesh being ripped from bone. I peeked out a small window, using the flashlight to see what was happening. That lioness was eating my dog. I wanted to throw up. I sat on the floor trying to drown out the noise. I didn't move until I heard the sound of vehicles pulling up. Then, a gunshot. My aunt ran up to the door and I went to hug her. The man, the owner, was now loading the tranquilized lioness into a cage on the back of his truck. She would be put into a more secure enclosure now. But that doesn't really take back the death of our dog. My aunt decided to give me a few days off to recover from the shock and not being able to sleep. But even when I do have to go back and have to sleep in that RV, I refuse to sleep in there alone. Underwater Entity, from Anon. I've always been fascinated by the ocean. Ever since I was a kid, I loved watching documentaries about marine life and exploring the underwater world. I dreamed of becoming a marine biologist or an oceanographer, but life had other plans for me. I grew up in a poor family. I had to drop out of school when I was 16 to help my parents pay the bills. I worked as a dishwasher, a waiter, a delivery boy, and anything else that would earn me some money. To be honest with you, I hated my life, but I had no choice. One day when I was 19, I saw an advertisement for an underwater welding course. It said that underwater welders were in high demand, and you could earn up to $100,000 a year. It also said that no previous experience or education was required, only good physical condition and a willingness to learn. I was intrigued by the idea of working underwater, and I thought that maybe this was my chance to escape my miserable existence. I applied for the course, and after passing a series of tests and interviews, I was accepted. The course was intense and challenging, but also exciting and rewarding. I learned how to use various welding equipment, how to dive safely and efficiently, how to communicate with other divers and surface crew, and how to handle emergencies and hazards. I also learned about the dangers of underwater welding, such as electric shocks, decompression sickness, explosions, fires, and marine predators. After 6 months of training, I graduated from the course, and I got my certification as an underwater welder. I was ready to start my new career. Not long after, I was hired by a company that specialized in offshore construction and maintenance. They had contracts with oil and gas companies, shipping companies, and other clients that needed underwater welding services. They sent me to different locations around the world, where I would work on pipelines, platforms, rigs, ships, and other structures. I loved my job. It was hard, it was risky, but it was thrilling. I felt like I was living my childhood dream of exploring the ocean. Every dive was a new adventure. I saw amazing sights and creatures that most people would never see in their lives. I also made good friends with my fellow divers and crew members. We would often share stories, jokes, tips, and experiences. But there was one dive that changed everything for me. One dive that made me question everything I knew about the ocean. It still haunts me to this day. It happened about 2 years ago. I was working on a project in the Gulf of Mexico. We were repairing a damaged section of an oil pipeline that ran along the sea floor at a depth of about 300 feet. The pipeline had been hit by an anchor that had been dragged by a passing ship during a storm. The repair job was supposed to take 3 days. We worked in teams of 2 divers each, taking turns to weld the pipeline. We used wet welding techniques, which meant that we welded directly in the water, without any protective chamber or habitat. On the second day of the project, it was my turn to dive with my partner Dave. Dave was a veteran diver who had been working as an underwater welder for over 10 years. He was also a good friend of mine who had taught me a lot about the job. We suited up in our diving gear and got ready to descend. We wore heavy helmets with built-in lights and cameras, which connected us to the surface through umbilical cords. The umbilical cords also supplied us with breathing gas and electricity for our welding equipment. We checked our gear, giving each other the thumbs up. Then we stepped off the diving bell that had brought us down from the surface vessel. We followed the pipeline until we reached the damaged section. We saw a large dent in the pipeline where the anchor had hit it. There was also a crack that leaked oil into the water. We could see a dark cloud of oil spreading around us. We knew we had to work fast and carefully to fix the leak before it caused more environmental damage, or before we attracted unwanted attention from sharks or other predators. We set up our welding equipment near the crack. Dave went first. He used an electrode holder to strike an arc on the metal surface of the pipeline. He then moved the electrode along the crack to melt it and fill it with molten metal. I watched him work from a few feet away. The man was skilled and efficient. He made smooth, steady movements with his electrode holder. He looked calm. I heard his voice in my earpiece.
"Hey bud, how you holding up?"
he asked.
"I'm good,"
I replied.
"Good to hear. It's going well so far."
I agreed with him. We chatted for a while as he continued on. We talked about our families, our hobbies, our plans for the weekend. We tried to keep the conversation light and casual to ease the tension and boredom of the job. We also checked in with the surface crew every few minutes to report our progress and status. They monitored our vital signs and gas consumption, and even our depth and time spent. They also warned us of any changes in the weather, the current, or visibility. Everything seemed normal and routine, until it wasn't. I don't know exactly what happened, or how it happened. All I know is that one moment I was watching Dave weld, and the next moment I saw something that made my blood run cold. It was something in the water, something on the sea floor that I could not describe. It looked like a patch of darkness, a shadow or a void of some kind. It was about 10 feet across and 5 feet high. It had no definite shape or form, and it had no features or details, no texture, no other color, just a black hole in the ocean. It was moving, slowly and silently, gliding over the sand and rocks, heading towards us. I stared at it in disbelief and horror. I felt a chill in my spine, a knot in my stomach, a sense of dread and panic. What is that? I wondered. Where did it come from? I didn't know. I didn't want to know. I snapped out of my trance and talked through the radio.
Dave! Dave!
I shouted. He stopped welding and looked right at me.
What? What is it?
He asked.
Look! Look there!
I pointed at the thing. He followed my finger and saw it too. He gasped.
What the heck is that? I don't know. Is it alive? I don't know.
We both stared at it for a few seconds, frozen in fear and confusion. Then we heard a voice in our earpieces. It was the surface crew.
Guys, we have a problem. What is it? We just lost contact with the other team. What do you mean by that? They're not responding to calls. Their cameras are offline, their vital signs are flat.
I felt a surge of shock and worry. Dave's face showed that he felt it too.
What happened to them? We don't know. They were working on the other side of the pipeline, about 100 feet away from you.
Dave and I looked at each other again, our eyes wide. Could it be related to that thing we saw? Could it have done something to them? We didn't want to find out.
We need to get out of here,
Dave said. We packed up our welding equipment and prepared to leave. But before we could move, we heard another voice in our earpieces. It was not the surface crew. It was unlike any voice I'd ever heard, and I don't think it was human. It was something else. Something that spoke in a low and raspy tone that sounded like metal scraping against metal. Something that said, "Stay." I felt a jolt of terror. I looked at Dave, hoping that we had misheard or imagined it. But we hadn't. We heard it again. "Stay." We guessed it was coming from that thing on the seafloor. But how could it possibly tap into our radio frequency to communicate with us? Dave and I did not hesitate any longer. We turned around and swam for our lives. We swam as fast as we could towards the diving bell, hoping that it was still there and that it would take us back to the surface safely. We didn't look back at the thing behind us, fearing that it would follow us or catch us or do something worse. We didn't stop until we made it back to the diving bell and climbed inside, slamming the door shut behind us and locking it securely. Dave and I breathed a sigh of relief as we saw the diving bell beginning to ascend, leaving behind the dark depths of the ocean floor and its horrors. We made it out alive, but it would look like we just barely did. We were shaken and traumatized by what we'd seen and heard. Neither Dave nor I could explain or understand it. I couldn't forget or erase it from my mind. I couldn't sleep or eat or work normally for weeks after this incident. I had nightmares and flashbacks, even a couple of panic attacks. I never did learn what happened to our colleagues down there. I don't even know if they're still alive. This was a job I never thought I'd quit, but the thought of having to go back on the sea floor, possibly encountering that thing again, I'm sad to say that I quit. It's been 2 years since the incident. I don't think I'm the only one who knows about it, and I'm not referring to Dave. Dave found out that there have been other incidents involving underwater welders and similar anomalies. So God only knows what's truly happening in our oceans. Dave says there's something wrong with the ocean, something that's beyond our understanding and control, and whatever it is, it's hostile. Sawmill Horror, from Gabriel P. After a week of being cooped up in an office, doing nothing but staring at a screen and typing away from 9 to 5, it's natural for people to want to relax and forget about their monotonous, miserable jobs. Some go out to party with friends. Some stay at home and sleep through the whole week. Some seek solace in the great outdoors. I'm no different. After a long week of work, I would almost always go to my sawmill to relax. I inherited the sawmill from my dad, but it was originally built and used by my grandfather. After he passed, he left it to my dad, who tried to make money off of it, and started a small business, which didn't really go anywhere, so he had to close it down soon after. Since he didn't want to take care of it, he gave it to me. It was pretty small and it didn't have any big fancy machines in there, but it held a special place in my heart. I remember how I'd always watch my granddad work on some of his projects, how I would always pester him about every little thing he did. This sawmill was located pretty much in the middle of nowhere, in a small clearing surrounded by thick woods. The only way to get there was by following a winding dirt road for about 15 to 20 minutes, depending on how fast you drove. Now, it's not like I wasn't doing anything while I was there. At first, I just messed around with all the different machines. But with time, I began to learn how to properly use them, so I put myself to work. First, I cut 2x4s all day, then I tried making more complex stuff. Of course, it wasn't anything special at first, and the majority of the things I tried to make failed miserably. But with time, I got the hang of things, and started to produce stuff that was at least serviceable. One time at work, we were talking about something. I can't remember exactly what. But I think it had something to do with what we would be doing that weekend, because I mentioned my new woodworking hobby. My coworkers were interested, so I started boasting about how I sometimes made furniture and all kinds of things in my sawmill. After that, I slowly started getting requests from people to make them things. It was mostly basic stuff, like a nightstand or a small shelf, things like that. It began with just a couple of coworkers who I was close to, but then it spread to the rest of the office, and even to their friends and family. And so my weekend woodworking projects that had initially been a solitary escape had transformed into a side business of sorts. I didn't mind making stuff for them, especially because everyone that wanted something offered to pay. But to be honest, I would have probably made it for free if they asked. It doesn't cost me much, and it's something I really love doing. I'm not gonna lie, the first few projects I finished were rough. But bit by bit, I was getting better and better. And I got to the point where I was actually proud of the stuff I was making. One day, as I wrapped up my work at the office and was about to go home, I got a call from one of my close friends named Matt. Matt asked me if I could make him a table for his newly renovated front porch. I, of course, happily accepted the job, and I said I could start working on it that weekend. When Friday was finally over, I went home, got something to eat, changed into my normal clothes, and started driving to the sawmill. After 20 minutes, I finally arrived. Every time I go there, the first thing I always notice is the distinct aroma of sawdust and the earthy scent of the surrounding forest. As I stepped out of my car, my boots crunched against the gravel driveway, and I couldn't help but smile, thinking about my project. The old wooden building, weathered by time, stood with its own kind of rustic beauty. It was painted in faded red, with the color chipped and peeling off. In front of it was my old pickup truck, which I used to transport logs from the forest to the sawmill. Every time I saw that old building, it reminded me of my grandpa, my old man, and all the things big and small that were made in that small sawmill over the 3 generations. I pushed open the creaky door, and the interior was bathed in soft golden light coming through the dusty windows. My tools were hung on the walls, and the workbenches still had wood chips scattered over them from my last project. The centerpiece of the room was the saw itself, a big, intimidating machine capable of cutting through the thickest logs with ease. I spent some time thinking about the table Matt had asked me to make, about its design and what wood to use. After a while, I got an idea. I already had the majority of the things I would need for the table, but I wanted to make it special, since Matt was a very good friend of mine. The forest surrounding the sawmill provided the perfect source of inspiration for this piece. I ventured deep into the woods, deeper than ever before, in search of a couple of smaller trees or branches that I had in mind. I walked so far that nothing seemed familiar anymore. The air was thick with the scent of pine, and the ground was covered in a carpet of fallen leaves, creating a serene, albeit faintly creepy, atmosphere. But after trudging through the unfamiliar woods for a while, I finally found what I was looking for. A few small pine trees that fell over naturally, creating an opportunity to repurpose them into something grand. I carefully cut them into carryable pieces, since I would have to transport them manually to my pickup, which couldn't go that far into these woods. Despite the trees being small, I could see that I would have to make that trip multiple times in order to get all of them. With a bit of effort, I started hauling them back to the truck. I walked peacefully for a few minutes, just enjoying the nature and the great outdoors, even with all the cargo I was carrying with me. After a few more minutes of walking, I started to feel uneasy. I didn't know why exactly, but I chalked it up to me just being paranoid or getting lost in an unfamiliar part of the woods. The uneasy feeling only grew larger, however. Soon, I started looking around the woods for God knows what. At one point, when I glanced behind me, I saw something. It was a person standing near one of the trees in the back. It was hard to see, but I'm positive that it was a man. After I saw them, I got really weirded out and began to walk as fast as I could with all the stuff I had on me. Thankfully, by that point, I was back in the part of the woods which I knew how to navigate. I speed walked for about a minute, and I could already see my truck in the distance. But my relief soon turned to dread as I heard what sounded like running behind me. I quickly turned around, and I saw that man sprinting towards me. Terrified, I dropped everything I had and began to run as fast as I could back to the sawmill. I contemplated getting into the pickup truck, but by the time I got that thing running, the man would already catch up to me. So I ran past the old truck and continued running to the sawmill. I got inside and quickly locked the door, shutting the blinds on the windows. Soon after that, the man also got to the sawmill. Badly out of breath, I stood there, thinking of what to do next. I took a piece of wood that was near me, to at least have something to defend myself with. At that point, I was freaking out, just waiting for this person outside to break the door down and attack me. I saw his shadow under the door. He just stood there, outside, motionless. It felt like this was going on for hours, but I'm sure it was just a few minutes at most. I couldn't believe it was happening. The little place I found comfort and solace in could very well end up being my resting place. I could feel my heart racing, my blood rushing throughout my body, my mind twisted and turned as I tried to make sense of the situation. Who was this guy? Why was he chasing me through the woods? What was he doing in these woods in the first place? Fear gnawed at me, and I knew I needed to act fast, to protect myself, to find a way out. "What do you want?" I shouted. "This is private property. Leave, or you'll be shot." I added the threat. It was an empty threat, but maybe it would back him off. But the man wouldn't budge. A few seconds after my shouts, he moved back a couple of steps, and he started to speak. His words were in a language I had never heard before, and he wasn't even talking normally. It sounded more like he was reciting a poem, or like some sort of chanting, rather than the typical sound of a person talking. I don't completely remember what happened after that. Every time I do try to remember, it's like a wall of fog forms in my memories, and I can't remember much. All I know is that I was standing there with a stick in hand 1 second, and the next I was on the floor with the worst headache of my life. I looked around, and I saw that the door was still shut and locked, and all the windows were still intact. When I somewhat came to my senses, I realized something was happening out there, outside. I could hear something running around the sawmill, growling and hissing. Whatever it was, it wasn't the person that was chasing me earlier. Of that I was certain. The thing that was making laps around the building was running on 4 feet, and from what I could see through the shutters, it had fur. It made a few more laps around the sawmill, and almost as if it knew I had woke up, ran off somewhere. I wasn't sure where it went, but at least I didn't hear the footsteps anymore. I sat there on the floor for what felt like forever, shivering in fear. By the time I convinced myself that whatever was outside had gone and didn't have any intention of returning, it was already dark outside. I stood up, with my head still in immense pain, and slowly, quietly, opened the door. It was pitch black outside, and the nearby forest was now shrouded in darkness, with the moonlight casting eerie shadows everywhere I looked. As I left my sawmill with the piece of wood still in hand, I noticed that everything was silent, too. There were no crickets chirping, no owls hooting, nothing. Just complete and utter silence. Cautiously, I walked to my car, which I had parked near the road. Once I finally got in the car, I threw the wood on the ground, and I sat inside, breathing a sigh of relief. When I turned on the car and was preparing to drive away, I heard something from the woods. Something loud, something I've never heard before. I slowly turned my head towards the woods, and when I saw it, my stomach sank. There were 2 big, glowing eyes watching me from the forest. When my eyes met them, that thing produced a sound so haunting and vile that I can never forget it. I floored it and started driving as fast as I could. After all the dust and smoke from the dirt road cleared, I looked in my rearview mirror, only to see something trailing behind me, running fast, trying to catch up to my car. I started to drive even faster, almost getting thrown off the winding road in the process. It felt like that road would never end, and the hopelessness in me grew larger with each passing second. But just as I started to think that all hope was lost, I saw road lights. And road lights meant I was close to the main road, close to escaping. At least, I thought it wouldn't chase me from there. When I finally got off the dirt road and onto the main road, I could much better see what had been chasing me under these lights. It was a horse, or rather, something that looked like a horse. There was no way that a horse could or would chase a car in the middle of the night for no reason. Every cell in my body was telling me that it was the same thing that had been running around my sawmill. Thankfully, this horse did stop following me once I made it to the main road, just as I had hoped. Even if it did continue on, there's no way it could have caught up to me with how fast I was going at that point, flying down the road. When I got home, I almost immediately fell asleep due to all the stress and exhaustion. It's been 3 years now since that incident. I don't know what any of that was, why it all happened, and I don't plan on finding out. The next time I tried to go back to the sawmill, this time armed, just in case, I couldn't even make it all the way back. Because half a mile before the sawmill, my head began to pound and ache so bad that I had to turn back. And when I did turn back, the pain faded. I don't really know what that animal was and who that man was, and I don't know what happened to either of them. But his chanting is now permanently etched into my memory. Lot G26 from Just Another Creep. I hold a unique position that often goes unnoticed. I'm a live-on-site cemetery caretaker. My responsibilities encompass tending to the landscaping, assisting with grave digging and preparations, and, most importantly, ensuring the peace of the departed and their resting places. I take great pride in maintaining their lots, keeping them free of weeds and preserving the pristine condition of the headstones. For me, it's not just a job. It's a profound calling. This tradition runs deep in my family. My father, his father, and generations before us were all caretakers for graveyards. I've essentially inherited the responsibility for the dead. Graveyards to me embody a tranquil space for remembrance. Basically, they're a mosaic of past lives, a tribute to those laid to rest. Every visitor carries a unique set of memories to unravel, lives to recollect, and loved ones to honor in their shared history. It's a sanctuary to pay respects through the act of remembering. On the flip side, graveyards devoid of visitors and caretakers cease to be spaces of remembrance. Instead, they transform into a vault for things one wishes to bury in the depths of the earth. Unattended cemeteries, lacking respect, succumb to corruption, morphing into locations designed to shroud and abandon the memories within. You must know it is very important to maintain a cemetery as a haven of peace and reverence. The departed find solace less readily when overlooked and dishonored, paving the way for peculiar occurrences to unfold. The story I'm about to share with you is an example of what can happen when the dead are forgotten or discarded. This happened a few years back. As I strolled through the cemetery that day, tending to my routine, a peculiar sight caught my attention. Nestled in the far corner of the last section, distant but apparent, stood an unfamiliar tombstone. From a distance, its decrepit state revealed decades of wear, staining it black, while unruly weeds and brambles ensnared the neglected monument. Yet what struck me the most was the disconcerting truth that the headstone did not belong here. In my intimate knowledge of this cemetery, my cherished garden, and myself as its caretaker, I could sense a disturbance. The misplaced marker disrupted the harmony of the lot it now occupied. Compelled to unravel this mystery, I approached the weathered headstone, hoping for an error in my perception. Upon reaching the forlorn grave, my fears were realized. The stone was much older than initially thought. It leaned with a tired tilt and bore the weight of time. Cracks spiderwebbed across its surface, and the only semblance of cohesion came from the tenacious grip of weeds and vines, reluctant witnesses to the tombstone's slow surrender to the elements. The strange stone disrupted my peace and familiarity with the ground I was on. Stunned, I found myself locked in place, muttering to myself, trying to understand what I was looking at. Weird, I thought. This is Section G, Lot 26. A vacant lot, I'm sure of it. I took a quick glance at my surroundings. Perplexed, I spoke aloud. What the heck is this? The idea of it being a prank did cross my mind, but it didn't really make sense. Placing an old headstone like this is a lot of work, but having rampant weeds build up on it, it would take a long time, so that just isn't possible. Plus, there were no signs of a disturbance anywhere else around it. It was more like the headstone had just materialized overnight. Freaked out, I stood there, caught between staring and thinking, grappling with this weird scene. Soon I felt helpless. I bent down to take a closer look at the stone, hoping what was written on it would at least reveal something. As I cleared away some of the weeds and briars, I realized the stone was eerily bare. No name, no date, no etchings. An unmarked grave, I mumbled. Nothing about this made any sense. I decided to return to the caretaker's dwelling, which was on the property. I fervently searched my desk back there until I unearthed the cemetery schematic, a comprehensive record of sections, lots, and occupancy. With a sense of foreboding, I traced the coordinates to lot G26 with a finger. A chilling, confusing revelation awaited. G26, though it had been purchased, remained currently vacant. I fell back into my desk chair. What is even happening right now, I thought. I then decided to call my dad, telling him about the odd situation I was in.
Son, I'd be lying if I said I hadn't heard stranger ramblings in my ears around cemeteries. Sometimes the dead can be as complicated as the living.
I asked him what he meant. I could tell his tone hardened.
It means do what you know. You're a caretaker like me and my dad before me. Attend to the resting places of the dead. Start there and see where it goes.
We said our goodbyes and I hung up, still baffled by the unexplained tombstone. Even though that didn't help as much as I thought it would, the call left me feeling a little relieved. Nonetheless, I decided to keep my distance from that haunting grave, choosing to ignore it entirely. I went about my daily routine, deliberately avoiding that section, particularly G26. After finishing my chores, I returned home, had dinner, and went to bed. While usually indifferent to my dreams, that night I had a very vivid and horrifying experience. In this dream, I walked through the cemetery at night, the peace disrupted by a soft voice that grew increasingly loud. Despite its incomprehensibility, I sensed it calling to me. Suddenly, I lost control of my body and felt compelled to walk towards lot G26. Desperate to resist it, I screamed for help, but no help came. I approached the grave. I could see the weeds and vines writhing around it like serpents. I stopped only upon reaching the thing. And then the vines began to ensnare my feet and ankles, lashing the sides of my legs. The mysterious voice persisted, its words still nonsense to me. Standing before the tombstone, the ground began to shift and open, unveiling an open grave with a dim blue light emanating from it. Despite my efforts, an otherworldly force held me captive. I wanted to run, but this odd power held me there. The coffin lid creaked open, the blue light intensifying. Soon from that blue glow, a skeletal hand seized my throat. There was then an ungodly scream that ravaged my senses. I jolted awake, drenched in sweat, the echoes of the nightmare still haunting my surroundings. As I slowly realized I was awake and looked around the room, I saw sunbeams tiptoeing through the window. Then there was a knock at the door. My heart sank for a moment, and I thought about pinching myself to make sure I wasn't dreaming. I got up lazily and went to the door. I reached for the knob, still a little bit unsettled from my nightmare. As I opened the door, my heart sank. There, only a few feet from me, was that unmarked grave. At that point, I felt overwhelmed. I screamed at the tombstone, my voice cutting through the eerie silence. "Leave me alone! What do you want from me?" I trembled, a mixture of fear and anger rising up. But if I was going crazy, then crazy was what it was going to get. Inhaling deeply, I grabbed my tools. I began to trim at the unruly weeds around the stone, cutting off the briars, scrubbing away decades of grime. I then carefully corrected its posture, straightening it. I even prepared a vase of fresh flowers. I closed my eyes hard then, standing in silent communion with this tombstone. And as I opened my eyes, I was astonished and relieved. The headstone, once neglected and haunted, had now vanished. That wandering headstone continues to reappear sporadically. Each time I find it, I dedicate a moment to clean its weathered surface and adorn it with fresh flowers. Something about lilies feels like its preferred choice. The randomness of its appearances remains a mystery to me, yet there's an unspoken understanding between me and this displaced marker. This story has really solidified to me that cemeteries are more than just resting places. They are common ground between the past and the present, where the departed remind and the living remember. Bizarre animal control encounter from Bob Matt. I'll never forget the call that sent me out to that decrepit house on the edge of town 2 years ago. As an animal control officer, I was used to responding to some weird scenes, but nothing could prepare me for what I saw that night, and what saw me. It still gives me chills thinking back on it today. I had been working for the county about 5 years when I got the call on a Friday evening. Our dispatcher said a man had just phoned 911 reporting some kind of coyote or dog attack at his home. He claimed the animal was still lurking around his property when he called. The address she gave was way out in the sticks, an area I wasn't too familiar with, but she assured me the county database had it listed as an active residence. I hopped in the truck and headed out, bringing along a catchpole and tranquilizer gun just in case. About 15 minutes later, I pulled down the long dirt driveway the dispatcher had indicated. Right away, something seemed off. The house was a decrepit old trailer that looked abandoned. The property was completely overgrown, and the driveway hadn't seen a car in ages based on the foliage sprouting up through cracks. I parked and cautiously approached the trailer. No lights were on inside, and tapping on the door got no response. Peering through a dusty window, it was empty except for some garbage and an old sofa. Definitely no one living there. Confused and unnerved, I headed back to my truck to radio the dispatcher. But as I passed by a shed on the property, I heard a strange guttural snarl from somewhere nearby. I turned to look, shifting my tranquilizer rifle into ready position. A shape darted from behind the shed, too quick for me to get a good look. But it was the size of a large dog or wolf, completely hairless and pale. It disappeared into the overgrown field behind the trailer, though I could still hear it snarling. I know how dangerous a cornered, possibly rabid animal can be, but something compelled me to pursue this thing on foot, like I had to see it up close. I crept through the knee-high weeds, rifle aimed where I had seen it disappear. The thing stayed just out of sight, its sporadic snarls and the rustling of vegetation giving away that it was close. Then it went quiet, and that's when the hair stood up on my neck. I realized, in my focus on what was in front, I had lost track of my surroundings. Whipping around, I came face to face with it merely feet away. Crouched low to the ground was a canine-like creature the size of a wolf, but hairless and sinewy like some grotesque lab experiment. Flesh pink, but also oddly human-toned. Its eyes were brightly colored but glazed, and the mouth was full of jagged teeth jutting in odd directions. We stared at each other, both tense and still. Then it reared up on muscular hind legs, standing at almost my height. The sheer wrongness of the thing paralyzed me momentarily. That was all the time it needed to spring forward, claws outstretched toward my face. I snapped out of it and ducked, just as it lunged, feeling its hot breath on my neck. I hit the ground hard as the thing sailed over me, screeching. I scrambled to my feet and sprinted for the shed, fumbling to ready my tranquilizer. The animal came bounding after me on just 2 legs. I fired a dart blindly behind me, hearing it yelp as the shot connected. I didn't slow to see if the tranquilizer was having an effect. Reaching my truck, I leapt inside and tore down the long driveway. My heart hammered as I sped away, watching in the rear view for any sign of pursuit. The dense woods lining the road seemed to take on a sinister vibe, but the only thing in my mirrors was a cloud of dust dissipating down the empty dirt road. I pulled over once I reached the highway, finally catching my breath. Fumbling for the radio, I called dispatch trying to make sense of what I had seen. The dispatcher was confused, saying no call had come from that address. She asked if I was sure that was the location I had gone to. I didn't know what to think at that point. All I could do was file an incident report with animal control describing the bizarre hairless creature. Over the next week, officers returned to the property and set up cameras hoping to capture the thing on film. But they found nothing, and no further sightings were ever reported. Part of me wishes we could have caught it just to prove I wasn't crazy, but another part hopes that Dart was enough to kill the abomination, or at least drive it far away from humanity. I handed in my resignation the next week, deciding a quiet desk job was better for my nerves. I know the events of that night sound unbelievable, but when you come face to face with something so unnatural, it has a way of cracking open your sense of reality. Even now, driving at night when the woods press in close, I find myself scanning the darkness for any flash of pallid flesh and glinting eyes. Some things you can never unsee, no matter how hard you try to rationalize them. All I can do is hope to never again cross paths with the horrors that roam the boundaries where civilization ends. Forest Ranger Danger from 33 Trader. It's been about 5 years now since the strange events that caused me to quit my job as forest ranger up in the Pacific Northwest. I'd been working seasonally for the Forest Service for a few years at that point. Most of the time, it was great. I loved spending so much time outdoors, exploring new trails and helping visitors. But the night that things went sideways was a night I'll never forget. I was stationed up near Mount Baker at the time. Our ranger station was a couple miles off the highway, nestled right up against the edge of the national forest. We'd get a pretty good flow of hikers and campers coming through during the summer. My job consisted of a mix between running the front desk, leading nature walks, enforcing rules, and generally keeping an eye on things. One night in late August, I was scheduled to take the midnight patrol shift. Basically, driving through campsites and along trails, making sure everything was quiet and there weren't any problems. I always liked the night patrols, cruising under the stars through the tall pines with a thermos of coffee. Besides the occasional rowdy group of teenagers, it was peaceful. When I headed out at midnight that night, it was clear skies and about 60 degrees out. Perfect weather for camping. I drove slow with my window down, listening to the sounds of the forest. About 45 minutes into my patrol, I was on a narrow dirt road, which runs between the south campsites and main hiking trail. This road has a few pull-offs, where you can park and access the trail, but it's mostly used by rangers and is gated off at night. As I approached one of the pull-offs around 1 a.m., I spotted a truck parked sideways across the road, completely blocking it. The headlights were still on, doors open, but no one was inside. I parked behind it and got out to take a look. No keys, no cell phone left behind. After checking the plates, it was registered to a man from Seattle who had a reservation for one of the nearby campsites. I was getting an odd feeling about the whole thing. I grabbed my flashlight and headed onto the nearby trail to make sure the driver had not gotten hurt. This trail leads uphill, with the forest getting pretty dense. I called out a few times, but didn't hear anything back. After about 10 minutes, I turned back, planning to radio another ranger for help. As I walked down the hill toward the road, that's when the beam of my flashlight landed on something at the edge of the trail. There was what looked to be a small pile of clothes lying on top of the underbrush. I leaned closer and realized it was a child, a young girl maybe 7 or 8 years old. She was lying on her side, eyes closed, wearing pajamas. She looked as if she was sleeping. I knelt down beside her, completely confused, trying to understand how a kid could be alone out here in the middle of the night. I reached out to gently shake her shoulder. That's when I froze. As my hand touched her, the girl's eyes shot open, but there was something wrong. Her eyes were entirely black. No iris, no whites, just a void. In that same instant, before I could react, the girl let out an inhuman shriek, piercing the silence of the forest. I scrambled back, blinded by my flashlight beam reflecting off her retinas. The scream lasted several seconds, reverberating through the trees. Then it cut off abruptly. When I looked up again, she was sitting up and staring right at me with those pure black eyes. Slowly, the girl stood up on the trail. She was tiny, couldn't have been more than 3.5 feet tall. But the look on her face was one of utter contempt, like the stare of an adult who utterly despises you. Then she spoke. The voice that came out sounded young, but also too articulate, too low-pitched for that of a child that age.
"This place is not for you,"
she said.
"Leave now."
I was absolutely paralyzed, looking into those empty voids where her eyes should have been. She blinked once, and when her eyelids opened again, her eyes were normal. This girl then turned and walked into the forest, quickly disappearing between the trees before I could say a word. I scrambled up, sprinting back down the trail to my truck, nearly twisting my ankle, stumbling over roots and rocks. I drove back down the road and radioed the situation in an absolute panic. The other ranger on duty thought I was playing some kind of prank at first, but he knew me well enough to hear the fear in my voice and know I was serious. I met him back at the ranger station. We went to the campsites of the truck owner I'd looked up. An older couple and their young granddaughter were staying there. They had no idea that the truck was gone, insisting they had locked it and had both sets of keys. The girl they had with them appeared totally normal. No signs of that entity I'd encountered on the trail. Still, I couldn't bring myself to fully explain what I'd seen. The other ranger and I searched the woods and kept watch on the campsite, but no other clues emerged. In the morning, the truck was still there where I'd found it. I quit working for the Forest Service about 2 weeks later. No matter how much I tried to put the event at the back of my mind, a new crawling fear took hold of me. Day or night, but especially after dark, a creeping feeling of dread and terror accompanied me on patrols. I just couldn't continue patrolling those woods alone after that. I had no interest in finding out what that thing was either. As long as it's a different area, I still go camping and hiking all the time. Whatever that presence was in the forest, I think it wanted me gone, and I'm not about to ignore that kind of warning. DoorDash Thing from Darren M. It was about 3 years ago. I was delivering food in a rural area right outside of town. I still think back on it sometimes when I'm driving down a dark country road late at night. At the time, I was working for DoorDash to make some extra cash on top of my 9-to-5 office job. The money wasn't too bad for part-time work, and I enjoyed cruising around listening to podcasts. Most of the deliveries were to houses in suburban neighborhoods or apartment complexes, but every once in a while, I'd get an order going out to a more rural address. It was a Saturday night around 11 p.m. when I got pinged to pick up an order from a 24-hour diner that would be delivered to a house a good 15 miles away. It seemed really far, but I was pretty sure the delivery radius was decided by the restaurants or whatever, and the tip alone was $20, so I figured it was worth the drive. The trip would apparently take me down a winding country road outside of town that I was not familiar with. There was barely any moonlight as I turned off the main highway and headed down this pitch-black road. No streetlights either, just my headlights cutting through absolute darkness. The houses out there were few and far between. Mostly it was just fields, trees, and the occasional dirt road or driveway. I had been driving for about 10 minutes when the directions told me I still had 3 miles to go. The road hadn't passed any houses in quite a while. The woods were thick on either side, and I hadn't even seen another car for miles. I was just thinking I should turn on some upbeat music when I came around a bend and I had to slam on my brakes. Because there was something in the middle of the road. I glimpsed it for just a split second in my headlights. Sounds crazy, but it looked like a huge dog or wolf standing over some kind of carcass. But as the glare of my headlights lit it up, the creature's eyes shone back red. Then, the thing turned and in a flash bounded into the woods on 2 legs in just about 2 leaps. My heart was absolutely pounding. I threw the car into reverse and sped backwards down the road to get the heck out of Dodge. Once I felt safely far enough away, I pulled over and turned the car around. I sat there, trying to slow my breathing, processing what I'd seen. That was no normal wolf, coyote, or dog. The thing was massive, almost the size of a person with hulking shoulders, and the way it turned to look at me was too deliberate, too intelligent. I debated canceling the order and heading home, but there was a house waiting for this food, and I didn't want to leave them hanging. So I continued the drive, far more cautiously than before. The last couple of miles, I was gripping the steering wheel tight, straining my eyes for any sign of that creature. Finally, I reached the small driveway leading off into the woods. I pulled up to the modest single-story home and knocked on the door. An older man answered, graciously accepting his food. He apologized for making me come all the way out there, as he handed me a nice cash tip. I made sure to ask him if he'd seen any strange animals lately. The man frowned and said he knew there were some coyotes and wolves out there, but they tended to keep their distance from people. Now, I was creeped out, and I felt like talking about it would help me deal with it. So I went ahead and told him what I saw on the way there. When I described it, his expression changed to concern. He suggested I report the sighting to animal control and be extra safe driving home. The entire way back, I was scanning the darkness, jumping at every hint of movement. I couldn't stop thinking about the creature's eyes reflecting the light, how unnatural and menacing it seemed. The image was burned into my mind. As soon as I got back into town, where there were streetlights and businesses, I pulled over and canceled my remaining orders for the night. My hands were still shaking a bit as I started driving home. I ended up calling out of my shift the next day. There was no way I could focus on office work. That made me realize I didn't get paid nearly enough by DoorDash to deal with deliveries on remote backroads in the pitch black. I decided to avoid orders that would take me too far out of town. I did contact animal control. They confirmed no other reports of a wolf or coyote that big. I still wonder what it was. And I'm also worried that it's still lurking out there along those rural roads. But it's not my problem anymore, because I'm not going to be driving out there anytime soon. It came with the fog. From Double D. 13 years ago, I was going through the worst period of my life. All possible misfortunes just followed, one after the other. It all started when my husband left me for another woman and kicked me out of our home. Then I was one of the first to get fired when my company, where I spent over 10 years, ran into financial problems. When I thought that was the end of it, one night I fell asleep behind the wheel, ran off the road, and destroyed my already miserable car, the repairs of which I paid literally the last money I had. I ended up alone in a small, ugly apartment that I was renting, crying and feeling sorry for myself. Most of the people I considered friends turned their backs on me and left me alone at the mercy of my depression that had me tightly in its claws. My wake-up call was when I realized I would soon be homeless if I continued like this much longer. That's when I decided it was enough. I didn't need anyone, and I would get back on my feet. Since I'm a prisoner of a small, dying but once very lively mining town, I was in no position to choose the job I liked. I had to accept what was offered at the time. So I agreed to a new job at a nearby dairy farm. The job description was this: preparing and taking cows for milking and other related tasks. It's not something you fantasize about as a little girl, but when you're desperate and need money, unfulfilled childhood dreams are the least of your worries. Plus, the job wasn't bad at all. It just took a little bit of time to get used to the sounds, smells, and other charms a farm has to offer. One day, my boss gathered us all together, asking if any of us would be willing to work the night shift until he hired someone new for the job. Before he could even finish the question, I had my hand in the air. Changing to nights meant that I would get a better salary for way less work. Basically, all I would have to do is be physically present and make sure that everything was in order, that the cows were alive and undisturbed. If something really did happen, I could just call the boss. And if a pregnant cow went into labor, I could just call the vet. And that was that. Although the boss wasn't too thrilled with the idea since no one else came forward, he didn't have much choice. Honestly, the first few nights I wasn't comfortable being alone on that farm. But after I got over my fear, I started to really enjoy the place and the fresh night air. My boss planned my duties so that when I arrived, I would settle in a small, well, let's call it an office. And every once in a while, I would take a walk around the place to see if everything was okay. During one of those walks, a genius idea hit me, which I very quickly put into action. I made a small fortress out of hay bales, and instead of being in the office, I was chilling in my new spot. Most of the time, I would read books with a small headlamp, and the best part was that I didn't have to walk anymore, because in case something happened, I would hear everything from my little fortress. One night, just as I was starting a new book, footsteps began to echo in the dead silence of the farm. Loud, specific footsteps that I knew immediately where they were coming from. In front of one of the barns was a large patch of dirt, and at the moment there was a bunch of mud there. The kind of mud that would torture you fairly well before letting you go through it. I could hear a splash, splash. There was no doubt someone was in front of the barn. I wasn't really scared. I expected to find someone from a nearby town trying to steal some oil from one of the mini machines, and I would just tell them to go away before calling the police. It was only when I peeked out from my fortress when I noticed a thick fog had begun to cover every corner of the farm. I bravely started making my way towards the unknown intruder, but to my surprise, there was no one there. It wasn't possible for someone to run away that quickly. As I said, that thick mud does not let go easily. I should have either found someone there, or at least heard them desperately attempting to get out of the mud. Confused and slightly doubting my own ears, I went back to my position and listened carefully. All I heard was silence. I decided to call my brother, because at the time he was in the phase of hardcore gaming and I knew he'd be awake still. I needed to hear a familiar voice. I needed a logical explanation to calm me down a bit. Of course, he told me it was probably nothing, that I was just tired and that my brain was playing tricks on me. He said if someone was really there by now, I would have heard something else. Fully relieved by my brother's words, I went back to my book. I don't know exactly how much time passed, but judging by the pages I read, I would say at least an hour or two, when the silence was disturbed once more. This time, not by footsteps echoing through the farm, but rather a totally unknown, eerie, and somewhat irritating sound that I would best describe as gargling and slurping, somehow at the same time. I didn't dare to move, as the sound was coming closer and closer, then stopped right in front of my little fortress. I stayed there like a statue, my heart in my throat, and a disgusting bitter taste filling my mouth. I had absolutely no idea what to do. Yeah, I guess you're right. Maybe we can hang out tomorrow. Well, then give me a call when you wake up. I love you. Those were the words that woke me up from my trance. Those were my words. That was my voice. Because that's exactly what I'd said to my brother on the phone earlier. When it finally hit me that the footsteps I heard were in fact real, that they belonged to this whatever the thing was, That all this time I'd been convincing myself I was alone on the farm, this thing was hidden somewhere nearby, and that it was now speaking to me in my voice, and the only thing standing between us was a single bale of hay. I jumped out of my fortress like a bullet and ran into the night, praying to God that I didn't get lost while trying to find my car in the thickest fog I've ever seen. It didn't take me too long to find the car. When I made it, I just sat down, locked myself in, and desperately tried to put the key in the ignition with trembling hands. I then felt and heard something brush against the car. I managed to start the car, and more than anything I wanted to press in the gas, but because of the darned fog, I was forced to move at a crawling pace, and the entire time I could feel light pushes and hear tapping on the back window of the car. I'm not sure when it all stopped, because I was crying and sobbing so loud it was all I could hear at that point. When I felt I'd driven far enough, I called my boss and I tried to explain what happened. But I don't think I managed to say a single word that made sense, and he had no idea what happened or what I was even talking about. But by then I didn't care. I just wanted to go home and hide under a blanket. In the morning when I heard my phone ring, I immediately knew it was my boss calling, that he would want to see me, and that I would likely get fired. But first I would be forced to listen to his speech about how I shouldn't have pushed myself for a job that I wasn't ready to do. But I was wrong. He wasn't mad at all, and I soon found out that the horror story didn't end with me running away from the farm. After my crazy call, my boss came to the farm and tried to find out what had happened. However, due to the thick fog, the only thing he could do was go around the barns. In one of them, he found a dead cow. At first glance, nothing strange. It happens, unfortunately. Except this was one of the pregnant cows, and her belly had been ripped open, the abdominal cavity completely empty. No calf, not a single organ, not a drop of blood, a stain, a print, no sign of a struggle. Nothing. Just a dead animal, surrounded by dozens of other cows that were now calmly munching on hay and didn't seem the least bit upset. How is it possible to walk among so many animals, tear open one's belly, take out so much content in total silence, then walk away without leaving any trace? Although I was returned back to my milking job, my financial situation was still bad, so I didn't last long there. I've never believed in the paranormal before. I've never been a person that gets easily scared. But that night changed everything for me. I didn't feel comfortable working when I knew that maybe I was being watched by something that was just waiting for the right moment to grab me. Then, instead of a cow, I would be left dead, found with a torn open belly, completely empty on the cold, dirty floor. The Man by the Side of the Road, from Tim 01. I work as a security guard, which means that I usually just check parking lots to see if people have parked correctly and paid for their parking. I also visit different stores to prevent stealing and to make the employees feel safe and secure. This is on the day shift. However, when I worked the late night shift, from 4 p.m. to 2:30 a.m., it was a bit different. We still checked the parking lots and did rounds at the stores, but we also did rounds at different company buildings in a city about 20 minutes away from where we usually patrolled. This particular shift was only on weekends. When I finished all the rounds in that city, and it was time to return to the office to finish my shift around 2 a.m., it was about 11 degrees Celsius and raining outside, so basically extra cold. Not many people were out. On my way back to the office, I was very tired and had a hard time focusing on driving. The road between the two cities doesn't have much around it, just a lot of woods, like a highway. After driving for about 10 minutes, I looked to the side of the road by the railings a bit ahead of me, because I thought I saw something over there, maybe an animal or a plastic bag. But when I got closer and my headlights shone on the railing, I saw a man sitting behind it, shielding his face with his hand due to the brightness of my headlights. He was hunched over like he was crouching. This was in the middle of nowhere, woods everywhere, the nearest house being about 10 to 15 minutes away by car. At first, I thought maybe he was a drunk who'd gotten off the bus and walked the wrong way. But that meant he would have been walking in the ditch the whole way, since there wasn't much space to walk on in the road. It was also raining and cold with no streetlights on the entire stretch. I could barely react when I saw him, since I was going about 80 kilometers per hour. When I passed him, I didn't know whether to stop or keep driving. Since it was like a highway, it wasn't easy to turn around. So I kept going and got back to the office to finish my shift. In the end, there was no reason for that man to be out there like that, in the cold rain, in essentially a ditch. Maybe not the scariest experience, but definitely an odd one. The next day, I checked the news to see if anything was reported about a man at the side of the road the night before, but I didn't hear anything. If he was real, well, I hope he got home safe. The Husband's Horse, from K.L. This is my husband's story. He is a professional farrier, or a horse shoer, for those of you that aren't around horses much. Now, being a farrier, he's been to the entire spectrum of different locations to take care of clients' horses. Some took him to beautiful places that you would picture in a magazine. Others have been extremely run-down, barely standing sheds. When he gets called from new clients, he's usually able to look them up on Facebook first to get an idea of what he's going to be dealing with. But some of the older generations that contact him just have a landline, so he's got to go in blind. This is one of those stories. It will be told from his perspective. My job has a lot of factors that can either make my day truly enjoyable or make it the longest, gut-wrenching experience. Since I mostly work outside, the weather greatly affects my job. When it's hot out, I deal with clingy flies and heat exhaustion. When it's cold, I deal with grumpy clients having to stand in the cold holding their horse while I work on its feet. If the horse doesn't stand well, that makes my job all the more challenging. But the absolute worst part of my job is having to deal with people on a daily basis. Most are completely normal, but I've also had my fair share of the not-so-normal horse owners. This story by far is the most unnerving and creepiest scenario I've ever dealt with, and it definitely shows the dark side of poor mental health. This took place during the winter in Colorado. I received a call from an elderly woman late one evening. She asked if I could come take a look at her horse that wasn't getting any better after having a few other farriers come out to work on him. I asked her where she was located, and she gave me an address. It worked out that she was in an area I was going to be close to in a few days. I cover a 3-hour radius from my home, and she was about an hour and a half away. I told her I could work her in at the end of the day on my way home, and then I asked if she had a barn we could work in, since it would be dark by the time I'd get there. She told me she had a very nice large barn that had electricity and a large heater in it. I thought, great, this one will be a piece of cake. We agreed on the date and approximate time, and she gave me step-by-step directions to get to her place, as the closest small town was about 20 miles away. In other words, she was in the middle of nowhere, but that wasn't anything unusual for me. The day came and I finished up my previous appointments, and I started heading in the direction of her place on my way home. It was snowing hard by that point, and I was really looking forward to that nice warm barn that she said she had. I pulled off the interstate, and I started going down country roads. I was keeping an eye on my odometer to make sure I didn't miss any turns, as I had no cell phone reception. Before long, I finally saw a sign that read farmhouse with an arrow, indicating the last turn that she had instructed me to make. About 1.5 miles later, I came to a ranch at the end of a dead-end road. I thought, no, this couldn't be the right place. There was a little farmhouse and a big barn, but everything was completely dilapidated, run down. It looked like it had been abandoned for years. I sat there rereading the directions she gave me, thinking, well, crap, am I really going to have to drive 20 miles back to town to get reception just to give this woman a call? That's when I saw this tiny little hunched-over old woman walking through the snow in a nightgown, winter coat, and work boots. She carried what looked to be a lantern. What in the world? I thought. I climbed out of my truck and approached her. She happily greeted me, asking if I had any trouble finding the place. I followed her as she led me to the entrance of her barn. We talked for a couple of minutes as she explained again what she and her husband thought was wrong with the horse. I listened to her, suggesting a couple of options. She interrupted me at that point, asking that I address her husband when speaking. I was taken aback. I looked around, thinking maybe her husband had come up behind me, and I didn't hear him because of the blowing snow. But there was no one else there. I looked at the woman and said, your husband? She replied, yes, please don't ignore him. My stomach dropped. What the heck did I walk into? I thought. Now, I've dealt with some people that are pretty far out there. She didn't seem to pose a threat, and honestly, at this point, she wasn't the craziest person I've dealt with. I apologized to her and played along. She told me it was fine and began to lead me towards one of the stalls in the barn. Finally getting a better look at her barn, I came to the realization that not only was there no electricity, but the big heater was actually an antique wood-burning stove, buried under 4 inches of dirt and dust. She motioned me over to the stall she was standing closest to. I walked over to the stall door. I could see there was a horse on the ground towards the back of the stall, in the shadows, but the light from her lantern didn't penetrate the darkness enough to see clearly. I pulled my phone out, turning on the flashlight, and I started to shine it inside the stall. My heart stopped, blood running cold. My flashlight had landed on a horse in the stall, but that horse was dead. And it had been dead for a long, long while. It was past the point of smelling bad. All that was left was basically hide and bones in the shape of a horse. It was still wearing a halter, and sat in front of this long dead horse was fresh hay and a full bucket of clean water. By then I was doing my best not to soil myself. Was this a setup? I thought. Was someone going to jump out from one of the other stalls and try to kill me? My mind raced with every horrifying answer that popped into my head. I looked back at the old lady. My breath caught in my throat as I looked around, searching for anyone else that could be there. She stood there, calmly holding her lantern, looking at me. Then she asked, "What do you think we can do for him?" I was stupefied. I looked at her, then back at the horse, as she waited patiently for an answer. I about jumped out of my skin when I heard movement further back in the barn. I shone my light towards the noise, and I saw eye shine from 2 other horses. I walked closer to them, discovering 2 very old horses that were extremely emaciated, hooves so long they were curling up like elf shoes. This was extreme neglect. These horses were starving to death, knocking on death's door at that very moment, and this lady was giving a horse that had been expired for who knows how long clean water and fresh hay. I couldn't wrap my head around it. Every cell in my body was screaming for me to get the heck out of there. I turned back to the old lady, asking if she was talking about these horses. She grew irritated and snapped at me. "No, I'm wanting to know what we can do to help my husband's horse right here," swinging the lantern towards the dead one. My mind was blown. I had no idea what the heck was going on, but I felt like I needed to tread lightly with this woman. After all, we were out in the middle of nowhere during a large snowstorm, and I had zero cell reception. She seemed like a frail, little old lady, but who knew if there was a shotgun stashed somewhere close by or if anyone else was hiding there? In my experience, and having relatives that lived far off the beaten path, those were the people you didn't mess with. I stood silent, trying to hide the panic I was feeling. Finally, I blurted out a routine answer for a client of a horse that needed corrective work. So, what I'm gonna need you to do is call a vet and get me some x-rays on this horse. I want to see what's going on inside his foot before we do any sort of corrective work. Once you get those x-rays, I'll have the vet email me the images. Then I'll head back out here and get him fixed up. She looked to her left and asked, "Does that sound good?" I'm assuming she was asking her husband. She waited a couple of seconds, then said to me, smiling, Yes, we think that is a good plan. Thank you. I will get a hold of our vet first thing in the morning. How much do I owe you for coming out?" I was already starting to walk towards my truck to get the heck out of Dodge. I yelled back over my shoulder, "No charge. I'll be in touch with you after I hear back from the vet. Then we'll schedule another visit." I started my rig and threw it into drive. I hauled tail out of there, trying to remember the way back to the interstate. I kept replaying the whole interaction in my head. Did all that really just happen? As soon as I had reception, I put in a call to the county sheriff and I started to explain the situation to him. He asked if it was Mrs. A on County Road X, like he wasn't even surprised at all. I was floored. Yes sir, that's her," I told him. "Do you think she needs a welfare check?" He explained I was the third farrier to call about her, but apparently I was the first to tell anyone about the two emaciated horses that she had in the back of her barn. Apparently, I had stayed much longer than the others who had been called out there. He told me point blank that he would not send anyone out to her place, as he already had multiple times in the past. I was getting the vibe that it would be difficult to find anyone willing to go out there and deal with her. I was frustrated, persistent that I was concerned about her and those horses. I told him that she was talking to her husband who was clearly not there, that I thought she needed help. Those two other horses would surely die if nobody stepped in. He stopped me, took a deep breath, and explained that years earlier, before he was the sheriff, her husband had disappeared and was assumed dead, although his body was never found. It was speculated by neighbors and people in town that she had something to do with it. After his disappearance, she went off the deep end and never really got over it. This little old lady lived out there alone in the middle of nowhere, talking to her dead husband, taking care of his dead horse. I never did hear from her again. I have no idea if a vet ever did go out there to x-ray her dead horse. I did make a call to the local humane society, trying to get those two living horses some help. I never heard anything back from that either. It's been 4 years since this happened, and I still think of her every time I'm close to that exit on the interstate. Part of me wants to go see if she's still alive, but every time I consider it, I get full-body goosebumps remembering that whole bizarre encounter. I hope she somehow was able to get the help she clearly needed. That entire scenario is truly heartbreaking. Dogman in Alabama, from Danny S. Way back in 2015, I went to work helping my friend and his wife on their farm in Hillsboro, Alabama. Their land had nearly 100 acres of forest on it. One day, my friend and I went to fix a busted water line that ran to a small cabin about a mile into the woods. We started work on the piping when we both heard some shuffling in the area to the left of us. We both looked in that direction simultaneously, and at first, we saw nothing. So we continued digging up the ground around the pipe. Not too long after, we heard the noise once again. Like before, we both looked in the direction it came from, but we saw it this time. What we saw standing there shocked us both to the core. We stood in utter silence, utter fear, looking directly at a 6 to 7 foot tall canid creature, gently swaying side to side. I admit it had the prettiest yet scariest amber-colored eyes that were staring directly at us. That stare would shift from me to my friend and back fairly quickly. Its fur was short, with a light brown color. Its head looked like that of a German shepherd, with 2 very large fangs hanging out the top of the muzzle, and 2 equally large fangs going up. It had 4 fingers and an opposable thumb. Each finger and thumb had at least a 2-inch shiny black claw. The legs were a bit short for its body and arms, and they sort of bent backwards like a canine. The arms were very long, extending nearly to the knees. As its eyes bounced off each of us a few seconds longer, its ears shot up quickly. It then moved extremely fast off to its right, through a field and into the tree line beyond at an unbelievable speed. I've never in my entire life seen anything move that fast. After it was over, my friend asked me if I just saw that too. I said yes. We never did tell his wife, nor anyone else, once we got back to the camper. That night we poured several hard drinks and kept going over what we just witnessed. About a week later, we were at a different area of those woods, and we found a teepee-like structure constructed crudely from broken trees. But beyond that, we haven't seen or discovered anything else that was strange. Thanks for tuning in to Tales from the Break Room, the home of the scariest true work stories. If you want to hear your story narrated by me, send it to me at eeriecast.com/submit. We pay 5 cents per word for accepted stories. Help us grow by leaving Tales from the Break Room a rating and review on Spotify and Apple Podcasts, and be sure to follow us on your favorite podcast app. Check out eeriecast.com or search for EerieCast on those very same podcast apps to see our other exciting and terrifying podcasts, like Unexplained Encounters, the other show I host, where I read stories with a focus on the supernatural. To get some merch, go to eeriecast.store. And to unlock ad-free episodes of your favorite EerieCast shows and exclusive audiobooks, go to eeriecast.com/plus and consider signing up for EerieCast Plus. You can follow me on Twitter, I guess it's X now, at Prevails. You can also subscribe to me on YouTube, where I deliver the same content. Just look for Darkness Prevails. Good night. I hope we can share another break sometime soon.